Love your mom, but it's the season of the sticks and and it's half my fault. What's up, brother? Love your mom. I won't empty rolling up. You're rolling up. You're holding it epic now. Oh. Bear behind. Ooh. Holding on. You're rolling on. You buried on. Alimony butterfly. Let's see if it works. What's up, Goodnight Carol? What's up, KOWDV? What's up? If these aren't your positions, unfortunately, you're not correct. So, what's up, G? Garcini. Buried on alimony butterfly. What's up, God? What's up, Adam King? What's up, Isaac? Oh, thanks for liking the live, God. Wow. That's just like a joke. Sorry. Who are they? Who's live right now? What's up, Adam? What's up, Do It Big? I don't know who runs this account, but I'm getting a feeling that you're not religious, and I think that's funny. But if you are, I mean, obviously there's nothing wrong with that. But who's live right now? I mean, maybe I just skimmed deconstruct. Oh, Justin. Oh, nice. Skits and bits. Is that the one where it says host might do bits? That guy. What's up, Just for Fun? What's up, WT Pack? What's up, Octopope? Oh yeah, that is Mezzo. Yeah, I'm an ethical vegan. Going to Catholic school will def turn you an atheist real quick. Facts. What's up, Yaya? What's up, Alf? Holding no, you're holding no. Buried on alimony butterflies. What's up, Dr. Dig? What's up, humanity? Skits and Bits is another goofball, though. Fun sometimes, cringe other times. Oh, nice. Buried on alimony butterflies. Boom. Yeah, unfortunately, if you don't have any of these, if these aren't your positions, then you're just wrong. So, yeah. What's up, Kason? You left as I was showing you my Minecraft world. Are you gonna scream at me every time if I say mostly I just eat meat because all other vegans do? Huh? Are you gonna scream at me if I say I mostly just eat meat because all other vegans do? If you're like eating meat out of spite for there being vegans, or like, what do you mean? I mostly just eat meat because all other vegans do. I mean, veganism isn't really about not eating meat. That's just one of the, like, the things that, you know, practicing veganism um, that's a result of it, right? Speak English, maybe. Hold a note you wrote a note, bear it all, alimony butterfly. Yeah, I will eat lab meat once it's available. Yeah. I mean that's just easy. What's up, Scooter? Damn, nobody's. People aren't brave today, and that's that just is what it is. What's up, man after God? Ooh. Do you want to come talk about God? 1 Peter 3:15, 1 Thessalonians 5:17, Matthew 6:6. Dale does dishes. Cat. What's up, hockey mask? I mean, you guys can feel man after God. Why? Why what? Why would you want to come up and talk about God? Because 1 Peter 3:15, you should be ready to defend your faith at all times. You should want to proselytize. You should want to strengthen people in their walk to Christ. You should want to save people from eternal punishment for, finite crimes. Yeah, Dale does not do dishes. Let's be honest. Dale does DoorDash. Are you saying you don't want to do that? What's up, Nikolai? Speaking of Nikolai, Kai Nikolic, or whatever his name is. I love that guy, even though he's an idiot. Hit me with the invite. I mean, you can request, right? I'm anti-God. I just don't think that. I don't know. That there's God. Oh, somebody just had to break the ice, Dwight. Is that it?
So you quoted some Bible verses, one big one, bro.
You said what?
You quoted some Bible verses. You gave me some. You quoted. You didn't really quote them. You kind of did, but you kind of didn't. It's all good, but you missed one really big one.
Okay, I missed most of them. I only said one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you missed a really big one.
What's that one?
God
God
gave
gave his only begotten Son so that whosoever
nope,
believeth in him
nope,
shall not perish
nope,
but have
nope,
everlasting life. I forgot
nope,
that one.
nope.
Hola, monkey boy. What is it?
God gave them up to their debased mind and gave them up into their own hearts and into their own minds, so that they may be free from him, because they did not wish for him.
What?
Yeah, look that one up, bud. Don't talk about it.
Wait. What? Like, I don't get it.
I think he's talking Romans 1,
Yeah,
but he
yeah.
misquoted it.
Yeah, I am talking
So-
Romans.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with, like, there being a God?
So you're talking about there's no God, and I just quoted you something from the Bible that you didn't even realize is in the Bible, my guy. So
Wait, but whether or not it's in the Bible is irrelevant.
it is relevant. So
No,
you're gonna come at me with facts. I'm gonna hit you with some
because in
Bible
other
facts.
holy books, right? They say that the Christian God exists, and in the Christian's holy book, he'll say that people are not going to think he exists, but he really does. And if that happens, then Islam is true. So you're just
And
falling
again,
into that God's trap.
going back to Romans 1, it gave them up to their debased mind.
Look, do you have an argument that
Yeah.
for the reasons why you believe in God? Do you have good reasons? Let's hear some good
Yeah.
reasons. Obviously, you don't want to use the Bible, right?
I mean, I can, but I mean,
You shouldn't,
if
though.
you throw out a random Bible verse, I can give you a random Bible verse that says that no matter what I say to you, you're not going to want to really truly digest what I have to say, and like open your eyes and your heart to anything that I have to say, without scientific fact or anything.
So why are you sharing anything if it's not going to be effective?
Well, here's the thing. I share this because it can be effective.
You just said no matter what you say, it's not going to do anything. So
Well, people like him, the host, I say,
Yeah. What
can
about
be
me?
effective.
Name stuff
Okay.
that I'm like.
Okay.
you have a really nice mustache, and
Um,
also your hair is amazing.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Does
people
it say
like
that in the Bible? Does it say people with hair and mustaches won't believe in
no,
God?
no. I'm saying people that want scientific fact that God
Did I
exists.
ask you for a scientific fact, or did I ask you for a good reason?
You asked it for a good reason.
Okay, cool. So stop, being bad faith and asking like I'm asking you for some rigorous, exhaustive proof of God. I'm just asking for, do you have a good reason?
And does the Bible say people who are looking for scientific fact won't believe? Because I don't remember reading that verse.
Well, I just in my personal journeys, I know that people that ask these kind of questions are looking for scientific backing, fact. Like let's find factual proof that God exists.
Why are you saying fact like that?
He hates facts. So what's your good reasons if they're not factual?
Well, all of my reasons are factual. That's the thing. Uh, and so my reason is that God's shown me, protected me, and guided me into a life where I have the opportunity to A, bless others, B, give them a good news that they don't have to suffer in this life alone. And that are people out there that genuinely, openly care and want to do something about their suffering if they let them. And it just takes a little faith and a lot of time. A lot of time. That's why I believe in God.
Well, do you have an argument?
I
I
mean,
mean, we're okay if you don't have like empirical evidence, like scientific proof or anything like that. We don't need that. Like if you have an argument, we'll take
I mean,
that. Kaysen can help you. He's like a genius, and he's a Christian.
okay, cool. So,
No, I'm
Case,
so drunk.
I'm gonna say like I can quote this from I forget his name. I always forget to get his name when it comes down to it. Really intelligent person, way more intelligent person than I am, who was agnostic, scientist, all that good
Oh,
jazz.
me. It's me.
Yeah.
Me.
It wasn't you. Said it simply like this: without time, without matter, without space, we cannot exist. Stephen Hawkins. Now that I'm thinking about his name, um,
Are you joking?
no.
Okay. Max, your credit. Are you a real person?
Hello.
Okay. Well.
Hi.
Hey.
I'm 37 and
Okay. Do you have a which prompt did you want to talk about?
I'm pro LGBT.
You are?
Yes.
Would you have a prompt that you disagree with?
The second one I'm about to somewhere transition because I checked my level, testosterone level, and it's very low. So I used to be against LGBT agenda, but I'm now pro LGBT. So a conversion.
Okay. Do you have a prompt that you disagree with?
Probably last one.
You believe in a God?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you think that you have good reasons? Let's hear them.
Can you define God like a mind created the world?
Yeah. I mean, if you think that if that's what you mean when you say God, that's fine.
So you don't believe in God as a energy or something that there is a mind that created the world and we see the order in the entire
Right. I
universe.
don't believe in a mind that created the universe. Yeah.
So when you see the orders in the universe, you never thought about it? And like,
Of course, I've thought
why
about it. I
everything?
used to believe in a God.
So what made you to have a conversion and
Um,
go
well,
against it?
maybe it's going to be similar to your when you used to be against you know, queer people, and now you're accepting of them. I just figured out that the reasons that I had for believing the things that I believed weren't good.
The one thing is made me believe and change my mind because, like I said, I went through the whole process and I realized that my testosterone level, because my PP was so small, so I started, and my ex was making fun of me. So
Well, that's not really
different. That's something I've been through. But yours is like hypothetical, like a analogy you had or ideology. So it's different.
well. What the analogous property there was, we both
So
previously
you
held
ever
it. Oh,
experienced in
sorry.
your
Yeah,
life?
go ahead.
So sorry.
Yeah, the analogous property between those two scenarios was we both previously held a belief that we realized.
That
Oh,
wasn't
sorry. Go ahead.
mine. Mine wasn't a belief. Mine was because why this guy is laughing at me? Excuse me. Is one of your guests laughing at me?
I don't know.
Yeah, he started laughing at me like 2 times. I think it was Kason, Kacan.
Hello?
Yeah.
Why
Jason,
you start?
wait.
Who was laughing?
Can we stay on topic, please? Yeah. So the analogous
Yeah, sure.
property.
I was saying it
Oh
like
yeah. Go ahead.
the reason that uh it changed my mind was because uh
No,
I
no, no.
went
You said
through
that
it.
already. I'm saying that I'm not talking about.
No,
Look.
I experienced it with my body, with my life, and then yours, like when you have this ideology that changed your mind about God, you ever experienced it, anything
Look.
that made you
Look.
change your mind?
Yeah, I have. And the thing that was the same about those two scenarios was that we both held a belief and then we changed our mind about the belief, right? And what does that?
But what was yours? I shared it with you.
Yeah, okay. So look, I'm saying that you either believe right in God for reasons or you believe in God for no reason at all. Which one is it?
No, mine was. I told you,
All right, I'm just gonna have
I
to ask you to stay on topic.
sure. I'm
So
explaining
here,
myself.
I'll say it again. Either you believe in God for reasons or you believe in God for no reasons. Which one is it?
I believe in God for reasons, but I
Okay,
said
let's hear the
there's
reasons.
God. Wait, let me explain. Why you're interrupting me, brother?
Are you being ironic
You
right now?
couldn't. No, I
Okay.
said because my ex was making fun of me. My PP was so small, and I went through it. So I decided. So that changed my mind about poor LGBT. But
Yeah.
yours,
I mean,
what made you?
your like characterizations are trolling aside, right? I'm talking about God right now. I don't care that you support trans people.
You just asked me why I changed my mind from against LGBT
No, I
agenda.
didn't. No, I didn't. You're not tracking. I was pointing out, right, that
Dude, this account, Kason, is making fun of me. This is like fourth time. You're not paying attention. He is like unmuting himself and then making fun of me and laughing at me.
okay, so
And look
cool.
at the
I mean,
comment section. He's like making.
okay, look, that demonstrates that you're at least tracking what's going on. So let's try it again. Look,
So you let them to make fun of your guest?
Wait, hold on. Fuck, I don't even know how to do this.
like I control
Max
people. Yeah, go ahead.
is is Max trans?
I mean, it's not really relevant, but I mean, they claim to be, right? But I think they're trolling. But that's fine if they
Well,
are. That's fine if they're not.
well, I
I was
mean
just
that's
bringing up the
just
trans thing because,
yeah. No, I get it's not
yeah.
necessarily relevant, but I just kind of want to acknowledge like, I mean, the guy sounds like he might be like either Persian or Iranian, and if he is trans, like I know it's extremely difficult for. Never mind. Fuck it, whatever. But
know.
it's the place, the culture, and for him to be in a circumstance like that, that's not an easy one. Just wanted to maybe acknowledge that a little bit. I apologize.
No, you're good. I'll be back in like 60 seconds.
Just out of curiosity, and this is totally out of ignorance, if you're in an area like that where the price is extremely heavy, would you be extremely concerned with people laughing at you on a TikTok? Or do you think it would be like far less like impactful?
Well, I think that's going to be like personally based, and it could even be circumstantial or just depend on somebody's mood. Like I know there's times where I could probably try to laugh about like some of my trauma, and there's other times where I think it's not fucking funny at all. So I think uh, it's going to be all over the place depending on the circumstance and the situation. I don't know if we can pinpoint it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I wasn't asking you to speak on his behalf, just kind of in generalities. I guess where my mind went was if I'm in an area where I could potentially,
Suck a nigga dick, suck a nigga dick, yeah.
well,
You are the most amazing troll.
That
I've
guy
had
was
all day.
talented.
Yeah, at least he got. I mean, the chord was off, but at least he had a guitar.
but yeah, I guess where my thoughts were going, just in general idea, would be like my hunch would be an area where where there's threat of extreme persecution for something. Uh, I don't know. I don't know how much it would phase me. Someone just laughing when I speak. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, and I can't speak on behalf of all, and I don't mean to make light of anybody, but maybe I'm way off base.
I wasn't even laughing at anything like he was really putting out. I was just laughing at the way that he said something out of nowhere, and I've already stated that I'm drunk. It just took me really off guard.
Well,
Yeah,
is there
no,
a discussion going
I
on
wasn't
right now,
implying
actually?
that you were.
Wait, Jones, just so you know, I want to be clear. I'm starting a fundamental counter for you, okay? If you get to 50, you're dropped, okay?
Yeah. Go ahead. I repeat words like that, so I get better at
Real
it.
quick,
I mean,
real
the
quick,
chat
before we get
will
started.
decide, right? The chat will keep track for us. I'm just kidding.
Hey, everybody go to this guy's account, the one with the cat and the half cat, half guy that says rise. And he's got a weird squiggle thing. Go onto his account and report him for being a minor.
Gotcha. I can't see him in the chat currently, but I'll if I get it if I see him again, I will.
Now, if you
Yeah.
scroll up, it's in between Yaya saying max the background and then Pai Chi saying stay linear, bruh. In between them.
Oh, I see him. Gotcha.
Yeah, click on that guy and report him.
Look, maxyourcredit.com, right? When you say things like, because I have small pee-pee, you laughing at me, right? It just doesn't sound like the kind of thing that should be, interpreted as somebody who was being serious would say.
Yeah, I'll just say it made me laugh my ass off. Yeah. It did. It was the way you said it.
And I was proud of you, Max Your Credit, because when you understood that Kaysen was laughing at you, something new happened in the conversation. You were tracking what was going on. So
I have a question to the people on the panel right now. This is an honest question. I'm looking to gain a better kind of comprehension and understanding your perception. But how is it that how do you rectify any like kind of case of knowledge with the fact that like your inherent condition of like belief and perspective is based upon like a non-existent or inherent, it's not inherent, inert universe. You know what I mean? Like, how is it that like truth or reality can exist in a universe that is inherently built and predicated off inert matter that doesn't actually have any substance or meaning to it behind? It's just like reactionary condition.
So you agree that
Do
a
you
true
realize
dichotomy
there's
would be
two
that
people?
yeah, God either exists or God does not exist, right?
Yes.
Those are the only two
You
possibilities.
you got
I
two
yeah.
Christians on
I
the
would.
panel also.
Yeah.
I sorry. I will answer the yes. I think I honestly think those are only two possibilities. I've thought about
Okay.
it a little bit, but I do think those are only two
Okay.
possibilities.
Well,
Really.
then so either one of those is going to be correct, and we can form knowledge. So it seems like it's pretty easy to formulate knowledge, um,
But
regardless of which one is true.
well, no, that's an inaccurate conclusion because of the fact if God is the creator of like the vastness of the universe, then all knowledge inherently predicates that condition. Therefore, it doesn't matter if there is an idea within our heads that like there's this other option. The only option is the option that fundamentally exists or is true.
Okay.
And
Can you just give me an example of something that you know?
I'm not gonna do I think therefore I am. That's too cheap. I'll say that like I know other people exist. I'll say that one.
Okay, okay, cool. So that's two issues down. You solved solipsism, and let's just say for a second, let's just grant that God doesn't exist for 5 seconds. Do you
Yeah.
know other people exist in that world?
I don't have the foundation to actually know that because I like
Oh my God.
no, I'm being like first of all, if you want to ask me an honest question, I'm gonna give you an honest answer. My foundation for the other people existing is the foundation that I believe there exists a standardized system of like cognitive stability that exists beyond the own condition of any individual. So you saying that God doesn't exist is
Look,
getting rid of my position of cognitive stability. That's
then
not an
just
easy thing just to throw away.
demonstrate how it's impossible to know that other people exist in a world where there's not a God.
That's impossible to show because of the fact if
Okay, then
God
it's
does
impossible for you to hold that view. You can't
no, it's
make
not.
that claim.
You've got it twisted. If God is the foundation of reality, it is impossible for me to show that the universe can exist otherwise. You understand?
You said that it was a true dichotomy. Either God exists or God doesn't exist.
I would say that is the answer to our perception, but I do not agree
Okay,
that
cool.
is.
So then what you have to do to say, because you're not saying that, God is a pretty reliable way to ground knowledge. You're saying God is the only way to do that. So what you have to do is take something that you know and show by proof of contradiction that all other possible worldviews cannot do that. Not that it's hard for them to do that, but it's impossible for them to do that. And if you aren't ready to do that, I don't know why you hold the view.
Well, first of all, okay. Yeah.
Fundamentally.
No. First, I said first of all. What I'm talking about is at the end of the day, there is a condition for the universe. If God created this universe, there is no possible thought process or condition that could exist that could be accurate without God being the foundational condition of the universe, without God being the
Do you understand that you're saying that knowledge without God is impossible?
Yes.
Okay, so do you understand that if your claim is something that is impossible, right? To say that the contrary is impossible, to say that any other conceivable worldview cannot account for that, right?
I didn't. First of all, I didn't go that far. What I'm saying is, let me just clarify my statement so we stop jumping around. I'm literally saying that we have one of one universe, okay? The universe we have has developed consciousness and perceptual consciousness, literally consciousness that evaluates 2 + 2 = 4, scientific evolution. What I am saying is fundamentally, if the basis of this development of this universe is based upon consciousness, is based upon God, there is no philosophical argument that is accurately going to describe that universe or our potential universe without describing God. And just because you can make up a possible condition does not make the possible idea an accurate condition.
That's what a counter possible is.
It doesn't matter.
See, here's the thing too. Like mocking God,
Not understanding what his claim
really
is.
disrespectful thing. Like
What?
mocking God. If say you mock
Okay,
God,
well, this
bro,
is besides
you're gonna
this is
suffer.
besides the point.
Yeah, who's mocking God?
Yeah,
Look,
I don't know about that.
I'm not really understanding what Jones is saying.
I'm saying fundamentally, okay. I'm saying fundamentally, we're looking at the universe right now. Every one of us has our own perception. We're looking at the
Are you
universe.
saying that there's some relation between the fact that there's consciousness and the existence of God?
Yes, I am saying that, but more importantly, I'm saying that.
And is the relation one of a causal explanatory relation or what?
Yeah, well, let me just explain what I'm saying. I'm saying on a
Wait, so
fundamental.
you are saying that God
I'm
explains.
I'm going to explain it.
But Jones, wait, but
Yeah, but I've heard you repeat this
explained your
twice, and
point
it
3
doesn't seem
times.
like it.
Yeah,
Yeah, it wasn't at all informative.
yeah.
I'm
Okay,
trying to
okay.
just dissect through the mud. Is what you're just saying that that God is the causal explanation for consciousness?
Yes, 100%.
Oh,
And
that
that.
was okay.
Yeah,
Well, then
no,
what's the
and
argument for that?
I'll add one additional point. God is not only the causal explanation for consciousness. If God is the causal explanation for consciousness, no matter how much you reason, you will never actually get away from God. Because if God is the foundation for consciousness, reason is inherently predicated on God's existence. Therefore, reason can never actually be used accurately to disprove the existence of God.
Can reason be used to prove God?
Yes, I do think so.
Well, I don't know what I have no clue
bit.
what this reasoning being predicated of God means. But if all you're saying is that that God causally explains the fact there's consciousness, like, do you have like an argument for that?
Mm-hmm.
Totally.
What is it?
I have actually a few arguments, but I would actually just say that like
all it takes is one.
Yeah, that's easier said than done.
Just give your best one.
Yeah, if one argument proves God exists, right?
I'm not. I've got an argument I'm working on that I'm not going to share online, but I got a few others.
What you have
what
one
I
that's finished?
Not actually. I have one that is near finish, and it just simply go like this: is that due to the nature of subjective humanity, the only ability for accuracy or objectivity to exist would mean that it has to exist outside the limitation of the subjective human mind. That means that, like, before humans understood that 2 + 2 = 4, 2 + 2 had to equal 4 on a cognitive level. And that cognitive stability when it comes to accuracy and belief has to exist beyond the subjective perception of humanity. Meaning that, like,
that's premise one.
I haven't broken down completely into premises. I would say that to one degree or another, that would probably be premise 1 or premise 1 and 2.
Like, I have no understanding. I don't see what's with all the convolution in the language there. I don't see how that in any way makes the argument stronger.
It's actually I can break it down. In order for you to be accurate about anything, there has to be a condition of accuracy beyond me and beyond you. So let's say that there is a form of accuracy that God is not real.
Why would I think if there's not a God that my faculties are inaccurate?
Yeah.
No. That's not the question. The question is
it possible my faculty is?
Wait. You said that's not the question, but that was.
But isn't it possible that our faculties are accurate without there being a God?
Let me just state this before I forget.
Wait, no,
my
Jones,
position is very simple.
Jones, you've had the driver.
It's not about whether or not God exists. It's accurate and inaccurate. How is it that you can have any accurate position if there is no God? What is the stabilizing force?
Because I'm not listening. I don't want to mute you. Look, you've had the driver's seat for a lot of this conversation, and maybe you're really good at explaining whatever view you have, but it's not landing. So maybe in order for you to better get it to land, maybe just answer these simple questions that we're asking.
Oh, we can move on.
Do you think that your faculties can be accurate whilst there's not a God?
No. I don't.
Okay, then why don't you think that?
And
Like,
do you have
how?
like an argument for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. Very clearly because of the fact I'm subjective. My inherent condition is based upon a level of subjectivity. Everyone in this conversation is based entirely upon subjectivity. If my subjectivity is not
What?
pointing to or have the ability to address or stabilize my perception in something objective that is cognitive, then there is no belief, there's no reason for me to believe that I have any accurate position over anybody else. It's the very condition.
How could
I
you
don't think you're
know if
understanding
you're?
the question. The question is
I understand. I think.
What
I
was
think
the
you.
no.
question?
The
No,
well,
if
maybe
you're
let's
if
get
you're
clear. What do you think the question was?
Uh
That's what I thought.
no. I like. Hold on.
But look,
If
I
you
don't know
want,
what
if
this
you want,
thing
if you
about the
want to remember
subjective
the
stuff
question, I can
is
explain
doing,
it.
because the
No.
subjective stuff is just talking about private qualitative states. Well, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. What we're talking about is the way
The
in which
question.
you derive
Yeah.
those internal states, which
Yes.
are
Yes.
presumably a reflection of the external world. And if your perceptual faculties are accurate in capturing the datum, then you are externally justified, right? So what I'm trying to understand is, why is it not the case that if there's no God, you can have some accurate faculties that capture the external world?
Yeah, that's I was just remembering the question. The reason why is because fundamentally, as a subjective being, I have no place to base my perception off of beyond my subjectivity. And if every subjective being, every piece of information that I have access to is also
Wait,
based upon an
no.
untethered form of subjectivity, where do I get that?
No,
Where do I get
you're confusing the reason stuff. First, you'd
okay.
have to make an argument that for no one who believes there's not a God, that they're unjustified in thinking that their faculties somehow capture the external world accurately.
No, I don't.
Now, wait. But first, that's an epistemic thing, right? What we're not interested is talking about breaching some epistemic gap where one is of the belief there isn't a God, and they are of the belief that they have accurate faculties that facilitate some understanding of the external world. What we just want to get is, does it follow, or is it made more likely, if there's not a God, that one doesn't have faculties that can capture the external world? And if the answer is yes, we just want an argument for that.
Wait. Okay. You lost. I was following you, but you lost me. What I'm saying is the stability
Wait,
of.
if he lost you, then why
Okay.
are you just gonna keep going?
I'm trying to clarify I'm trying to clarify my position and my belief before I have him answer it, so he understands better where I'm coming from, and then can better potentially give me the information that
It's
I'm
as
confused
that
about.
simple as this. Do you think that if there's no God, for any rational agent, that rational agent does not have faculties that can capture accurately the external world?
Right.
Wait, no. That's confused. So you're saying for anybody who thinks that there is no God.
Mm-mm. Not that. Look, the question maybe this way. Look, let's say that there is no God. Now, your claim seems to be that people can't come to reliable beliefs, like, and reliable knowledge about the external world. It's impossible for them to do that in that world where there's no God, right?
Yes.
Okay, explain how.
Okay, yeah, and that's kind of what I was gonna hit at. Is that because of the fact that if there is no standardized basis of information, what does accuracy mean in that world?
What is a standardized basis of information?
I'm talking the way I explain it is like a gravity well. Like gravity brings everything. Like weight is developed by the gravity of the Earth or the gravity of the Moon. Weight doesn't exist outside of those concepts.
What?
I don't know. Look, where?
But why is a
you're
God
not
necessary for some like criteria and like reliability of like what do you mean?
Okay. Does
But
2
look,
plus?
it's just as simple as this. Hold on.
Yeah,
It's as simple as this. So we currently have faculties that allow us to accurately capture the external world. And under your view, that's had because there's a God. Now, if God failed to exist, Now that fact wouldn't obtain. Now why would I think that?
Because of the fact that, like, if God is the fundamental condition of the universe, you're actually just doing a thought problem in your head. Does that make any sense?
What is the fundamental condition of the universe is supposed to mean? And well, let's just go there.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm saying that the universe is cognitive in its inherent essence, meaning that the universe on one level or one degree
by God being fundamental for the universe, you mean the universe is cognitive?
It has a cognitive functionality, meaning like I hate giving this away, but
what does that? What is that even supposed to mean?
I'll give you an example. It doesn't make any logical set of sense that a random set of, like, even if you want to grant consciousness, even human consciousness as a product of evolution being a natural product, it doesn't make sense that humans also have the ability to study atoms and like quasars. That means
wait, you're realize wait, what we were asking for was just
I will stop.
You were just asking for a definition for what it meant when you said God is the foundation of the universe.
I'm trying to give context to what I'm saying.
The fundamental basis for the universe. What does that mean?
Yeah.
The universe is like literally cognitive. I'm saying like the fact that human beings. Okay,
that's what you mean by the word God is the fundamental basis for the universe. That the universe is cognitive. Those are semantically identical.
Okay, first of all, I'm not going to play. First of all,
I'm not going to play. Why are you just avoiding? Are those identical?
You're not winning anything. What you're doing is you're asking.
We're trying to understand.
No.
I'm trying to understand what you're even saying.
Answer 5 different questions. Like the questions that you're
I agree
asking,
because you can't answer one.
No, because I keep getting interrupted. If you can't even give me 2 minutes to answer a question and clarify,
2 minutes to answer a yes or no question, are they semantically identical? Yes or no, or I don't know.
Okay. Semantically identical. Give me first of all. Give me.
Do they express the same semantic content? That's what's being asked.
Do they mean the same thing?
What is your idea of what I'm saying? What is the variation? What is the difference?
It seems like you're saying you're some kind of idealist or something.
I
asked the question about what a word means, and then you said
is a huge form of argumentation. I don't know if I would agree or disagree. What do you think?
Okay, but look. I'm trying to understand by God is the fundamental basis of the universe. Is that just saying the universe is cognitive?
That's actually a legitimate. What God is the fundamental. Is it just saying that the universe is cognitive? No, but it is saying that like everything.
Then why did you respond with that?
No, because of the fact there's like if you want to get into the nitty gritty, which I feel like we are, I think it's important to make that distinction. I do think in large part the universe is cognitive on the panpsychist, but more.
I'm just asking for the definition of what it means for something to be the fundamental basis of the universe. What does that even mean? You said God is that.
Okay, that's fair. Okay. In order for something to be the fundamental basis for something, it has to be the unequivocal element of that thing that without that thing, nothing else can exist. Like I can say that
it's like an essential property.
Yes.
Wait, are you saying like? I think he's saying it's an ontological. Are you saying it's like an ontological dependency thing where if God failed to exist, no other thing's existence would sustain?
Okay, why would we think that's true?
But why would I think that there's a God that the universe is ontologically dependent on?
Because of the fact without an inherent dependency on some level of truth, let's say 2 + 2 = 4, nothing we think could ever matter or ever hold existence. The reason we even have conversations like this is because we believe that there is a foundation that exists external to us that gives us foundation for our beliefs and thoughts.
You said like 2 minutes ago, you said we can even grant that consciousness arose through some evolutionary process, okay? Didn't you say that? Yes or no? Or I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, so let's say in a not God world, consciousness arose through some evolutionary process, and you can map beliefs onto facts about the world such that you can have knowledge about the world. What is wrong with that scenario? What stops that from being the case?
Give me 2 seconds.
Cool.
But realize what he said was question. I'm not understanding this gibberish about the math and all that, but realize he's question begging when he says the reason I believe in God is because the universe is ontologically dependent on God, in which
Yeah.
if the universe was deprived of God, it would fail to be sustained.
Yeah.
Where it's just saying, in order to be in an ontological dependency relation, the two things in the relation must exist.
Yeah, and that's just going to be trivially true. And it begs
He's also still left with the same problem of his subjective lens, because even if that were the case that you needed a God for this, he's still going to have to interpret what he knows about that God through a subjective lens, which couldn't be known. Nothing could be known. All that could be known is that whatever that God that he thinks he knows is acting in accordance with whatever he has experienced up to this point. So he's still left with the same problem.
And then he keeps saying
We
stuff
can't
like
hear you.
inherently essential, or like I don't know. It's
I mean, he's
my
he's just gibbering, to be
my
fair.
mic seems to be messing up. So let me just say this real quickly. What the last person said is 100% accurate. My argument is entirely predicated off of one idea: that truth fundamentally exists. That, like, in this argument, one of us can be right and one of us can be wrong. And what I'm saying is, on a fundamental level, that cannot be determined by subjective mechanisms in any condition, because once the mechanism of truth is entirely based upon subjective perceptions and perspectives, it loses all cohesions and therefore doesn't have any ability to actually evaluate accurately. And so what I'm saying is I'm almost done. I don't want my mic to completely give out. I might have to switch over to a different phone. But what I'm fundamentally saying is that God has to fundamentally exist in order to give truth any level of substance beyond the subjective perception of it. And because of that any argument that you have that is not predicated on a fundamental belief of the external being real in like a cognitive functional form of reality, you don't have any argument to stand on, because every argument that you have will be entirely predicated on subjective belief that doesn't have any foundational association and connection with objective reality. Hopefully that makes some semblance of sense.
No, but if I could clarify, were you just saying that the proposition remains true independent of justification, and that whether or not you're justified in thinking that there's not a God, is still like the fact that remains that there's a God or not?
Yeah. That pretty much. Yes, 100%. That your belief in a God, regardless of your belief in a God or not, does not actually change the fundamental property of God existing. That, yes, 100%.
And the second part was just saying that if it were true that God exists, then justification doesn't matter, because the ability to make justifications is contingent on the existence of God to sustain
like it's parasitic
the existence
on
of the speaker.
No, more so that human conditions of subjective perception are not enough to fundamentally found reality itself, and therefore that in order for reality to have any in order for reality to have any foundation whatsoever, it has to be beyond human perception.
What?
Okay. Let me just let's just say,
why do you believe this? What are the reasons that you believe this?
It's accuracy. Like this, I've been working on this my entire life. So
yeah, but to say that it's accurate just means that you think it's true or something, right?
Yes.
That's fair. Why do you think it's true?
Why do I think it's true? I think. Well, I'll give you an example. I don't have any. Actually, I went through.
An example of what?
No. I can. You. All right. I won't continue if I keep getting interrupted. But the truth is,
This is just asking if you have like a chain of reason, an argument.
No, I do.
What's going on?
I went through. Okay. If you, I don't need to go into detail if people don't want to hear me, so it's fine.
I think that guy's
want to hear you, but that guy Scott is just typing up for no reason.
I mean, yeah. The truth is that I went through a point where I had a complete mental breakdown, and I'm still not as intelligent as I used to be. But through that process, God literally, like, I asked for a sign that God, could you please help me with this? And God gave me a sign. but I was diagnosed with fucking
But
the
that's just
worst.
question begging too.
No, it's not. It's not question begging. The point that I'm making
Wait,
is
it
the point that I'm
is.
making, why
God has to
I can
exist to give you a
explain.
sign, right?
Yeah.
why? Okay, first of all,
Look,
yeah,
look. Do you think that there are God beliefs that are false?
yes.
Okay. Can people come to the wrong God belief based off of asking that God to give them a sign and them interpreting that God gave them a sign?
Mm-hmm.
Why would he
Okay,
be
how do you
He
rule
asking
out
wants to
every
for
one of
say.
those
God?
I
people?
think.
Why would he be
I
asking
think
for
he.
God to give him a sign if God wasn't real in the first place?
I think he's saying that if there's a God of the type he believes in, then what is expected is that if you prayed, that you would be faced with some type of response or something, or way in which you
No,
like.
well, it actually, I think most people, I think even me included, is that in fact, there's been times I've asked for a sign and asked for help and I haven't gotten it, and I think it's because of the fact I have inaccurate beliefs about God. So I think God actually acts in very particular ways. But if you're asking me, do I think people can fool themselves into believing that God is giving them the sign? 100%. Why do I think that God gave me a sign and my sign is real? Is because of the fact I did the medical impossible, and so, and more so.
But that's just that's just straightforwardly confirmation bias.
No, it's not. This is the point. No,
It's
no,
almost
actually, no.
definitionally confirmation bias.
No,
But
this
suppose
is
you had a medical
this is the
miracle. Why
problem.
would you think what
Everything you
explains
have
it
is
is God?
confirmation bias. No. Let me
that's
finish
not-
this point. Everything you have is confirmation bias. You do not exist in a state of existence that is not predicated on your personal beliefs and understanding. You don't have a perspective.
All reasoning
not
is a
your own
psychological
perspective.
bias. That's incredible.
No,
But
it's the exact same thing. You
but look,
don't
you have a
a
medical.
perspective that
Okay,
is
that's
not my
fine. You
perspective.
have. But look, you have this medical miracle. Why think it's explained by a God?
Because he knows about one.
No, it's because of the fact that, like, I asked for salvation. I literally prayed one prayer, and the prayer, for 3.5 years, I lived in unequivocal hell. I had nightmares every night.
Wait,
and
Jones, wait, really quick. Just I'm gonna let you finish your story. Did you say that everything is confirmation bias?
Yes, every.
So you would agree that when I accused you of confirmation bias and you disagreed, you contradicted yourself.
To a small degree, yes. What I'm saying, okay, yes,
This is
yes.
just
No.
something else.
I'm not going to argue that point because of the fact that, like, I quite literally, nobody can get over solipsism. Okay, I don't have any ability to prove that you exist.
What?
I literally.
Look, wait, Jones. I'm gonna let you finish. But when I ask you for a definition for something that you think that you can know earlier, first you said I'm not. Wait. First you said I'm not gonna do I think therefore I am. That would be too, on the nose. And then you said the only thing that you know is that other people exist. And now you're saying nobody can solve solipsism. Do you understand that you contradicted yourself a second time?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
What I mean is, actually, I'll even go. There is actual meaning behind that. What I mean is that if other people don't exist, nothing I do, say, think matters. Like, quite literally, my life doesn't matter.
But things can be real and not matter at the same time, right?
No, well, not to me. It doesn't, because I've actually had it. Like,
Look. Let's say you're having these experiences and no other people are real. Those experiences, quote unquote, wouldn't matter, but you would still be experiencing those experiences, correct?
Sure, yes.
Okay, so that's a third contradiction.
It's not a contradiction. It is literally saying that me as a basis of value, if nobody exists, if nothing around me exists as real, that on a fundamental level, there is actually no meaning or significance to anything I'm saying or doing. It's all a delusional fantasy, and to which none of it matters. It is a value judgment.
Things not mattering and things not being real.
Value judgment of my
different,
personal
right?
value, and I'll even add on to this. If you were figments of my imagination, you have no ability to dictate the value to which I use to perceive the universe. Okay,
things
and
not
no
mattering.
argument that you make, is going to be sufficient. Is not you can't make
You agree that things not mattering and things existing are two different things.
No, they're not.
Look back
Not
around
to
to
my
how
mind. No,
is
no.
what?
Like if you want to take this seriously, if you want to take this,
I think it's best we just go back to the medical miracle and how from that you're justified in thinking God explains it.
And then while you're explaining that, you can think about whether it's possible for God to create a thing that actually does exist but doesn't matter.
Well, how do you guys define God?
It's going to be
just an idea.
It's an internal critique. So whatever you define God as, we're rolling with it. And Jones is just trying to explain what he thinks God is, and it's just not very like we're not getting it. It doesn't make
Jones,
sense.
who do you think is God?
No,
Wait,
it will be up to you.
Yeah, I know, but what does Jones think is God?
He's a panpsychist.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's probably the most accurate variation of it. I think on a fundamental level that the fundamental building block or the fundamental condition of the universe, at least in one part or another, is consciousness. Like 5 billion years ago, the Earth had nearly the exact same amount of atoms that it has currently. The atoms that were
Okay,
on
I don't think we need to get into all of that though. Let's just.
All right. Well, I'm trying to explain my belief system.
Okay, that's fine. Let's just try and get to the medical miracle stuff and why I think that God explains the miracle.
But then how are we going to get down to the fact that he believes his God did it, or why his God is capable of doing that?
Okay, let's just. Why would I think that God explains that?
But he's talking about his specific God, though.
Yeah, just let him answer.
Hold on, Monkey Boy, real quick. What's the distinction between discursive and practical intentionality?
Clark.
Go ahead. Notice how he can't answer. He's
Clark.
running from me. Monkey Boy, tell me the distinction right now, you slow boy. Try one more time.
Wait, Clark, I love you. I'm
Sorry,
a fan.
so you can't answer the question. Look at you. Yeah,
No,
Jones,
I
don't
can't.
adopt the
I can't.
panpsychist view, Jones. Just
No,
argue for
Clark, don't
idealism.
destroy me. Don't obliterate
Yeah, sorry about
me.
that. He doesn't know anything about intentionality. I just demonstrated that. He's not well read.
Yeah,
Jones.
I'm not
Clark,
well read,
I heard
no.
you ramming your rhetorical cock down somebody's epistemic throat the other day.
That was rhetorical.
Yeah.
The problem is
Jones, don't let
Clark,
these guys
wait,
get you
Clark,
to
I'm
affirm
such a
the
big
panpsychist
fan.
view. All right,
Clark,
Jones.
I'm such a big fan.
Just tell them, Jones. Just tell them you're arguing for idealism, okay?
That's what I said.
Yeah, you don't want them to trap you into the panpsychist stuff because it's a really bad view, and they're gonna like rhetorically dogwalk you if you do that. Just argue for idealism.
I don't think they can, but the problem is that like I'm trying to say in one single like path of thought, and I keep getting like asked multiple questions that unequivocally take me off that general path of thought. So it's become difficult to like answer anything they're saying, and I'm becoming more and more uninterested. But I'll say this: on a fundamental level, my position is this. It doesn't make any logical sense to me that the subjective conditions of belief could actually hold any foundational condition of objective truth. Like,
where's the contradiction?
Question. Can something not make sense to you yet be true?
I think Clark should take
in this particular element. You're asking me. No, you're asking me if something can be logically illogical and also be true.
Yeah, because host, he's not just saying it doesn't make sense to him, like appealing to his fifis. He's talking about like logical.
Yeah, and that's logically it makes no sense. I don't
logically. It's incoherent. Logically. Logically,
I mean that.
Logically,
as opposed to non-logically.
Non-logically fifis, logically not fifis.
Yes.
Wait, but let's talk about the medical miracle stuff. I want to know what medical miracles like warrant the belief that God's the explanation, or why I think from a medical miracle God's the explanation.
Because of the fact that I literally asked for God. I'll give you the prayer 100%. I asked God, please give me a sign it gets better. And for years, it got worse. Like literally,
that's not good though, because that's an anecdote. So you understand that can't be justified. What you want to do is argue that these sort of like medical miracles have some sort of like teleological properties, some broader like teleological model.
It still counts if he says it does, though. If he says that's what it, if he says that's why that happened, it counts. That's testimony.
Is that albedo? Are you albedo?
You could literally put somebody in jail for life.
No, that's not albedo.
That's albedo.
It doesn't have to.
No, that's not albedo. That's not.
My personal condition does not need to be reproducible.
I didn't even think about that until you mentioned.
Yo, Monkey
voice
Boy, I
sounds like
love
a
you. I
baby.
watch your videos every day. I'm not gonna lie. I was watching your stream earlier. Let's continue.
I watch
Joe.
your debates every day too. I love
thank
you.
Well,
stop kicking me out of lives, bro.
yeah, this is.
Well, you say
You guys
slurs,
might-
so.
You guys
stop
might
that.
need to give me a couple of minutes to reformulate. But and this is the problem. Like I'm too busy answering and asking and engaging in this question, this question, this question. This
Meta,
question.
wait,
Oh
stop
my
doing
god,
meta.
why are you guys host? Why do you want to pick on this low tier? Debate me. How about you guys debate me? I'm well versed. I'll argue for God.
Are you well versed?
Yes, I'm more well versed than Jones.
Name three philosophers.
I think. First of all, actually, listen.
Notice how
he
he can't answer the question.
I'm more
Name three
than happy
philosophers.
to give the stage over
Yeah,
to you.
name
but
three
I think-
philosophers. Now that you've Googled it.
Arthur Schopenhauer, Friedrich Nietzsche, and Jean-Paul Sartre.
Yeah, you
Those
just
are-
Googled it. Easy.
No, I'm not.
Chat, you
Okay.
see that?
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah.
And I want to say one thing. Just because
Lord
of
and
the fact that you
Savior
have
Clark doesn't
like,
Google.
listen, I'll be the first to admit that, like, on a fundamental level, I am not well versed in like the terminology of like philosophy in any condition, but it does not mean that I am not well versed in the ideas and the thoughts that I have. And I think that like the inability for modern day philosophy to communicate with the average person is an unequivocal failure. It is not a height of intelligence. It is the height of arrogance and limitation that you do not have the ability to break down complex topics in simple words. Even Einstein said, if you don't understand how to explain something simply enough, you don't understand it well enough.
Yeah,
let's ask a simple question.
You were repeatedly asked for an argument. All you gave was like this.
I was repeatedly interrupted, motherfucker.
You just interrupted me.
Yeah,
Yes. Stop interrupting Steven. Please let Steven finish.
So all we asked for was an argument, right? And we have yet to receive one.
Yeah, you just appeal to your fifis the whole
I've
time.
given you multiple arguments, and I've even asked a clarifying question. Let me ask my clarifying question without being interrupted. Can you do that?
One of your argument. Don't just go on this rant.
No, I'm asking you a clarifying question.
30 seconds to ask your question. Go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah. At the end of the day, how is it that there is any capacity for beings that are completely developed by a subjective processes to actually develop an objective sense of the universe? Where does that objective, like literally you can, like, I'm not sure who's groaning, but where does that objective sense come from? Because if we're all
You
predicated
tricked me. That's 30 seconds. You said you were going to ask a clarifying question, but then you just asked a regular question. That's not fair. All right, Steven. Go back.
I was interrupted twice while I was speaking during just that 30 seconds. Yes.
Incorrect.
I mean, I just want premise one. Like, if that's not going to be presented, then
okay, fine. You want
propositions are intentional.
Premise one is that there is no ability for subjective beings to be the foundation for objective truth.
Isn't that your conclusion?
Yeah.
Sure.
Like, you need to show the
beginning. Is the beginning of the he wants a premise. That's the beginning of the premise that leads.
Were you just restating the claim again before you gave an argument?
I'm not giving an argument. You wanted premise one.
Maybe he doesn't know what an argument is. Jones, they're trying to ask for an inference rule. Do you know what an argument is?
I do know what an argument is, but
what is it?
It's like when my parents used to yell at each other.
No, an argument is a basis of logical premises that lead to a conclusion to which that if all the premises are true, the conclusion is accurate and true.
Okay, can you give us a quick example, like just a quick syllogism?
Sounds like a valid argument.
Sure. Colorado is the Mile High State. Anybody who lives in Denver lives in Colorado. Therefore, anybody who lives in Denver lives in the Mile High State. There you go.
Is that valid, Monkey Boy? You're the logician.
I'm not a logician.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they're looking for an argument that holds like a valid form. That would
Yeah. And I'm still, first of all, actually, I'll be honest with you guys. I'm working through the process of developing and understanding the argument and where it needs to go, where it needs to work. And I'm kind of in the process of doing that while communicating with you. And that's, maybe it's a little unfair, but the logical.
You're multitasking right now?
A little bit. Well, I mean, honestly, I have not fully worked out the full condition, the premises, the conclusion of this argument. I do find it logically like kind of bulletproof,
right?
But I don't have it all figured out right now. So that's just I'm just gonna be
How can it be
completely candid with
dude?
that.
So how can it be
Bro,
both?
you gotta find Jesus, man. You gotta find Jesus.
Just run the
I'm not
divine
even.
consensus on this, bro.
Fine, so be it. But
It's
I
true,
Is your
bro.
understand.
view that is your
Jesus
view
was
that God created the cognitive universe, or God is identical to like a universe that's cognitive?
no God is a man create. God is a being created by
Yeah,
man,
I'm
and then
not. I'm not
No,
asking
no,
you.
no. It's
Yeah, you're
the
gonna ask.
condition. No,
yeah, but
I'm
it's a
saying that
being
like the
created by
fact.
man, though.
He's asking
My
Can
Jones.
this
position is
famous
that
guy stop
God is
talking?
the standard basis of cognitive stability. The reason that like we have the ability to use language is because there is a cognitive form of stability, and that stability that gives humanity the ability to look up at like quasars and look at like the Higgs boson is predicated on God's existence. Like God gives
Is
stability to
God an
cognitive.
Yeah, no,
agent?
that's too complicated.
Okay,
Is
yes,
God an agent?
God. Yes, God is an agent, 100%.
And does God causally explain the universe?
That's
Like
Jesus.
Yes,
existential? Okay.
yes.
And so the universe is not identical to God.
Yeah, you'd have
Um,
to say at that point that the universe is like within God or something, like
God
panentheism.
is in the
it's
universe.
more. Yeah, God is beyond the universe. Like any creation is gonna be less complex than the creator. You know what I mean? Like look at the human brain and then look at the printing press. You know, so that's kind of my perception of God. That God is vastly more complex than the general nature of the creation He created. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Hey, famous. Are you religious?
Yeah. Well, not really, but yeah, sure, a little bit, kind of.
Do you believe in a God?
Yeah, yeah. Jesus is God. Jesus is a man. We call Jesus God. It's a thing that we did
Is
before
Jesus
Jesus.
God of identity?
It's a thing that we did before Jesus was here. So then he became
But
the
is Jesus
fulfiller
God of
of the
identity?
prophecy.
Yeah, are you
Wait,
talking
but when
about
you
the
say
is of
Jesus
identity
is God, yeah, is that the is of identity?
or
Yeah.
the is of
Or
predication?
there is a predication. Yeah.
Wait, what's the distinction between a predicate and an identity relation? Predication and identification. What's the difference? Hurry up! Five,
I
four, three,
think
two, one.
I think that you're complicating something that was simplified
It's relevant
2,000
to what
years
we're
ago.
talking
Wait,
about, though.
famous. Do you actually are you actually a Christian or are you LARPing?
No, I'm actually Christian
Okay.
Do
Do
you
you think
think
that you have good
Jesus and God
reasons
are
to?
identical?
Yeah.
loosely. Do I think what?
Wait, loosely was your
Yeah. What do you mean
yours?
Yeah,
loosely?
loosely.
Are you like a self-proclaimed lukewarm Christian?
They're
I
loosely identical?
think that we're a growing species and that we're still in the middle of figuring out what God is, but we figured out one particular
What?
thing about God.
And it's
We
Jesus.
figured Yeah, and the thing about Jesus is that he's the first like single cell soul that actually came
Single
from
cell
evo
soul.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just asking if
So he
God
was
and
like the
Jesus are
first
indispensable. Are they
so
like
so
identical?
No,
so
they
he was
share the
like
same essence, but
so
they have
he's like
distinct. They are distinct energies, among
so
people.
he's like the first soul. He's like the first soul that was man, and then like he was like capable of being
Yeah, I don't
found
think this guy's gonna
finally.
go far. I'm gonna just stop talking with him.
Well, the thing is, it's been 2025 years since like we like declared him to be God, like before the United States was even here.
We're
Yeah,
not. We're not.
famous.
The claim that we declared him to be God isn't in contention. The claim is that whether you think that he is God.
Right.
See, this is this is the thing. It doesn't matter what I think. We already
It
solidified
matters.
that
It
he
matters what you
is.
think. You want to know why?
Well, it does matter, I guess, in a
Okay, so
sense,
that's going to
but
be a
I can't.
contradiction, right? You said it doesn't matter what you think, and then you said it does matter what you think,
Well,
right?
the thing about contradictions is that that's just a word, and sometimes two things can be true at once.
Contradiction
Dialetheism?
can be true.
Yeah, dialetheism, bro. You never heard
Yeah,
of it?
yeah, two things can be true at
Okay,
once.
okay, cool. So, like, name some system of logic that holds that contradictions can be true.
Say intuitionistic
Okay,
logic.
that God is Jesus and Jesus is a man.
Say
Say
perichoretic logic. Say
intuition.
dialetheism. Like, what's an
That
example
that
of something that's contradictory yet still obtains?
that Jesus was just a man, but he was also God. That's contradictory, right?
So you think Jesus was fully man in the same sense that like you're fully man?
Wait, what was
He
the
was
contradiction?
definitely, you know what? That's actually a really good question. The thing about that is that has to do with the miracles that he did, right?
No.
With well, what else would it be referencing?
If he's fully man in the same way that I'm just trying to see if you're analogically predicating or if you're univocally
Okay,
predicating.
you're saying is he fully man because he
In the
did
same way that you're
miracles?
fully man, yeah.
Right, and that's a reference to the miracles that he did, right?
No, it's
Because if he
not.
did, well, if he didn't do miracles, then he obviously is, right?
If I'm, am I fully man in the way that you're fully man?
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
was Jesus fully man in the way that you're fully man?
Okay, so this is the thing about that.
Why is it so hard for you to answer with a yes or a no
Because
when it comes to Jesus?
we are teaching specifically that he
Wait,
performed miracles, but it's
what is he saying the
obvious that
contradiction
he
even
was
is?
just a man.
That
You're
Jesus.
saying that he's fully man and fully divine? Is
Yeah.
that
Yeah, I
No,
don't
no,
see.
I'm saying that he's fully man, but we teach that he performed miracles.
Look,
What was the
I don't see what's the
contradiction?
issue there.
yeah, there's.
The issue is that it's very clear that he was just a man.
Do you know what a
I'm saying
You
what's
contradiction
think
the
that Jesus was not
contradiction?
God?
This is the thing though. It's
Are
to
you
be taught.
allergic to answering questions?
He's trolling, bro.
No, it's because the questions that you're asking me are putting the answers in a box. I'm trying to give you the right answer without
is?
you getting the answer that would confuse you.
Okay, your answers are confusing me. I think if you answered my questions with a yes or no, I don't know, I think that would not confuse me.
Well, okay, so all right, I'll try doing that.
Yeah, do you think Jesus, right, is God in the way that he's the Son, like begotten from the Father, and was sent to earth in flesh to, be crucified for our sins? Stuff like that. Yes or no, or I don't know.
Uh, See, that's I can't even answer that the way that you want me to answer it for you to understand what he actually is
But
supposed to
I
do.
thought
There were
Here,
three
hold on.
options.
Cause to you,
Can
if
you
that's
ask
who
me
he
that
is, then
question and
that's
let
who
me
he
answer that?
is.
I
Hold
thought
on.
he
Yeah,
said the
yeah,
contradiction
Daragon, do
was
you
him
think
being
that
fully
Jesus was
man and
God? Yes or no, or I don't know.
No.
Okay.
You
Now,
could say
famous.
Right.
yes or no.
Do you think Jesus was God? Yes or no, or I don't know.
Say neither.
Yeah, I believe Jesus was God, but the thing is there's two definitions for what God is. God is the thing that's
There's
controlling
two?
Yes, absolutely. God is the thing that's controlling everything, all things, all the things, right? And then there's the God, there's the man that was appointed to be known as God because he was the first soul of evolution before humans became a ginormous societal thing. Like when there was just the first species of man, that was what Jesus was. And then Jesus was like a thing, and then we were like, oh, okay, that one is the one. And God was the only one that was capable of actually singling him out and solidifying that for us to be taught that for
You know,
2,000
I think
years and more.
instead of doing this entire word salad, maybe just like go read the scriptures and get a better understanding of what you're talking about.
It's
I'm
hard
pretty
to
sure I'm pretty sure I explained it pretty well. I just
it's
I
hard to
just
tell if you're even a
It's
Christian.
terrible.
Like, do you believe in heaven and hell?
I believe that heaven and hell is what we see before us. Like when you see something that you would never
Okay,
want
well,
to
I'm not
be, or
interested in that, right? Like, if you're just saying like hell is all the bad decisions we make and heaven is all the prosperity that we have, or if you say that like God is like the love that you can express for another person, cool. I'm not interested in like an
I'm not.
equivocation.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying hell is like when you're really short and poor, and then heaven is like when you're really tall and rich from out the womb, things like
Do you
that.
realize he
Or when
hasn't
you get
asked
into a
you
car
any?
accident.
You
Do you
happen to.
realize he hasn't asked you any questions of like clarification? He hasn't asked you to explain anything. All he's asked you is like basic like yes or no questions this entire time.
What?
I think you should be a little we should be a little charitable here. He doesn't know philosophy as well as the rest of you do. You guys need to tell
Well,
him the basic
you don't
distinction.
need to know philosophy to be able to answer yes or no questions
Well,
without
he was
actually
asking
going
him
into
questions
it.
about the distinction between predication and identification. He's asking, like, is Jesus God? Well, he's not going to know that underlying distinction, right?
The baggage there.
The thing is that you
Why
guys,
don't you
when you
just say
guys,
I don't know and then we could explain it?
Yeah.
when you guys are thinking of God, you guys are thinking of like this other being. God is the first soul of humans. God is at least in reference to Jesus and why we call Jesus God.
Do you think that
Okay,
a mind created the universe?
No, that's like you mean a mind like a human brain, right?
No, I mean like a mind like something like an agent with intentional states and that can form beliefs and has desires or something.
You know what? This is the thing. Only a human would look at something and consider it to be a mind because that's all that we can
Okay, bro,
Do you
what
understand.
are you
think?
talking about?
Yeah, what are you saying?
That
Just say
that
God does.
if
You
that
just
if a
answer
if,
yes or
that if
no,
a
or I
if a
don't know.
human that since a human knows what a
Does
mind
not age know how
is,
to
it's
respond.
gonna understand it like what a mind is versus what it actually
Do
is.
you think that something like a being created the universe?
I don't even think it wants to be called a being.
It doesn't matter what
Zach,
it wants to be
Zach,
called.
I
Does
think you
it be
need.
or does it do it not be?
I think you need a
Yeah,
new
yeah, yeah, yeah,
background
yeah.
that has
It
the
be,
multiple choice
it
of
be, it
A
be.
is
Okay. Okay, so
yes,
there was a
B is
thing
no, and C is I
that
don't know.
yeah, there was a thing that did be,
No,
right?
yeah, right. But the thing that it be that you're talking about, I don't think that thing is alive like how we're alive, which is
Nobody's
another
saying
reason
anything
why
like
that.
that.
Okay, all right. In that
Okay, if you
case, then
think that
yeah.
if you think that I'm accusing God of like having a circulatory system or something like that,
No, no,
I'm
no.
not doing that.
No. I mean that. I mean that the God like that you're might be thinking of like that. It's not alive until we
No,
are alive.
look, I'm working with a blank conception of God, and I'm
Okay.
asking you these questions so that I make sure when I talk about your concept of God that I'm not equivocating, right?
All right.
Okay, so it seems like you think that a being created the universe, right? A mind created the universe.
No,
A
no.
being,
No, we created everything, but then there was a thing before that so that
humans,
we're
right? Humans
alive.
created everything.
Yeah, yeah, generally like
Okay, so like
everything.
like
Like,
so humans created like dinosaurs. Are you saying that?
What?
well, that's a little bit more complicated, but we did create what a dinosaur is. Like we did
Humans created the creatures that roam the earth.
no, we didn't put together a
I,
dinosaur, but
I
we
Okay,
think
did
so
create
when you
cognitively, I
say
think you
humans
listen. You guys
created
can hear
We're
everything,
not
me.
unless
talking
you're
about
talking
the
about some
language. We're talking
concept,
about
right?
the referent.
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
but the language is just as important. It's the only thing
Oh
that
my
disconnects
God,
us
we're
from the
talking about the
rest of
referent
I mean,
dinosaurs. Do you think
he's
humans
not. Well,
created dinosaurs?
he's not wrong. Without like literally
He
think of it
is
from like
wrong.
It's
He
just a
is
no,
wrong.
no,
category.
no, 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 no. Just give me 1 second. The fact that we have a word called dinosaurs means that the major predication of
That's the reference.
it's us. It is us. It is us. The only reason we
Look.
have a word for
Okay,
dinosaurs
cool. Then
is
let me ask this
us.
question.
yeah.
Famous. Do you think that we created the term dinosaur?
Yeah, obviously.
Cool. Now, do you think we created dinosaurs, the concept, the animals?
I think if we weren't here, it wouldn't
Yes
even
or
matter. So that's
no?
why
I
that
don't care. Something can exist and not matter, right?
all right, well, guess what? We weren't here when dinosaurs were here. So how do you even know dinosaurs were here
Oh my
instead of
god.
based
Oh
of
my.
We have
Are you
somebody's
allergic to
bones.
clarity?
you
He's
can't know that. You
I
can't
don't
exactly.
know
care
dinosaurs were
about what you're
here.
saying, right? Do you think that humans created the Big Bang?
They created the theory and concept of what the Big Bang
Okay,
is, but
cool. Did
there's
they So let me ask the question that you want to answer then. Did humans create the words the and big and bang and theory?
yeah.
Okay, now did they create aka instantiate aka cause to happen the Big Bang? The event, the phenomena, not the reference, not like the referent.
You ever seen a movie
You want to
and
ask
there's
me a
like
question right now? Are you serious?
Yes or
well the
no?
thing
Don't.
is you're asking me something ridiculous. Like there's it's
Yeah,
obvious it
because
wasn't
what you
created.
said was you said humans created everything. I'm testing that for consistency. You can walk the claim back if you want.
Yeah, this is basic reductio.
I I think he's
Jones,
making a
it's
fair.
not needed.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You
I
guys go ahead.
yeah, I love you,
All right,
and you can
so
chime
this
in
is it.
once clarity
So
happens. But look, you can say when I said humans created everything, I didn't mean like literally instantiated, caused to be everything. I just meant like humans are the only things that can use language in this way that we can
right.
reference ideas and stuff.
Exactly. Yeah,
Cool,
exactly. Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, that's what my point is.
Cool.
And that's also important in reference to God or what God is. And we connected that with a man, and that man is to
Oh
be
my
known as the
god.
first soul of all men.
You were trying to when earlier when we were having trouble understanding what Jones was saying, you were trying to guide us in a way that made me think that at least you thought of yourself as somebody who could navigate conversation in a more linear fashion.
No, I can do that. It's just the
Okay,
way
can
that
you
you're
start
thinking
doing
of
it
it.
now?
You haven't
Yeah.
demonstrated that.
Look, I'll do it how you want now, but since you already understand what I mean, so.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so my question first, just as a point of clarity, when I asked, did humans create dinosaurs? Why didn't you just say no and
Because
clarify the answer?
we don't even know if they really existed.
We
We
do
only
know that
had
they really existed.
we can't know
We
that
do
for a
know.
fact. We
We
were
do know.
alive when they were
We do know that
alive.
they really existed.
You
It's
really
so
trust
unfortunate I
carbon
don't have
dating
all the
that much,
powers.
don't you?
What's your theory of knowledge?
Are you dumb?
What is that theory of knowledge? What
Carbon
is
date
that?
Yeah,
Are you
do
dinosaurs.
you
asking
hold
me
to
the
like a
definition of
pragmatic theory of
knowledge?
truth? Right? Do you hold to like some JTV account of knowledge? Like what do you think it means for something to be true or for you to know something?
That's a really interesting question. I never
Thank
really
you.
thought of that ever.
Yeah. So some people might say
Math?
what it takes to know something is to have a justified true
Oh,
belief.
you know what? Actually, when there's a lot of people who believe it, when there's like a vast amount of people who believe
Okay,
it,
cool. Yeah,
and
so you would say that, when a lot of people thought that the earth was flat, it was okay to say that that's
no, no,
true
no,
or something.
that's not fair. That's not fair because most people don't believe that.
Look, you're just going to be saying that the amount of people that believe in something, you that alone is
No, no,
enough for.
Yeah, I just want to say that.
two things can be true.
Well, there was a point in time where people didn't believe in Jesus, and the majority of people. So, I just want
Yeah.
to say, I
When
want
was
you to
that?
understand that like it's a bad argument. You'll lose horribly 4 steps down this line. So I just want to say
Yeah,
that like
no, it's right now we're in after Christ. There's even time for a before Christ. It's
Jesus
literally
Christ.
solidified. You can't even change it.
Wait. Famous. If you don't know dinosaurs existed, you definitely can't know that Jesus existed, right?
Oh my gosh. You know what? Uh, that's not entirely true because that's like saying there's no way to know George Washington existed. So it's like,
This is so dumb.
You
Why are we
said we
doing
can't know
this?
dinosaurs existed. There is a preponderance
you
of
know what? You know
evidence
what? You know
more.
what?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you go ahead.
Let me backtrack and say that dinosaurs existed. Let's just say dinosaurs existed just to appease
Oh, okay, yeah. Let's backtrack.
your.
You hold to an
No, it's
appeasement theory
fine.
of truth.
Look, I have no issue with your idea of dinosaurs existing. If you
Truth?
wanna, if
Wait,
you
but
wanna,
true or false, right? Truth is that which calms down my interlocutor.
okay.
You had to backtrack once the reductio was shown.
Well, the thing is, the dinosaur thing is like there's really no real way to know that actually. But if
Hey,
you
but
say
you
that,
know what we have? If we have evidence for Jesus in this hand and
right?
evidence for dinosaurs in this hand,
Yeah,
there's going to be astronomically more evidence that dinosaurs were real. There's no dinosaur
not really.
mythicists.
It's not like we found any
Right.
of
What?
Jesus's teeth or anything like that. Like there are two different ways of figuring out which is real.
Oh, what about all those empty tombs they found of dinosaurs?
This is
Yeah,
beyond my
that's like a
IQ, man.
different that's a different thing.
You're trolling,
The,
right, famous?
no, dude, Jesus was real, man.
What
Jesus
does it
is
say?
God.
No,
Okay, so
you're trolling, right?
obviously Famous has suffered head
No, I'm
trauma.
not.
Sorry.
What does it say about your view that when you espouse it, people think that you're joking?
Well, the thing is, you guys aren't really Christians, are you?
No.
Well, then why would you even care? Like, I'm a Christian. Like, what is it? What's the
Yeah,
difference?
but according to your theory of truth, a lot of people in this room right now think that you're wrong, so you are wrong, right? Because it's true that you're wrong because a lot of people believe it.
Yeah, but there's way more Christians than there are people in here, dude.
Okay,
Like,
so
way.
if that number changed to where it was 80% non-believers and
Absolutely.
20% Christians, would
Absolutely.
Christianity suddenly be false?
Absolutely. For sure. Without a
You're,
doubt.
okay, later. Anything else you want to say? Cool. That's just nonsense. Uh, I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna do this.
Hey, that was my boy. He got mad riz. You don't have half the riz he got.
Yeah, maybe
Jesus
he
loves
has
you.
Riz. Maybe.
Yeah, he got mad riz. You don't even understand.
Yeah, maybe.
He
had mad.
I think he
brain
got the
damage.
mad part right though. I don't know about the Riz. Definitely mad.
Yeah. So Logan, do you believe in
Substitute Riz with head trauma.
What topic do you want to talk about?
What you know about the Anunnaki?
What topic on the live?
Okay,
do you want to
no.
talk about?
That
You don't have to do that,
that's
bro.
just- what?
That wasn't nice.
Topic.
I guarantee you don't know anything about the Anunnaki, whoever said that.
I know a little bit. You can't tell me I don't know anything.
That's a technical W.
Does your knowledge of Anunnaki come
Host
from,
is a runner.
like
J-Rob, be for
History
real.
Channel?
No. What you know about Billy Carson?
Oh my God! Shut up! Like forbidden knowledge on Instagram.
No. I've actually watched his speeches and shit.
Yeah, the guy who learns
hour
forbidden
long
knowledge page on
videos.
Instagram.
Hour long videos, not on Instagram. No, on YouTube.
But it's the same
he
guy.
speak-
That's what I'm saying,
Does
right?
he speak Sumerian?
I just want
Yeah.
Can he?
Isn't that where they come from?
Yeah.
Who does what?
Are you gonna tell us that they spliced human DNA with ape DNA or something? And
No.
some
There's so
stupid
many.
shit like
There's so
this?
many missing puzzle pieces that we don't know anything about.
I'm actually more talking about the vegan because you don't
I
got to
don't know if any of
eat more
that's
plants.
That's true.
Yeah, Johnny. 1 second. Just wait your turn, okay? I love you.
Hey, let's talk about the pyramids.
I'm
Let's talk
trying
about
to
the
debate
pyramids.
against the pro-vegan because you don't have to eat plants since we have synthetic meat like air protein, which I am a part of.
I don't think he heard you.
Hey, Johnny.
Zach.
Just wait your turn, okay? I love you.
My bad.
You're good.
Yeah, but my boy, famous official is the GOAT.
That's fine. You guys can
Thank
glaze
you.
each other later, right?
You guys
Thank
share
you.
brain
You got
cells.
mad riz. That's
Yeah,
all I
well,
got.
cool.
Hell
Somebody
yeah.
can have somebody can have mad riz and be like epistemically impoverished. That's what like a himbo is, right?
I just watched him riz up this girl named Avery, dude.
It's just like a dumb hot guy, right?
Dude, that's not fair, dude. You live in a society that praises Jesus way more than anything that you could imagine. I don't know why the hell you're busting my chops so hard, man.
Well,
I'm
the
not busting
problem
your
is
chops.
that-
I'm busting your homie's
because of the
chops.
it's because of the
You
fact
keep busting
that
my chops.
accuracy.
We got
Real
rich.
quick, accuracy cannot. If you want to say that accuracy is determined by popularity, then inherently there were times where Jesus was inherently wrong and untrue, and then due to popularity became more true. Like and more so than that. What about the conditions? Let me finish real quick.
Okay, and
What about
that's
the-
true.
No.
That's
But
real.
what about the
Do you think
what
Jesus
about
was
the
a real person?
contradiction? Okay, hold on. Look, what about the contradictions of Christianity's foundation? It was founded upon slavery.
We're
and
still learning. We're still growing. That's the foundation. It comes from Judaism, so it's not the same thing that it was before. And
Yeah,
we're
but
still
famous,
doing
famous,
that.
famous.
but
Unfortunately,
this-
you lost.
this is
Your,
the problem.
you're
This
just gonna
is
have
the
to get back in
problem.
line.
Hold
If
on.
Hey
you're
guys,
talking
can
about
we
tomorrow.
just?
I'm almost done.
Can we
I'm almost
just,
done.
like,
I'm almost done. Can I? Let me
Wait,
just.
so-
No,
finish.
I get it. Just give me a second, yeah, please.
Is this just like a debate lab?
Hey,
Is
no,
it like-
Logan, hold on, chill out.
Oh,
Like
my
the
bad.
moment someone starts talking, like someone else like cuts them off. Like, can we stop doing that, please?
Sure.
Go ahead, Jones.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, like, from that position, even if humanity is evolving, there have been multiple instances where the Bible has been a minority report. In fact, the majority of the Bible, from the Old Testament to Jesus, is not people who are accepted by the vast majority of society. In fact, the vast majority of society unalives the very people, including Jesus, who actually have this message. So to use the foundation of agreement to be the basis of your, like, this is true, this is accurate, is incredibly problematic, because depending on when you're looking at the Bible and the people of believers, the vast majority of people through the vast majority of history and time have been unequivocally wrong. And I would even say that currently in American society, the vast majority of Christians are unequivocally wrong because they fundamentally do not follow the teachings of Jesus in any actual real sense or reality. And therefore, it is not a foundation you can use to actually justify Christianity. Popularity is not one of it. And it's because because of all those problems. And if you want to say that it is popularity, you would also have to deal with like potentially other religions who are more popular than Christianity or more popular in this degree and that degree. What makes those religions false and Christianity true? And what makes Christianity true when it was a minority religion when other people believed it false? Like those
Jones,
are questions.
You gotta live in the
Wait
moment.
one second. Jones, request back up. People in the comments can't hear you. Okay?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You're good. Go ahead. You can answer him though while he's gone.
Yeah, he's gotta live in the moment because he's talking about that there's specific times when it wasn't famous, so that's why it's not important. And that's not the only reason what makes it true and real. Like there's like a lot of other different stuff like the Crusades and fucking all
Look,
different
but
types
famous.
of
What you're saying is that God exists before He created the universe, right? And
this is
then
the
God,
thing,
God
like
created the universe, and then if a majority of people don't believe in that God, He doesn't exist somehow. That's just nonsense.
dude, you literally know exactly what I'm saying. That's
Yeah,
exactly
I
what I'm
know because
saying. And the fact that it's nonsense.
it's called an ad populum fallacy.
Okay, but the fact that it's not, oh, well, that's very interesting. Thanks for that information. The fact that you believe that it's nonsense because of that is what makes it so interesting. That's why people have to teach each other about why this is real
Look,
or all
if the
that. That's why
majority of
we've been
people
doing that.
believe that 2 + 2 = 5, would that make it true?
See, that's not fair. You're taking things and putting it together to make something not real that was already not
Your
really real.
condition is
No,
famous.
but this is the problem. You have to make the distinction. Like, if you want to make the argument
No, you
that, like,
don't. The only
okay, okay,
thing in this category, when it comes to who's God and what Jesus is, it doesn't have to be real. Obviously, it hasn't been for quite some time now. We know that men cannot walk on water or
no,
turn
it's
Okay,
see,
wait,
that's
wait.
the thing.
Okay,
I
wait.
disagree with you.
I think
I
clarity just
disagree, and
happened.
this
Wait,
this
one
is
second.
fundamental.
1 second, Jones. 1 second. I
It's
think clarity
only
just happened.
it's
Wait, famous. I'm gonna try and be charitable. Are you just saying that people should believe in Christianity because it's pragmatic, aka like people behave better if they believe in Christianity, even if it might be false?
Out of
Okay,
utility.
that's one of the reasons, but that is not the real reason. The real reason is because that they decided to put so much money into it that if you don't, you're like ousted. You're like one of
Okay,
the
cool.
dark
You know what
horses
that's
of
called?
society.
That's a horrible reason.
That's called a sunken cost fallacy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a hard, and also it has no relationship to truth. Like you,
It
and
does,
what
it
you're
does.
and what you're
No,
saying is
but this
no,
is
no,
the
no.
thing.
Let
The
I just want to
truth.
make one quick point.
No, the
Can I
truth
say
is
something?
that it's the first soul of human man that we grew from one soul to
Do
many souls, and
you
that it's been
understand though,
here
famous? And
since the beginning.
you can
Well,
walk
this is
back
the
this
this.
claim, right?
Jones.
You
Hey,
can walk back
Jones.
this
There's
claim.
no way to prove that.
Jones,
Look, but
do you
you
believe?
said, and you can walk back this claim. You said what makes something true is that a lot of people believe it. Now, do you mean that, or
Yeah,
were you
yeah.
being
That
like
that that
poetic?
goes with that goes with everything, every single thing.
No,
Like
it
yes, it
doesn't.
does. Yes,
It
it
Okay,
does.
wait,
If
wait. Then famous. I'm just gonna have to ask you. Like, after you said that last time, I dropped you because that's just ridiculous. So I'm just gonna need to ask you to just get back in line, and maybe we can circle around to you again. But Logan and Dwight were having a conversation, and I would want to get back to that instead of entertaining that anymore.
Yeah, that's just silly.
Oh,
I
we
was
don't need to
gonna
talk
I was
about that
gonna
anymore.
ask if you guys believe in the Ten Commandments and you guys think those are valid.
I mean, yeah, those are real. Yeah.
I'd say the Ten Commandments in the right context are actually extremely valid, but I feel like most of
So
the
wait, do you think
yeah.
that the Ten Commandments are a guide to like living a healthy life?
No, I think that they're more
I think so.
I think the Ten Commandments are an accurate depiction of reality that have been misused and abused to the point that like they serve literally no purpose for the majority of people. So
I don't know about that. I do know that
Have you guys read the Bible? Have you read the Bible?
Yeah, I have, and I'm going to test your Bible knowledge right now.
Do you know about the Ten
Let's say that Exodus 10 through 19, right? Those are the 10 Commandments, right? If Exodus 20 was included, what would the 11th commandment be?
Can you just answer it?
Yeah, so the 10th commandment is honor thy father and thy mother, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if the very next verse would have been the 11th commandment, it was you may own a Jewish slave for 7 years, then they shall go free. If you own a Gentile slave, he can be yours forever. So if there was 11 commandments instead of 10, the 11th commandment would be on how you should own people as property. That's not very cool, though, right?
I disagree. Those
It
commandments
doesn't
were
matter if
lost.
you disagree. That's
No,
the
I mean, but
Bible.
the tablet that you're talking about was lost. It wasn't like
I'm
then.
talking about the Bible.
No, I understand what you're talking about, but if you go down, okay, the Levitican laws actually
I'm not
developed.
talking about Leviticus. I'm talking about Exodus. That's where the 10 commandments are.
Okay. Exodus and Leviticus, if you look at the laws, they change and grow. And you can actually especially see this with Jesus, which directly contradicts a lot of the laws and a lot of the beliefs. When Jesus,
Look,
when Jesus
I'll give you
hold on.
that's irrelevant to my point. All I'm
Is
saying
there an 11th commandment though?
no.
Okay.
There
You
is
know
an
what the conditional
Well,
statement is?
I don't know why you're shaking your head. You're the one talking about an 11th commandment. I mean,
Do you know what a
It's not
conditional
an
statement
11th.
is?
You know, one of them, sodomy is a sin. That's a guide to be healthy.
You answer the
Do you
host
know
question.
do you know what a conditional statement is?
Conditional statement.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't. I'd
Yeah,
like
it's
clear.
going to be a
I
statement
haven't
like
heard that, but I
if
could like.
this was the case, then this would be the case. So I didn't say there was an 11th commandment. I'm not saying anything false. I'm
Right.
saying
You said if there was to be.
then it would be this. Is that
right.
false?
You
Okay,
said
but
in Exodus that it states that like if there was an 11th commandment, it would basically be
I
slavery.
didn't say it says that in Exodus. I said Exodus is where you. Sorry, no, I can't entertain this. Exodus is where you find the 10 commandments, correct?
Yeah, and you
we're
said
just
that.
saying
Okay,
it doesn't
cool.
matter. We're just saying it
I
doesn't
don't
matter what you're
care
saying.
about your opinion on the relevance. You said that I said something false. We're figuring out that's not the case.
But you
Yeah,
said
but it's
if there
not
were to be an 11th, it states
right.
that it would be what you said it was, right?
Yeah, is that false?
But is there an 11th
That's like
commandment?
saying if
I
Hitler
didn't
won.
say there was one. Do you understand
Okay,
what
but you said
if Mustache Man won, therefore then it is inherently, I guess it's a fictitious category. Do you understand?
God.
Look,
No, it is.
It doesn't matter. I'm pointing out that the moral code that you're espousing as like, look at this
isn't
great
as
thing.
moral. It's not as moral as they say.
No. I'm not saying it's not as moral as they say. I agree with several of the 10 commandments, right? I don't think that you should unalive people. I don't think that like jealousy in general as a rule is like good.
Why?
Right?
Why
But
would you?
all I'm saying is it's an uneasy feeling to read the list of rules, and then as soon as you're done reading the things that are very important to teach you not to do, now we're done telling you the things that you can't do. Let's get down to brass tacks about how we sell people as property.
I just want you to understand, and honestly, I hated the Old Testament because of the very issue that you're talking about. But if you actually look at like from biblical studies, the Old Testament changes and evolves. Like God has this position,
Doesn't
and then He
matter.
has a different position. I'm
Doesn't
dead
matter.
serious. No. Like this is actually important. It is talking about a history where
I agree it's important, but it's not relevant.
No, it's incredibly relevant to say that, like, God at one point in time said divorce is okay, and then Jesus says divorce is not okay, and in fact, you committing adultery shows that there is an evolution
Is
of
God all-knowing?
beliefs. No, what?
Does it say in the Bible, Logan and Famous and Jones, does it say in the Bible God knows the end at the beginning?
Yes.
Okay, and is God all-knowing?
Yes. Does that
and is objective morality that which is in line with God's nature?
No. Yes, but no. Also, like even
You
in
mean yes, but no.
I can
It's just
explain.
contradictory.
Listen. You think it's a contradiction? It's not a contradiction.
Okay, then hold that thought.
Let me ask you guys a question.
No. Hold that thought. Famous. I'm going to ask you the same 3 questions.
Yeah, but I don't know what the last. What was the last one? Can you explain what the last question is?
Bro, we came from aliens.
What it means for morals to exist, right? When you say something's good there is just going to mean it's in accordance with God's nature, and bad is going to be is out of accordance with God's nature.
Right. Well, the thing about God is that
Yes or
God.
no, or I don't know, please.
All right, but God is there is no actual morality
Is
without
God the
man.
source of
know or
morality?
I
Yes or
don't
no?
know.
No, man is.
Okay,
God is a
cool.
thing that we created. God is a thing that we've wrote about so people could
Do you
be
think?
better.
Look, do you know like what ontology is or metaphysics is? Do you think that God is real in the sense that if humans never existed, and the universe never existed,
Not really.
God would exist alone?
Not really. No. No,
Okay,
not without
cool. I don't
us.
know why you're wasting our time then
Why
touting
the hell
some
is that? What are you talking about? How's that wasting your time telling you
because you're
Jesus
saying you
is
believe in
God?
a God, right?
Yeah,
But
and
all
that's Jesus.
you believe in a God the same way that you believe that humans created dinosaurs, where create there just means that we made up the word dinosaur. I don't care if you believe that humans made up the
All
word
right, all
God.
right.
That's not interesting.
Okay, you have me confused. Do you know who Jesus Christ is?
Yeah, I know who he's claimed to
Okay,
be. Yeah.
okay. So
God.
Let's talk about bread and sausage.
we praise him as our Lord and Savior, and he's God. That's what we do.
That has no
Now,
significance or
now for
substance.
him, yes, it does, because for him to become that, he had to be raised in a religion where they believed in a
Okay.
God.
Famous,
Okay.
famous.
What
Please,
if
please,
humanity
please
created
help.
a
Please
religion
help.
around?
Wait, Jones, 1 second, please. I'm sorry. Look, do you believe that God? There's two options here. Do you believe that God is merely something that humans created and wrote about so that people would fall in line, or do you think
I
that
Yes.
God
don't
is
know.
something? Sorry, there's two options. Or do you think that God is something more than that, such that if humans never existed and the universe never existed, God would be there deciding whether or not to create the universe?
Didn't the Romans alter the Bible?
I don't give a fuck about that.
But that like has a big thing to do
Shut
with
I
up.
don't give a fuck.
society.
Shut
That's
up,
not
No,
even
Logan.
close to being
I'll
relevant.
agree.
Jones.
Even
That
I'll
kind of
Explain
agree.
like
your.
Jones.
I'll explain your
It's not
question with
important.
an
that's like
answer.
on your side. That's like
No,
you're
no, Logan.
Honestly,
There's none of.
the second one
Okay,
sounds
okay,
right.
cool. Okay, cool. But you keep. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'll take that for now.
It's
So
just it's just that the way you're taking it is that like they're two different things. I'm trying to tell you like there's the God that you're talking about, the second one, and then there's the actual God, and that is actually just a man, and it was the first soul that was the soul before humanity became like so big.
Oh my
okay,
god,
cool.
this is giving me headache.
Are you
It's the thing that
high?
was able
Look,
to evolve
Okay,
look.
and turn into
I
Okay,
don't.
let
the
me
human
ask
that we
Jones,
know.
please, please. I'm sorry. Look, do you think that God has properties?
No, no,
I'd
definitely
say he
not.
I'd say he owns
I don't
Earth.
think God has property.
No, no,
You
God
think
can't
okay?
have
So
properties.
okay, then let me just test that. You okay? Cool. I'm fine with working with whatever conception you have. I just want to know about what it is. So here's a question.
Unless you're talking about Jesus, which is
Here's the
God.
question. I'm talking about the one who created the universe, the one that we just hashed out that if humans never existed and the universe never existed,
Yeah, and
God
that
would.
this is
Sorry,
where
I'm not fucking done, right? If humans and the universe never existed, God would be there alone deciding whether or not to create the universe. That being right there.
okay, but this is the problem with that because you're
Stop
having your
interrupting
idea.
me.
Oh,
That being right there, does that being have any property at all?
okay. So right now you're putting what God is in a box, and the
Oh my
idea of that is
fucking
just this
god.
singular being that does all of this things with has all these decisions. It just doesn't. It's not that simple.
Okay,
Okay, if
cool.
it was,
If
we would
I'm
have
putting
figured that
God in the
out.
box, then you're the FedEx guy. You gave me the box.
No, no.
You said, listen, you said if humans and the universe
Okay,
didn't exist,
all right,
God is the thing that would be there, absent
right.
those things, deciding whether people deserve creation,
No, no,
right?
no. If I'm putting God in a box, I'm saying that Jesus is that box.
Okay, cool. Is Jesus the person that created the universe?
Exactly. That's the question that
What?
you should be
Cool.
asking. You should be asking
What's the
that
answer?
question.
What's the
Well,
answer?
What do you think?
obviously
I
we
haven't
already
heard your
know.
side.
I
We already
don't
know.
think about that. Look,
Yeah.
Then you're
I'm
on
I'm
here
not the
debating
one.
about it.
I don't
What is
believe in
what is your
God.
point of view? What is your point of view on this side
Yeah,
of the
look,
universe?
yeah, here's how you answer questions. My point of view, I think that the universe is past eternal. Are we done?
No,
What does
no,
that
no.
even mean?
Well, the thing.
Elaborate.
Yeah,
Elaborate on the
every
past
Well,
moment
no.
eternal.
was preceded by a prior moment.
listen, it's more complicated than that because if you
I
ask that if
wait. No, it's
Jesus
not. That's my
is
view.
all right, but if
You see how he
okay,
answered that very
well that's
simply?
fine. Yeah, I do. But the thing about with the Jesus thing is that
And it's
if
called
Jesus
staying on
is
track.
that, if Jesus is that God in that box, and that we already know so much through science, then we already know that he's not that.
Cool.
That's what
Can
and
I
Now,
try?
now,
now
come over, come
I
over
want
with me to
just real
atheist
quick.
la la land. I'm going to ask you a silly, ridiculous question. Okay? Let's say you believe that Jesus is God, right? Because it seems like you think that Jesus was the first soul, the originator of souls, and it seems like you're
yeah,
saying
yeah.
that that thing that we're calling God is Jesus, right? They're synonyms. And Jesus,
Right.
aka God, aka Jesus, is the being that without humans and the universe would be
No.
deliberating and deciding whether or not to create the universe. And it turns out,
No, I wish I could know that much, but it's
I'm not asking
impossible.
you if you know it. I'm not asking if you know it. I'm asking if
Ri-
you believe that.
Yeah, but I'm telling you that there's no way to know or
I'm not
I
asking if
could
you know it.
I could believe that, but why
Do
would I
you
believe?
believe it?
Yeah, he's
I
asking,
I
do you?
I've seen him I've seen him. I see him crucified. That's
Yes or
all
no?
I
okay.
know. It's a
I
male.
got a question. I got a question. I think that might help this.
Oh my
I
Do
know it's a
you
male that's
think?
not capable of
Yeah,
being alive
famous,
past a human
famous,
God, these
life.
people on
famous.
TikTok,
I
dude.
think I may understand what
Very
you're trying to
much.
say. Do you
You
think
definitely
that,
understand.
like, just real quick, do you think that Jesus is the fundamental source of knowledge? That without kind of Jesus as that fundamental kind of condition, let's just take
Right. Exactly. Yes.
yeah, okay. So let's take Jesus out of the kind of the context of like a man and a person.
Okay,
Let
we
us
could do that here, but we can
like
never
Jesus
actually
is the
do that in
Rosetta
time.
Stone. Hold on, just real quick. So, in your perspective, Jesus is kind of like a Rosetta Stone to which every other thing about kind of human knowledge is fundamentally built. And
Not
regardless,
every other thing, just spiritually, like what the human soul is actually doing here. Like we know that Jesus still walks here on this earth as a male, as a man on this
Right
earth to
now?
this day. Yes, yes, reincarnated as a human male. We know that. That's the reason
What?
for his existence.
What is he? Who is he?
Well,
yeah.
this is the thing. This is the thing. We can't actually know that. There's things that we
Why?
can't
You said that
But
we
know
know.
but
Look, you contradicted yourself there. You said,
yeah.
what did? No,
because we
stop,
called
famous,
him
famous.
What
Stop,
like
stop, stop, stop,
okay?
stop, stop,
that
stop,
is the
stop,
reason
stop,
why we
stop,
call
stop. You said we know that Jesus is
right,
reincarnated. Then I
right.
asked who he is. You said we can't know that.
Okay, because we can't know that. I'm sorry, we can't know that, but we can know that we call him God and
Epistemically.
that we crucified him, and that to this day, that is like what zero means on the years of all years time. That's what we do now. That's
Okay.
what our human. That's what our humanity.
Famous. Let me just ask.
It's like a compass for our spiritual
Yeah.
being, and now
Famous.
This
when
is
you
nonsense.
pass, and
Famous.
this is
Let me
being
ask you a question.
saved.
Let me ask
This
you.
is being
Just
saved.
please. All right.
When you
Let,
pass,
famous.
just be good
Please.
Stop
because you could.
preaching.
You are confusing people more. So let me just kind of clarify. You think that like Jesus is the fundamental principle to which all other like basis of knowledge are based upon. Therefore, Jesus is like zero. You
Spiritually.
can't. You fundamentally you can't divide by Jesus, you can't add to Jesus.
Look,
Jesus on a particular level is the foundational like conceptualization of everything that we think and believe
What are
in.
you saying? It sounds like gibberish. What exactly are you saying? You're
That
saying
is
it's
hilarious.
Are you being
Coming from you.
ironic?
no, I'm not. I'm not.
That's hilarious, Godfrey.
And I know
I'm
that
trying
you
my
guys
best to help you
understand what
out.
I'm
I'll
saying.
shut the fuck
No,
up
but
now.
I also know that
I'm
you
talking
think
about your
that you sound a
soul.
little bit ridiculous because you just broke character. You laughed a little bit when I said that, right?
I
So,
didn't
like,
laugh.
okay, well, I mean, that's just a lie.
I'm talking about your soul, dude. Jesus' soul. Why he needs to be remembered
I don't believe in a soul.
and called God.
I'm granting you a soul, and I'm seeing if there's any like
No, I have
internal
one.
problems with that, right?
Wait, you don't believe in a soul?
No, of course I don't.
I don't know where to take this. I
No,
try my
he believes in a soul. He just
When you
doesn't
call
Hey,
human
when is
understand
it
the
going
Oh
to
my
be
soul.
my
God.
turn
Yeah,
out of
there's no way you don't
curiosity?
Wait,
believe in a
famous.
soul.
I'm gonna say something, and then I'm gonna ask you a question. I don't
Wait,
believe in a soul. Do I believe in a
You
soul?
this is the thing. You're saying
what?
that you don't believe in a soul, but
You
it's
just
because you
answered
don't understand what a
you answered
soul
my
is.
question
You don't
for me.
understand that
Yeah. Okay. What's
You
your
answered
question
my
again?
question. You answer my question for me though. Like I'm asking, what do you think about human consciousness? You don't think that has something to do with having a soul?
No, I don't. I think human consciousness is an emergent property of brain chemicals doing thinking stuff. Like, what do you mean?
Could be.
And I agree it could
I don't
be.
think we really know.
Yeah, but
Well,
but
actually,
you
I
agree
would
that
say
you saying
I
it
think
could
I'm just.
be, if you hold the same view that Famous did, right? That saying it could be defeats your worldview.
I don't want to attach myself to anything that's famous, but
Because
I believe in a soul. But I think a soul is actually just like human cognitive experience, and that we all have one.
Can you stop
oh,
kicking
thank
me,
God
please?
Eddie's here.
Hey,
Wait,
RHRN, I got a question.
what's up?
Usually I don't talk until the host calls on me, but it's been a little while and you weren't calling on me, so do you want me to wait for my turn, or are you still talking
No,
to other
you can
people?
please you talk now.
Okay, so I want to prove God exists. Do you have a pen and a paper?
Yeah. Do you have an argument?
Yeah, I'm gonna draw God for you, so you can always look at it. Or I can show you my drawing and it'll look like this, okay? So I drew it already, but if I explain it from the drawing, it'll confuse you instead of looking at it yourself and drawing it yourself.
Do you have camera
But
access?
this is what this is what God looks like basically. So this is where God is, the Spirit of God, and He's within the Most High. And there's a sun within the Most High, and when God said, "Let there be light," God said, "Let there be light." This sun goes through God into Allah, or the cosmos, the existence that God created, His body. Just like you're made in the image of God, God created His body in the image of you. So this is the cosmos, and it's the body of God. And then Yahweh is created next to it. And Yahweh is a multiverse where Brahman and Krishna and Shiva and Brahma all exist, and they created their realities within Yahweh. And so the Spirit of God went into Himself, into His body, and created a new body for Himself known as Jesus. And Jesus was supposed to transcend past the Most High. So that's what Jesus' job was. The first heaven, which is the body, the
This
second
is
heaven,
why,
which is God, and then the third heaven, which is the Most High.
dude. Why the hell am I supposed to be ridiculous? I'm explaining it literally that it's a person that we call God, and then this guy is drawing a picture of like it's like an illustration of like a cartoon.
So
How
like
come
you're
he's
saying
not getting any
Honestly,
like?
he sounds like he's talking about the divine
This
council.
makes no and of course that you're gonna say that makes sense.
Stop virtue signaling like your reasoning is better than this guy's reasoning,
Can I
right?
say
My
something?
At least he's
reasoning isn't even
attempting.
reasoning.
At
It's not
least he's
reasoning.
sorry.
My
I
reasoning
agree.
proves the
Sorry.
Christian God as a
Over
Trinity
here.
scientifically. It proves the Christian God as a Trinity scientifically, not just as
Look.
And
It
then
your
doesn't
fallacy.
do that, right? But that's besides the point. Look,
I think the trolling is a better argument than you gave.
Y'all are trolling.
yeah,
He's
well,
basically
the thing
saying that
is,
the Spirit of God is in Jesus, but we are able, like, okay, the Spirit of God is in Jesus. You're saying.
that's fine. Yeah, we're done. We're done with that. Like, we're just Eddie. Can you also Shade? You said you had an argument. That draw.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I have a lot of
wait,
arguments actually.
It seems like you just rolled every unlikely god into a big conglomerate of unlikely gods. So I don't understand how that doesn't just push you further away from it demonstrating.
Well, it's
something.
actually not gods, it's cosmos. It's realities. It's not God, it's realities.
What is the logical foundation that makes your argument more logically sound than any other logical?
Yeah, so atheists, when they try and disprove God, they have to come up with a creation story.
Why?
And this creation
Not
story usually
necessarily,
involves.
but go ahead. But
Now listen, this creation story that this atheist from a different app known as Clubhouse told me. His name was Mark, I think. If you wanted to know, because a lot of people ask who you learned it from and stuff like that. So I just want to be exact, you know.
Mark doesn't speak for all atheists. I just need you to understand that. Like you understand, like just because one.
Cool. So then, how was the universe created? How was the universe created? I want to know this.
Yeah, so let's say somebody just woke up from a coma after 80 years and they had no idea how the universe was created. Does that raise the probability of your theory being true?
I would be able to tell them how the universe was created.
That's not what I asked, though, right? I'm saying, let's say somebody can't give you an account of how the universe was created if it was created. Does that raise the probability of your hypothesis being true?
Well, my hypothesis is true regardless of that.
No, that's not what I asked, though, right?
Okay, just this quick question.
Aaron, that contradicts.
How do you base your understanding of reality and truth beyond the condition of atheist? Let's say atheists use like science, for example. What is the condition of like?
Yeah.
Wait.
So when I was with Allah and Jesus
why
for 40
are you
days.
LARPing?
I'm not LARPing. When I was with Allah and Jesus for 40 days.
Jones.
Oh.
Me?
No.
Yeah.
Why? I'm asking. I'm asking clarifying questions to try to help this out. If you don't want me to do that, I don't need to do that.
I was going to answer his question gladly. I was going to answer it gladly. So
yeah, go ahead.
The picture I drew for you guys, the understanding of the two cosmos and God being the spirit around one of the cosmos to protect it from the other one and shining its light through it into it to create your spirits, that is actually the understanding I got from Jesus and Allah when I was with them. So they actually gave that to me.
Yeah, but that's going to be an anecdote.
They showed me that
right?
knowledge.
You agree? That's going to be an anecdote.
Well, the only way
I'm okay with that being
anecdotal.
I'm okay with that being anecdotal, but
have you
but
it's going to motivate us. That's not going to be
motivated for any listener. But go ahead, Dwight.
I was completely sober the whole time.
No, that's all I was going to say is what would motivate the atheist to believe that that's true?
Yeah.
Like you had an experience. That's fine. That's cool. I'm sure if I had like a groundbreaking, thought-provoking, and life-changing experience, I might also accept, some form of deity or whatever. But
I can help
that doesn't
everybody
mean I'm
meet
going to be able to
Ra.
motivate.
You want to meet Ra?
Hold on. Jesus Christ.
Where?
That doesn't mean that just because I had that dead in a grave, just because I had that experience doesn't mean that I'm going to convince Zach that God is true, right? So what's going to motivate us here today, atheists, that your experience is in any way reflective of
that's my point
reality.
A lot of the time too.
I have a question for Shade.
Wait, no.
Wait,
why?
Can
you guys read?
Can we stay linear?
Can I answer the first question first?
Yes, of course. That's what's expected, which is why I don't think anybody can read because they can't read the room. He asked you a question.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Dwight, I've been friends with you for a while, man. I actually like your content. You're actually a pretty cool atheist guy. You're not like a mean guy. You're not rude. You're not vulgar. So I like to keep open arms with you and not like retaliate against you in this. But if you want to meet Ra, like I can actually help people meet Ra.
Is this you trying to answer the question?
That's not.
Yeah, this is me trying to answer.
Because he said I have an intuition that it's not. Because you want to know how I know? Because before Dwight got pretty upset that you interrupted him.
I was answering his question earlier.
No, but the reason why I don't think you are is because when he got mad at you for interrupting him when he barely started speaking, you were saying I can help you guys meet Ra. Then he asked what would motivate him and I to believe what you're saying over other accounts when it's just an anecdote. And you said, Dwight, you're a nice guy. Do you want to meet Ra?
Let him elaborate.
I want to shoot myself, but
when he said that
you said fundamentally 25 times.
So when he said that I would have to prove my God or something like that, or like have to substantiate the claim or give them an experience of my anecdotal experience. Well, when I was with Jesus and Allah, I met Ra, and I can actually have other people meet Ra. You just have to say, Ra, thank you for refilling the Jordan River with water.
This is what ruins it, dude.
Being close to Jesus.
Yeah. Is Ra just Nirvana for you, bro?
Wait, why can't you
Ra
guys?
is actually the day.
Hey,
so
how about
when Ra
shows
shows
up,
up, the
and
sun
famous
is
just jump on a Discord call and stay muted while you talk shit.
I'm sorry. It's just
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's just that when you take stuff and you turn it into like this cartoonish.
Look, famous. That wasn't an invitation for you to
How
start
is Two
going
Cosmos
again,
cartoonish? I want to know. How is Two Cosmos cartoonish?
Look, wait. That's relevant. Look. A point of contention here. Why we talked with you guys for so long was we were trying to glean an understanding of what you were saying, right? Then this guy talks for less than 30 seconds and you're calling him ridiculous.
I'm not calling him ridiculous. It's just that he's talking about that Ra. Are you talking like it's just
you're
like
talking?
this whole...
Look, just be more polite, and while you're being polite, just be muted.
I haven't been asked what I believe in. That's fine.
Egyptian god.
Well, he asked
All
me,
right.
Hey,
is
is
the
it okay if
cosmos?
Jedi questions me? Can you guys have Jedi question me, or do they
Sure.
have
I just have
no
one
other
question.
questions to ask?
Who is Ra?
It's like an Egyptian god.
It's a
Same.
word of Allah. It's a word of Allah, and it's
Oh, so
actually
you're not
a
talking about
14th
Yahweh.
dimensional. It's a 14th dimensional understanding of the cosmos that can generate itself into new consciousnesses and new understandings.
You're talking about Yahweh.
But like
This is like taken away from the solidifying factors of Christianity, of Jesus, of
famous,
the
famous.
reason.
Well,
Maybe
he's
he's
not
not a
Christian, he's
Christian though,
Muslim.
right? Maybe he's not a Christian.
But
He's
he
not, he's
mentions the
Muslim.
power went into
I'm Islam.
Jesus.
Yeah, he
Exactly.
just said
Really?
he's Islam.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, he's
so
Muslim.
when you say he's just taking
No.
away from Jesus, that's just assuming
That
that he's
kind of makes
Christian.
sense. They kind of do that too.
Just
They
stay muted, okay? Yeah, go like so there I don't know why you would think that any of this is true, and it seems like you haven't presented any reasons or any good reasons or an argument, right? I get that you have an illustration, but first my question would be, do you have an argument? And yeah, I guess we can go from there. Do you have like a chain of inference that leads to a conclusion
Okay.
that a 14th dimensional
So-
being in a multiverse exists?
So
Like,
here we go. If the universe or the cosmos is the body of God, like contemporary science says this, contemporary science actually says
It doesn't
that
say
if
that,
if
but-
it does, ask ChatGPT.
okay, do you have anything else you want to say?
Yeah. So when the
Yeah. Okay. Cool. What we're not gonna do is say ask Chat GPT like what?
So he did
Yeah, he's a
mention
nice guy.
Islamic.
But
He was a really nice guy. Yeah.
yeah, he's really nice.
It was
That takes
unfortunate.
it. That kind of takes away from the idea that Jesus is God altogether.
He
Yeah,
is
because
God.
you know why?
Because he
He
can.
didn't
Because he can do
believe.
that. He's
He didn't
free.
believe Jesus was God, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate because
Of
Islam
course,
takes a
it's gonna
lot.
take. Of course, if somebody's explaining their view where they don't think Jesus is God, you're not gonna find a lot of them saying Jesus is God there, right?
Yeah, but Islam takes a lot from like Judaism and Christianity to
Amen.
build
Relevance.
They all take from each
Yes.
other.
yeah
Yeah.
their
Hey. Yeah.
relevance is
Shade. No
like
shade. Yeah. Have a great day. You were really kind, but it's just like there was just ask Chat GPT if the universe is the body of God. Like I don't get it.
Have you read
Yeah.
Greek
Okay.
or the
So.
Hebrew text?
Yeah, Christian Jedi, you said that you were vegan and pro-life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also vegan, but I'm pro-choice. You wanna talk about any of the prompts?
Yeah, so I'm definitely pro-vegan because I am a vegan. I've been a vegan for more than a decade now. Holler.
W.
Yeah, man. I am
Holler.
not pro-choice. I am pro-life because I believe all lives matter. And then when it comes to anti-God, I believe that there is a God, or then what is the point of this life in this life? Also, when it comes to pro LGBTQ, I believe if you're trying to throw it on somebody, you need to be careful. If you're not, then so be it. Do you, bro? Because that's between you and Christ.
Wait, so you think that Christ you think like being gay is a sin though?
Well, it is. It states it in the Bible, just like we all sin.
I know it states it in the Bible, right? I'm asking if
hmm
you believe it.
Yes, I do, because it states it in the Bible. If it states it in the Bible, I believe. That's
Okay,
my
does it
context.
state in the Bible that like God exists?
Yes, it does.
Is
In
that why you
Genesis.
believe it?
No, I believe it because I've experienced him, but to you that's anecdotal, even though I can't jump through the phone and actually show you in person.
I want to throw my gay all over this person.
I hope you don't, because you know what? Christ has me, and you don't actually get that right, so.
Do it, Slurms. Sorry, it's just a temptation that I'm.
Sorry,
Yeah, but
sister maturity is just
What
so
does it mean to
overrated.
throw your gay all over somebody?
Can you throw?
He doesn't
I'm
know,
not
he's a
asking you,
troll.
Slurms. I'm
I
asking
think
her.
it's like twerking.
No, he's not actually. I think he
I
was
don't
making a
care what
point
slang
in
he
a
has
funny
to
way.
use, it's not going to affect me, bro. Like,
Well, what
bully
does it
all you
mean
want,
though?
but it's not going to
You're
affect
the one
me.
who said it. That's why he said it.
I didn't say that. I would never say that.
You said if you
You
want to
did.
throw it on somebody.
Oh, well, yeah, if they want to project their own, like, for instance, bringing children's books about homosexuality into children to try to
Nobody does that.
demand them to lose their
Who did do that?
estrogen to gain
Nobody does that.
testosterone, I believe that's wrong.
Are
I
there
also
Yeah, nobody
believe
does
that.
that.
are there books
People
about
have done that.
Nobody does that.
heterosexuality in
People have done
children's
that,
schools?
Dwight.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have. There are actually videos of.
Wait. That's
There's
not really
there's evidence.
important, Logan. Look, are there books about heterosexuality in children's schools?
There's drag
Not
queen
sex
fucking
derived.
classroom.
Oh, like, are you talking about? They're like talking about
There are
like
a lot of
erotic
children's
literature
books.
of gay sex in schools.
Yes, there
Yeah,
are.
it's
Actually,
just
there's actually this one specific book, and unfortunately, I can't remember the name of it. But you can look it up on TikTok,
It's
where it's
unfortunate.
literally about a person giving somebody else a certain provocative sexual act, and it's a children's book that was actually published in children's schools. That's wrong. We should not be
What's
teaching
the
our
book
children
called?
about sex whatsoever, heterosexual or homosexual.
Actually, we
What's
should.
that got to
No, we
do with
shouldn't,
me
because
being
children have
gay?
nothing. Well, here's the thing, okay, right? So if you're
Is
going
a
to teach
junior
a child,
high?
all right,
Is a junior
I'm
high
gonna answer
student
your
a
question.
child? No,
Yes,
no.
they
I
are.
want to know.
Junior high
Well, I want to know
child
what a
is a
child
child.
is in your mind.
The only time they're
So
not
I
a
learned
child
sex
is
ed
if they're
in junior
18
high.
years
You're
old.
talking over someone, which is rude, Dwight.
Exactly, he's being very rude.
I don't care.
So 18
So-
years old means
Hey,
that,
Arian,
that
is
you're
Dwight
a
being rude?
pro-adult, right? So then 25 years old means that your brain is fully developed.
Who
It's
cares?
scientific.
So
You can
none
look
of
it
that's
up.
relevant. So
Yes, it is.
So
How is
when
it not
when do
relevant?
schools teach sex ed to students?
Dwight's a pedo,
In middle
guys.
school.
You're an
First
idiot,
of all,
Logan.
shut the
Fuck
fuck
off.
up. Yeah, like shut the fuck up. Forever.
Who is
shut
he
the fuck
talking
up.
to?
It doesn't matter. I don't even want to like. Just go ahead.
I don't think he understands what he's trying to say.
No.
That's okay.
Who? I asked you a question.
I answered your
when do
question
they
and you weren't
teach?
listening.
Well,
I said
somebody
middle
was
school.
talking.
I said middle school is when they start, but elementary school is when they don't start, and that's what I'm talking about. That book is in elementary school.
So
Not
you'll
this
have to
think
give
it's
me
right
that
for us to
evidence.
teach our
You'll have
5-year-olds
to give
about
me that
sex.
evidence first of all. You'll have to give me that
You can
evidence
Google
first
it.
of all.
Like I told you, I don't remember the name of the book, but you can actually look it up on TikTok. You can Google it, and also you look it up on
usually
YouTube.
what I find is misinformation.
Yeah, the only misinformation that you are actually gathering is that I'm talking about others that are like literally young children that are below the age of 18.
I have a question.
That
though,
doesn't bother
Christian
you?
Jedi. I have a question.
So anybody below the age of 18 should not be taught sex ed?
Amen. I don't believe
Okay,
that.
so
I
I have a
believe that
question.
it should
I
be
have a
started
question.
at
Would you
in high school.
agree? Would you agree that when you teach your children to call their private parts things like cookies or something, that
Wrong?
promotes? Yeah, I mean,
Yes,
what,
that's wrong. That's absolutely wrong because it's not a cookie.
yeah. So, but
You
that
get that, right?
does promote and harness an environment where some abuse could be going on, and they
How?
would not have the vocabulary
How?
available.
How?
Sorry, I'm not done.
So I'm saying that like I would never teach my children that their vagina is a cookie. I would tell them a cookie is a cookie, their vagina is a vagina. What is your point?
Yeah. So look.
Exactly. You don't have a point because you don't know what you're talking about.
This sounds so As he was trying to explain his point, you interrupted him, and then
Yeah,
you
I was
just,
trying to mute.
How old are
shut
you?
the fuck up. Being very rude, right? Like I just muted you because you seem to be very antagonistic for no reason.
I'm 34.
She is. She was on Tiny's Dad the other night. She is very antagonistic. She likes talking over
What does that
everybody.
mean?
Let Zach finish his point, and then you could counter.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just asking you, like, do you agree, right, that teaching your children to call parts of their body words that aren't the body parts promotes an environment where, were there abuse going on, they wouldn't really have the semantic access to let you know about it?
I just told you that I would never let my children understand that a cookie is a vagina. That's exactly
I know
what I
that,
just told
and
you.
that's
so I
why
don't
I said that you
understand.
weren't
That's my
tracking the
answer. My
question.
answer is no. I would never allow them to.
But that wasn't my
call them
question,
certain
no.
other
And
things.
I
So you're
believe that
asking me
you're
a
trying to
question that I
answer.
don't believe in.
I believe that you're trying to answer, but that's not what I asked. I didn't say, would you teach them that? I'm saying, do you agree that...
So you're trying to trap me. Is what
I'm
you're
not trying to
do.
trap you. Please.
Yes, you are.
Please, can you abandon this?
Because it
Okay,
seems as
honestly,
if
let
If
me
you
answer
shut
your
the
question
fuck up and
honestly.
listen to what he's saying, you would realize it's not a trap.
Yeah, it's not. It seems as you agree with him. You both agree on this point, but I don't know why you're being so antagonistic, as if though you're so defensive.
I'm just
you
confused.
actually
that's all.
agree with the
because
point.
he's trying to ask me a question that doesn't really make sense, does it?
How about you track the fucking conversation and pay attention? Because you
Why do
agree
you have to
with
cuss?
the point.
I didn't cuss at you.
And why do you have to be such a
You're
cunt and
being
talk over everybody?
insufferable.
Yeah, so the question, right, just to be clear...
You're calling me a martyr for no reason.
In plain language, do you agree
What?
that kids not knowing what their body parts are called promotes kids getting fucked more?
No, absolutely not. And how dare you say that?
Wait, you
How
don't
can you
agree?
say that, bro?
You
No,
don't agree?
absolutely
See,
not.
this you're not
If a
listening.
person calls their vagina a cookie, you think that's going to end up in grape? Absolutely not, honey. You deserve a cookie.
The point that he's trying to say is that when you don't educate
What
kids,
in the world is going on?
pay attention. Pay
What?
attention. Hey.
Hey,
Focus
hey,
on
hey,
my
hey,
voice.
hey, hey, hey.
Yeah. Focus on my voice. Right? Focus on my voice. Stop. So I'm gonna have to teach you like a little kid. Like,
You don't know how to teach.
Yeah, pay attention to my voice. What he's trying to say is that when you don't teach kids, the proper vocabulary and the proper concepts of what their body parts are, if they're
So
getting
you're telling me that if I tell a child
stop talking.
penis,
Right?
but he has a vagina.
Pay attention. Hey.
That's okay, though.
Hey. Pay attention, kid.
Yelling is not going to.
Pay attention. I'm going to mute you.
No.
I'm going to keep muting you until you shut up because you have this bad habit of over talking people. All he's trying to say is that when you don't, stop. When kids don't have the proper vocabulary, it is possible that they get abused and they can't verbalize that they're being abused because they don't have the proper education. You seem to agree with that. So I don't know why you're being so antagonistic and being so against the point when you agree, when you yourself said that, no, you wouldn't do that. You teach your kids what the proper
I don't agree.
Oh, so you don't agree that if kids don't have the proper language and they don't have the proper way to communicate with them about these sexual things, that if something were happening, they wouldn't have the vocabulary to be able to express it? You don't agree with that?
You definitely don't need to
Shut up.
My answer?
Yeah, see, when I'm quiet, that's
Okay,
that's your
thank you. I
cue to
appreciate it.
answer. Yeah, that's your
Okay,
cue to answer.
so I don't believe that semantics decides whether a child's going to get raped or not.
Cool. Me either.
Thank you. Because
Okay.
that's the point, isn't it?
Yeah, so if we
Semantics is the point.
both agree that that doesn't have any outcome on whether or not it happens, right? Can we agree that in the event that unfortunately, very tragically, it were to happen, it would be better for them to have access to the words to tell you what was happening so you could stop it from happening?
Well, yes, that's true in a certain
Cool.
sense.
I
However,
felt like we would agree.
that wasn't the question in the original
It was.
conversation that we were having, and then all of a
It
sudden he
was.
turned the tables on me to make me look stupid. That's not
No,
okay.
You did that yourself.
No, I didn't, honey.
Wait, Christian Jedi.
You don't need help. You don't need anybody's help to do that.
Hey, if children's minds aren't developed fully until they're
25,
older, shouldn't we not be teaching?
What is wrong with you?
Shouldn't
Why
we
do you
not
have to
be having?
interrupt everybody?
Shouldn't we not be having religious books taught to young children either?
Sweet Jesus.
Is that a joke?
Difference. No, it's not a joke.
Yeah, the
Sounds like
difference is that Reddit atheism is cringe.
Wait, what?
Huh?
Yeah, like let's say there was like books, right, that push like radical socialist ideology.
There is. I'm just being honest. Like, you guys can't be adult about it and have a serious
Oh my
debate. This
God,
is
you're
how
so
debating works.
Christian Jedi, I need to.
You know, not
that's
everyone
how
can be
debate works,
PC
Jedi.
about everything, okay?
No, it's. I need to make something clear. I get it that maybe there's some feeling, right, that it's a lot of people against you, and I empathize
Not at all.
with that. You don't feel that?
No.
Okay, so you
'Cause I
just
have
act
Christ.
this way regularly?
Yes, I do, because you know what? See, the
No,
thing is with
what?
me is that when I'm
Yeah,
trying to
this
get my
is the
point across and
demeanor of
nobody's
somebody
listening, then it doesn't
calm
matter what I say.
and confident. If
Yeah,
I've
but,
ever heard.
Slums,
but we've
the name is in the
we've
sentence.
demonstrated so far, right, that I asked you the same question 4 times,
And I answered it, but nobody was listening because you guys
yeah,
kept talking.
but upon
Like, it's the same thing.
answering it the first time, right, you acted like you vehemently disagreed, and then
I
the
do
fourth
disagree.
time-
Oh
okay, so cool. Let's say there's a world where kids.
You can't say a what if because what ifs are not statistics, though. Am I
Okay,
right?
So
like statistics are what matters. What ifs don't, because what ifs are, you know, a problematic point of view.
Oh my God.
You understand
Jedi,
this is
listen.
how
Christ's
ideas
real,
are.
and that's a what if for me, right? Or what if for you,
No,
right?
listen.
Like,
You're talking
you guys are
about
playing
debate.
semantics again.
This is not debate. So
No, you
debate
guys
is
don't know
when
how
one
to.
person
You are
makes...
aggressively
No, you
fucking
don't know how
stupid.
to. Debate is not where you interrupt and you try to talk over people and you try to make your point regardless of if somebody else is speaking. Debate is when you present a case and somebody else presents a case and then you attack that case and they attack your case and then you kind of have this back and forth. You don't have a let's all talk over each other, which is
Okay, so I
what
have
you're
to treat you like a
doing.
child.
You're
No,
acting like
you
a
have to be an
child.
adult.
Well, then, if you're an adult, why can't you handle the heat? If you can't handle the
It's
heat,
not
get out of the
heat.
kitchen. You know
It's
what I
not
mean?
heat.
Like, I don't
It's
understand.
childish and it's
What heat?
Like,
unproductive.
it's just me being an adult, like the
It's
rest
you
of us in
being a
this world.
fucking
This world is
moron.
not nice, and it's me telling you to put a Band-Aid on it.
Oh my
No,
god.
How hard
nobody
is that?
cares about what you're saying. Nobody cares
she
about what
thinks
you're
she's
saying.
point. You
cooking.
We care about what we care about is you shutting up
gone.
long enough
She's
for
gone.
us to make a point. Oh, I know, I kicked her
Oh,
because I wanted to actually get this out.
poor Zach.
Someone in the comments said, "Whose mom is this?"
Yeah, somebody get your fucking mom.
Yeah.
I think you can probably figure out whose mom it is because you'll find, their son or daughter or whatever, and like some
Reported.
special.
She's reporting you.
Reported for what?
Yeah, for what? You can come
Report-
back.
for not letting me
for
talk over
trying very
everybody.
hard to have a conversation.
That is so wild that she was agreeing with you the whole time on the point.
Hateful idealization. That's what I've reported
Why are
you
you
for. And also
like,
bullying.
like, hold on
Who's
a
hateful?
second. Can I just like, I'm a Christian and you've just been entirely annoying. So like,
So is Peter.
okay. So again, like it's really easy to just sit and listen to someone's point before interjecting. It's super easy.
And what's your point?
Don't interject.
Our
That's
point
my
is that
fucking point.
our point
Okay,
is
thank you. I appreciate it.
Our point is that you have an underdeveloped frontal lobe and you can't resist interrupting.
See, there it goes. There we are with the whole bullying, like I reported. So
I mean,
TikTok
you
can't see
really
that,
you've been bullying
David.
everybody who tries to speak to you.
No, I have been honest and truthful, and you guys can't
No.
take it. And I'm
You-
sorry.
you've-
That's on
Thank
you.
God you have
You
religion.
can't take the insult.
Yeah,
Because you'd be
thank
a
God I
terrible
have
person.
religion.
Retro,
Amen. Thank
gosh,
God I have
it's painful,
Christ. Amen.
retro.
And I rebuke you all in the name of Jesus Christ.
Oh
Amen.
my
And I rebuke
God.
all the demons that are attached to you
Alright.
in the name of Jesus Christ.
Thank you. Bye, evangelical.
Bye.
Protestants are insane.
Nobody kick this person. Please,
Protestants
nobody kick
suck
this person.
ass. See you later.
Yeah,
I
so
won't
do
kick
you,
her.
honeykins.
Please,
Good-
please,
good
nobody kick
one.
this
God
person.
bless you.
Wait, please don't kick Christian Jedi.
Okay.
No, don't kick me because you're getting the views.
Well, no. I'm just, well, I just want to point out something. I just want to point out something if I can.
Okay.
You said if you can't handle the heat, stay out of the kitchen, and then you call us bullying, and you report the live. It seems like was that you leaving the kitchen or no?
No,
Okay, cool.
you kicked me.
I didn't kick you.
I just reported after the fact,
I
bro.
didn't kick you.
Crying about
Grow up.
You reported.
Grow up, you
King?
tattletaled, and you're telling us
alive
to
because
grow
you got
up.
I kicked you so I
Yes,
could make
poor
my
baby.
statement without you
Put a
interrupting.
tampon in.
Jesus Christ.
I didn't kick anyone,
Where is
Barrage.
he?
Stop
Where's
with
Jesus?
the jokes.
Yeah,
Said
he's
Jesus
in
Christ,
heaven
where is
right
he?
now.
Sexism.
Amen, sister.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes,
That's
amen.
great.
He's in heaven forever and
look at
ever
Helen-
because he is a
look at
king.
Helen-
And you're still fucking annoying.
Have a blessed day, Christian
God bless
Jedi.
you too, sweetie.
Look, if hell exists, you're surely going to it.
Aw, you're not supposed to say that. That's what the Bible says.
Have a wonderful day, Christian Jedi.
You too, sweetie. God
You
bless
already
you
said
too.
that. You're still here, though.
Yes, and I God bless you. I'm just waiting for you to drop me. But you won't, right?
We're letting you leave on your own
I
accord.
dropped you.
Oh my! Are you?
I dropped
Maybe
you
We don't want to
earlier.
give
You
you. We
wouldn't
don't
shut
want to
up.
give you that sweet Christian martyr complex.
Martyr? How am I a
Listening-
martyr? I
listening
didn't.
to
I
you-
wasn't crucified upside down. I wasn't beheaded, and I wasn't
Why are you
shooting
still
with rocket
here?
arrows.
The Bible says that God is common
Thank you
courtesy.
for that piety signaling.
You're a crybaby Jedi.
Listening to you makes me more atheist.
Oh, I'm sad.
It makes me more gay.
It's because you're demonic.
Yeah.
Go love your little husband then.
Little husband? How'd you know that he has a midget for a husband?
Actually, it's little person, Davey. We've already gotten flagged. Don't call my husband the M word.
Can I call him the N word?
Yes. Wait, no,
Okay.
you can't.
I
That's
dare you.
worse. That's worse. I
thought
just
that's
Googled
better.
it. That's so much worse.
Okay, so any other spectacular arguments?
I would love to speak with
Have you
somebody.
given an argument for God?
I would love to watch Zach speak with somebody who's like kind and patient and reasonable. If there's anybody in chat like that. Ew.
Chris. Oh, damn.
Oh, she
I'll
left.
drop down.
She left.
Did she leave or
She
someone
left.
kicked her? Or she left?
I don't know. Nobody kicked her. I
didn't kick her.
Oh, and Retro dropped down. Phew.
Oof, thank goodness.
I don't know. That guy was
But
saying
not
some
really.
really smart stuff, guys.
Yeah, you're right. I'm wrong.
The
Jones,
people
you got kicked for saying
requesting.
fundamentally too many times.
Yeah. Famous is requesting and S. Jones is requesting. So.
Oh gosh.
Oh, great.
Hey, what's the blue number? What is that? The blue symbol. What is that?
Yeah,
That's how many people. That's how many people like you.
That's your
See,
riz.
I won. See, I'm a winner.
What?
Yep, it's the only thing you'll ever be a winner in.
Come on, dude. I'm not one of those guys.
You're not one of those guys that only wins at one thing.
I wish I was like as articulate as you were, though. I'm gonna try to do that for the next 10 years of my life.
What's the next 10 years, though?
It's gonna take that long, dude. I thought I was really smart, but then I get around guys that have like really good vocabularies, and it's like, crap. I can't believe I'm so like intelligent and dumb at
I mean, the more you learn, the more you realize you don't really know a whole lot.
It's
So
not really learn.
That'll
It's
never
not,
get better.
It's not the learning part. It's like it's like their vocabulary mostly that really kind of puts me off. Like,
Oh, you know, a good way to expand your vocabulary is to read. If you just, even if you're just reading, you know, dumb stuff that you like, it helps.
Yeah, like
recap of what just happened.
Just
I
read
missed
a
it.
lot.
I'm gonna try to do that. Yeah, try to read more.
Who is aggressively tapping?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was me.
It sounded like you were stroking it.
It scared me for a minute. I thought it was like coming from outside.
I have
this room.
I have a very particular
But we
technique.
can't.
that
We
I
can't all be
just-
friends though. We can't all be friends here.
Oh, we
This is gonna
can't.
be like a
Well,
boring.
it's ironic that you say that because all of us are friends here, with the exception of you.
Not in
So-
real life, though.
And Davey.
I meant it like as a joke. Like we gotta be on different sides of the debate.
Jokes are generally funny.
Oh, okay. You're saying like there needs to be an op.
We could be.
I guess
and
that's
still
what you guys
friends.
call them. Not here. Like I don't know.
I miss.
What happened?
I miss
what
Christian
happened.
Jedi. Like bring her back.
I don't.
Yeah,
That
Christian
lady
Jedi was a lot
was
more entertaining than
hysterical.
this.
I know.
Why did you
she
piss
was.
her off? Slurms.
Do you
So,
feel like it's better
you're
We all pissed her off. She
I
was.
don't, look,
you're
I don't
pro-
know who kicked her cookie, but she didn't have to come up here mad from the jump.
Host is pure pro vegan. I'm on a carnivore diet. Like what's up with that?
Yeah. So
Oh,
Mike,
wait till you get that cholesterol leaking from your hands.
You can eat good cholesterol. You can just eat monosaturated, polysaturated fats. Have good cholesterol. It doesn't
What'd
have
you
to be
call
like-
me?
Wait, from what animal sources are you getting like polysaturated fats from?
I cook in olive oil, and saturated fats aren't a problem if you don't eat any carbs.
How does that follow?
I don't know. It just does. I just like. I
It just
looked it up.
does.
It just, Oh, okay, sure. Okay.
At least that's what I heard.
Makes sense to me.
As long as there's no carbs. I just recently heard that one too.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what happens when you have carbs and saturated fat? What is the
Yeah,
link?
when you have saturated fats and carbs, that's when it links to like bad stuff. And trans fats. There's not a lot of trans fats in any of that in any like meat. I just cook everything in olive oil.
are trans fats just people who identify as fat?
That's funny. That's the worst fat though. That's the bad fat.
I hate those
Wow.
trans fats.
Yeah.
What
How
about
do you-
what about the
okay.
trans fats that don't subscribe to like the ID model?
Wait, why are you on a carnivore diet? For what purpose?
Like they measure their brain
Because
and their
it's good
skulls
for
or
you.
whatever.
Jordan Peterson.
Yeah,
protein.
Jordan Peterson or something.
It's good for
Oh,
you in what
Jordan
way?
Peterson Jordan Peterson did that, yeah. But it's really good for you. It's keto. It's like
Keto.
Yeah, why is keto good for you?
It's like it uses the fat and the protein that you eat instead of the glucose, and sugar
So
is
let's
like
just look
really
at
bad
let's
for
just
you.
look at let's just look at Healthline. So this was medically reviewed. All you need to know about the carnivore diet: no controlled studies supports claim that the carnivore diet can help eliminate health issues. It lacks beneficial
Listen,
nutrients, including fiber and plant compounds like antioxidants. It's claimed to
Whoa.
aid weight loss, mood issues, and blood sugar regulation, among other issues. However, the diet is extremely restrictive and likely unhealthy in the long term. Plus, no research backs its purported benefits.
yeah, see, that's what's gonna hold you
Yeah.
back if you're gonna take that for information. You're
Is
never
that
gonna
you? Is
actually.
that you? That's terribly playing Seven. What is it called? Seven Nation Army.
Uh-oh. Who was that?
That's me. Wow, terribly.
Wow.
Jesus.
That
Hold on a
was
second.
nice,
So,
man. The God, he was jamming. Why would you
where
do
do you
that?
get your information that carnivore is like a sustainable slash healthy diet from?
It is, man. I've been living like that for
Yeah,
No,
we
no, no.
didn't. We
I
didn't
didn't
ask.
ask you
We
that.
didn't ask whether you think it is.
I asked you
You
where
gotta
you're getting
live
your
with these
information from.
problems.
Roasted up in here.
right. Well, the thing is, I don't need much information. Have you ever heard of glucogenesis? It's just like
So first of all, it's gluconeogenesis. Yeah. So what?
right. So you already know that your body converts the energy it needs from fat and proteins. It doesn't need actual carbs or sugar or basically anything
What?
that makes your
Well,
body filled with a bunch of glucose that destroys all the proteins that rebuild your
oh.
body on a regular basis.
Whoa. What are you talking about? That glucose
That when you
destroys
eat,
proteins in your body.
it does. It creates aegis, and that aegis is what destroys. It gives you all types of mental diseases, and it
Oh, you
ruins the
must have done some of
collagen.
those.
It ruins the collagen in your skin. It's not a joke, man. It's really a good diet.
So I'm assuming that you have some sort of prospective cohort studies that can at least establish some sort of correlation to
This
this.
is
I'm not
see,
even asking you for
this is the
causative
thing.
mechanism.
This is a problem because the way that you're looking at it in this scientific way, and
Wait.
it's not a joke. It's
Wait.
just
I'm just already
it's
not interested in this person. They're just completely brain dead.
dude,
So again,
literally.
I just want to know where you get your information from. If you're not
You could
appealing to
just Google it.
Do you
Just Google ages. It's just capital H and
wait,
then little s.
you're making fun of us for appealing to
I'm
science.
not making fun of anybody. I'm just saying that if you keep taking studies, you're gonna get the wrong information because you're just gonna pick whatever appeals to. It's confirmation
It sounds
bias.
like
I learned that from
that
you
sounds
guys.
like what you're doing.
Yeah, that sounds like
Yeah, but
projection to
I'm
me.
not. I'm not though. I did enough research to understand that
I don't think
when
so.
you, I did though. Like
Wait.
glucose,
You did
if
research,
you
but you
if
didn't
you
use any peer reviewed studies?
if you eat, yeah, no, I didn't go through peer
Why don't you
studies. That
just eat a
sounds
vegetable?
ridiculous.
I mean, they're pretty
Well,
good.
vegetables are fine because they're like kind of low in carbs, but then there's vegetables that are terrible for you, like rice
I don't. I think you'll
or
survive.
yeah, you'll definitely survive.
I
But
think you'll be
like,
fine, actually.
yeah, I'm not saying
Like
you
you can
wouldn't
just
be.
eat some fucking vegetable. You don't have to eat meat like a psychopath. Like
Well, this
just
is
eat
the
food like
thing.
a normal person.
There's definitely not enough protein in vegetables. You
I'm
will
not
definitely
saying
not be
only
Well,
eat
actually, let's
sing.
just challenge that. How
Who
much
said
protein
only
yeah,
does
but
a
eat
even
vegetable?
yeah,
Anyway,
but even if you ate like let's say 40 grams of protein versus like 100
why are
grams
you?
or
Who talks like this? You sound insane. Why don't you just eat food?
all right, dude. See, now you're just like not even you're not even listening to my argument at all. You're
Yeah,
just
because you're
you're not
talking
making an
like a
argument.
robot. I feel like I'm talking to some like fucking
Why would
psychopath in
anyone?
like
to be
Silicon
Why would anyone be
Valley.
honest.
interested?
No, you're
Why would
right. You're
anyone be
right.
interested in your arguments? Like you don't
You're
even have
right.
data to support what you're saying.
No, there's data out there. You could definitely look it up for yourself.
There's
It's
data
just
out
I'm
there,
not
but
gonna.
you don't
Like,
look at it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and provide data for you. That's not what I'm supposed to
Yeah,
do. I'm just
so
sitting
we're
here.
not interested.
yeah,
I
Wait.
live
So
my
you're gonna make
life
claims?
diet.
Wait, you're gonna make claims about carbohydrates and saturated fats do X, Y, Z, but then you're not
Do
gonna
you know what
substantiate your claims?
do you know what glycation
you
is?
know what
Yeah,
goes
sure.
really
Yeah.
It's
How
when
good with a
about instead
Do
of
you
steak?
know
asking?
do you know what glycation?
How
Do you
about
know what
instead of asking these
glycation is?
It's
questions, we
when
go to
something that's non glucose gets a like a glucose tag on it essentially.
Black
Like
No,
Labs. You
have
don't have to
glycated
answer. You don't
protein or
glycation
have to.
something.
You don't have to answer his questions. You just
glycation
have to ask him for data.
glycation why? What makes you how's that
Because
helping at
otherwise, you're not
all?
supporting your argument.
Yeah, but that keeps you ignorant because you're not going to learn any of the information that's going
Yeah,
to make you
yeah.
a better person.
We're just not interested. Either give us data or just leave. We're
All
not
right,
interested.
so you're like the person that's making it harder for the whole rest of the chat to understand where I'm
Hey,
coming from.
famous. Hey, famous. Do you know? What?
But you're
Say,
you're
you know
right,
what?
Slurm. You're right
Hey,
though. You're right though, because my diet is definitely like out of the ordinary. It's very rare. It's actually really
yeah, but
weird and
like,
hard,
you know what
but it's
tastes
not
really good with
bad.
steak?
Well, I might actually support you in
Like,
particular, eating that diet.
green beans.
Yeah, I know that.
Maybe like a potato. Like it's okay to have
No,
some.
definitely no
No,
potatoes. There's
never
too many
potatoes, not even
carbs.
once. Too many
Hell no,
carbs.
dude. I don't eat any. I try to eat
Are you
zero
afraid of the
carbs.
potato? Like, are you
I'm
afraid if
afraid
you
of
eat one, you'll eat
carbs.
like a fucking
So
like a
can I ask you a
pound?
question?
No, no, because I don't want to. Because listen, glycation is when you eat carbs or sugar, which is that turns because carbs turns to glucose, and then sugar is
Yeah,
just
but
straight.
don't you trust yourself?
This is the thing. It's not about myself. Your body.
Carbohydrates aren't bad
No, they
inherently.
are.
It's
They
just
They're
they
not
really
bad though.
are.
What's the argument that carbohydrates are bad?
Yeah,
If you
he doesn't
eat
have any data to support any of
because
his
if you,
claims.
dude, why do you keep talking like I have to be
you
some
could
sort of
just eat
scientist to
like
know
a
something?
meal, whether it's vegan or non-vegan. You could just eat a fucking plate of food, and then that was your dinner, and then
Right.
you're
But
done, and you're
let me tell you
healthy,
what
and
glycation
everything
is.
is
Well,
fine.
don't let him
Let
run.
me
I
tell
want
you
to
what
know an argument
glycation.
for carbohydrates being
When you eat,
bad.
Okay, so let's say you eat like three potatoes. Well, how many carbs is that? What is that, like 60 carbs? I really don't
I
even know.
really
But
don't care. I don't. Who said for you to eat 3 potatoes with your steak?
well,
I
three
care.
potatoes isn't much, dude. I used to eat potatoes. I eat like a whole nine
You
potatoes.
sound
I love.
insane.
Why is that insane?
If I provide you with systematic reviews and meta-analyses that demonstrate that not only are vegan diets nutritionally adequate, but they often outperform non-vegan diets, which have a lot of carbohydrates in it, would you concede the point?
Listen.
No,
I'm
he
not
wouldn't.
saying
That's a yes or
I'm not
no.
No, that's a
That's a
yes or
yes
no
or no.
question.
right, but the thing is, though, it's more
What do you mean right?
complicated than
No,
That's
that.
a
it's
yes or
not.
no.
It's
Would
a
you
yes
or
or no
would you
question.
not?
The thing about that is that you'd still
Yeah, you're
glycate.
pathetic. You're
Listen,
fucking pathetic.
if you, I'm pathetic.
Yeah, you can't answer a yes or no question.
Look, I'd rather you eat those carbs and sugars the rest of your life than actually believe me. To be completely honest with you,
That has
Davey.
nothing to do with the question I asked.
Yeah, so answer the question.
Let me tell you something. Look,
Answer the question, yes or no.
the actual. Well, the thing is, if that's true
You
for
don't need to, you don't
somebody,
need to say anything other than yes or no.
that could be true for someone, but
You're
that's
still saying words
definitely
other than yes or no. Just say
that could
yes
be
or no.
true for someone else, but that's definitely not going to be true for
Just
me
answer the
because
question.
I need dudes. Can you let me talk, man? Like what's up with you?
No, we just want a yes or a no.
Well, guess what? There is no yes or no to that question
There
Then
because
we're
is.
it's
not.
more
Then we're not
Yes.
complicated than
interested.
that.
It's a direct question.
The thing is, with a vegan diet, you're not going to get nearly as much protein as you would if you got a
What's the
carnivore
argument
diet.
for that?
Yeah, you don't have any data. You're just fucking talking out of your ass. No
Do
one's
you not
interested.
know what macros? Do you not know what macros are?
Yeah, and
Literally,
I
if
sure
you
I know more
just
about macros than you do. Absolutely.
all right, well, that's good for you. So you should understand that if you eat enough carbs, you're going to glycate and that you're going to have too much glucose in your blood sugar and that it's going to bind to proteins and you're not going to be able to reverse that and that you're always going to have proteins that are going to be a little bit weaker because of the extra glucose in your
Let
blood.
me ask you a question. Do endurance swimmers consume a lot of carbohydrates on average?
That's the thing because
Oh my
that they
fucking God.
Another
Answer my
non-answer.
question.
Answer your question,
that
bro.
yeah, but that's different
Okay.
because those people exercise.
Yeah, fuck this guy. This guy's actually dishonest.
Okay,
Yeah, just
I
piece of
was
garbage.
done. I didn't want to hear it
But
anymore.
also, he caught himself because he's going to use a thing like, oh, the exercise. Oh, so it isn't the carbohydrates simplicator, is it? You fucking liar. Come on.
Yeah, that guy's resentful.
Why is he like freaking out about potatoes?
He's a carnivore. They all freak the fuck out.
Look at this. This guy. This guy's fine.
That's such a cute potato.
Zach, what are you watching?
Primitive technology.
Not he's back.
That's awesome.
Are those people that build like those houses in the woods with like mud and stuff?
It's the one guy that all those other channels spawn from. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
I don't know. Like I don't know. Like I
but
would
this is the
feel.
thing.
I would feel bad
A
for people
diet's
that
a
are
diet.
asleep.
Like
A
I would feel
diet is
bad
a
for. I
diet.
would
That's
feel bad.
tautological.
I would feel bad
like
for
if you
people
want
that
to
are as
claim,
stupid as. I would feel bad for
no, but
people that are as stupid as that guy, but they're just so unlikable that I don't even care.
yeah. Well, I mean, Jordan Peterson went to the hospital for his all carnivore diet, so that's not even a good diet. You know what I mean? And the fact that like And this is what pisses me off is that he put like religious mysticism into this. Like, I don't have any yes or no answer to this. Like, no, like if somebody is asking you whether or
I'm done too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Some people just like the sound of their own voice.
That guy. Who's worse? That Jones guy or that carnivore dude? Who's worse?
Yes.
Listen,
No,
bro.
my
This
fucking God.
piece of garbage is back.
Sorry, I thought it would be funny.
I'm trying to invite Eddie up here.
It won't let me. It's blackened out or darkened out or whatever.
Yeah, I just sent him an invite.
Wow.
This is the problem when you use mechanistic data with no outcomes. You can just make any claim you want. Like, it's just so
Why
annoying.
are we doing this?
You guys are just.
I kind of want him back actually.
Oh
It's just so stupid.
Hello, BG.
You want someone who won't answer questions
What's
or
up,
like
guys?
go through lines of reasoning.
I'm a sadist. Sorry, I'm a masochist, I guess. I don't know.
Do you have
Is there
something?
any background?
Wait, Eddie is requested.
BG, you got 5 seconds to say something interesting.
Yeah, what do you disagree with on the background?
I got a little bone to pick with Zach about his pro-choice and pro-veganist veganism stances because I think they're at odds with each other.
You do?
So
What?
Sweet. Because I had a long conversation with Zach about veganism, and he was telling me that he believes it's morally inadequate to be a meat eater in today's society because you can sufficiently get by being a vegan. And your moral stance on that is kind of my exact stance for being pro-choice. For being pro-life. And I think that you need, because abortion is a moral gray area, I think you need to give that same leniency or that same caution with abortion as you do with veganism.
Why are you asserting that abortion is a moral gray area?
Because it is. Because you can't prove any morality with abortion.
What the
for
fuck
example,
are you talking about? What do you mean prove morality?
Like there is no sufficient science or data that can kind of morally make pro-choice. There's no sufficient evidence that can make. There's no sufficient evidence that can make pro-choice feasible.
Evidence for what?
For it to not be an immoral act.
Is that true for any moral proposition?
What scientific evidence are we lacking? It's like it's not a scientific dispute. It's an ethical dispute.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a moral gray area. That's exactly why I use the word.
By that logic, all moral claims would be moral gray areas.
Yeah, well, that's.
Well, no,
I guess
that
that's
wouldn't
technically.
follow, but
I guess
why would
that's
it be a moral gray area?
because, for example, Zach? What is your exact take on I don't know if I could say this on abortion.
No, you don't need to know. You don't need. Wait, no, you don't need to know Zach's take for you to, explain why you're claiming that you're the one that's asserting that it's a moral gray area.
Okay, so abortion is a moral gray area because you're risking taking a human life.
Why would that make it a moral gray area?
Because you don't know at what point that life has value. You attempt to give that value. You don't know when.
Okay, I mean, that depends on how much knowledge you have about it, right?
Okay, do you think that aborting a 9-month-old unborn child is immoral?
Yeah.
You do? Okay, do you think an 8-month is?
I don't know why you're asking questions. You're the one making the assertion.
I'm just probing here to see where your morality lies. So
You don't need to probe anyone to.
I do with Zach because I do with Zach because he's a pro-choice advocate, but he's also
you don't need to probe people to justify your own claim.
Well, I do with Zach because
He just really wants to probe Zach.
Yes, I need to probe Zach thoroughly.
Whoa.
But
All
Zach,
right, well,
it's because Zach was telling me that
he thinks Zach, if you wanna answer his diversions instead of making him justify his own point, that's fine.
No diversion. I came specifically to talk to Zach about veganism because Zach was telling me, and it was a nice thought what he was saying. Like, you shouldn't risk committing an immoral act by killing or separating like a calf from her mother, for example, because we don't need meat to survive. And I thought
he wasn't appealing to moral gray areas or like scientific or like empirical uncertainty. All he was saying was that it's not difficult to be a vegan.
Yeah, no, he
It's
was
completely
appealing. No, no, no,
unrelated to your
that's not what
point.
he was appealing to. That it's not difficult to be a vegan. He
He
was
said in
advocating
today's day. Okay,
that
wait, Zach.
morally.
Zach, were you saying that it was easy to be a vegan, and that's part of why it's insufficient
Well,
to not be a vegan?
this specific conversation, like I don't remember, but like I do think it's easy to be a vegan, and I am pro-choice, and the reason that I'm pro-choice are for the same considerations that make me vegan in the first place. So I don't understand
Well,
why you
I
think
think
they're
that.
out of line.
Oh yeah, well, I'll explain while they're exactly
You just
your
started talking about
argument
some
about
completely
veganism.
irrelevant shit with points that you couldn't substantiate about gray areas when it doesn't sound like Zach said anything about that.
Well, Davey, let me talk to Zach really quick because you're clearly like a psychopath that likes talking about music theory. Who the fuck likes
Yeah.
talking about music theory, bro? Have you ever heard that joke where it's like there's a rocket scientist teacher and his
Yeah, I'm just not
student
really interested.
and his student's asking him a question. He's saying, "Dude, this isn't hard. It's not music theory."
Who are you talking to?
To you,
I said I'm not interested, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Zach already?
dude. I'm trying to.
I like
Davey
your
keeps
joke.
getting in the way.
I like your joke.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Um.
So my
Yeah,
my
but Zach,
my pro-choice stance is that I have anti-natalist intuitions, right, with a desire to care about sentience due to like vegan ethics and my like some kind of threshold thing where I care about the mother's ability to withdraw consent from being pregnant more than I care about the experience of something that isn't experiencing that much, if at all.
okay. Well, what's your framework for sentience? At what point do you give value to an unborn child? For example, do you think that it is immoral to abort a 9-month?
Well, I don't know. I know that there's a like a threshold, and I'm just gonna appeal to the people who study in the field. So if they say 24 weeks, cool. If they
Well, this
say
is why
12
it's a
weeks,
moral
cool.
gray area, right? Because it's arbitrary, right?
Well,
How about
no, it's
one
not.
day
I mean,
before? How about one day before 24 weeks? Does that fetus not deserve to live anymore?
well, right. So the question isn't like whether does it deserve to live. It's like, what do I value more, the experience of a 24-week-old fetus or emotional distress of a 16-year-old woman or something, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would care about the thing more that can experience more pleasure and pain. So, like the fact that I think that a baby at conception is less sentient than a 30-year-old man just lets me know that there is a threshold, and where that threshold is, I can be agnostic about, and I'll just appeal to people who are experts about that.
And everything you just said is exactly what makes abortion a moral gray area. But I want to talk to you about what you said about veganism. You were saying that because this is what you told me. Let me know if you still believe this. But you were saying because we don't need meat to survive anymore, and we can still be healthy. That you don't want to risk committing a possible immoral action by doing something like ripping a calf away from its mother. You said this, and I just want to let you know that this is why I think that your veganism is at odds with your pro-choice because it's the same logic with pro-choice where why would you risk possibly committing an egregious act like abortion when it's a complete moral gray area like how you just defined it. There is no real threshold.
Well, I think
It's completely arbitrary.
yeah,
And just
usually
so
the
why
way
would you
that
risk why would
I
you
set
not
up,
take caution like
yeah.
how you do with veganism, which I
Why do
respect.
pro-lifers love talking about every subject in the world except like just abortion specifically?
Well, so
I think Zach is a bit at odds with his stances. That's why I wanted
well,
to talk to him.
the reason if I do you remember what part of my pro-choice stance is like, um, you know, borrowed from my vegan stance?
No, I don't think that they're borrowed. I just think that your pro-vegan stance should make you a pro-lifer because of your logic on pro-veganism. It's
Right.
the logic.
But what do I? Why do I care about veganism? What do I care about?
I guess some type of sentient suffering or something
Yeah.
like that, and morality and caution and things like this.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's going to be cases, right, where a fetus is obviously sentient, yet for some reason, the mother wants to terminate pregnancy, right? In those cases, right, if like a C-section is possible, you ought to do that, or like you're morally responsible to do that. in other cases, I'm just going to value the mother's want over the fetus's experience because
And
it's
why do you do that?
yeah, because it's still in the process of forming the kinds of things that furnish experience. And so I don't care about that as much as I care about the mother's distress.
Just because one is more timely? Is that it?
No, just because one has the capacity to feel greater extremes of pain and pleasure.
At the current moment, right? But one has the capacity for life.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
that's when the moral decision is made is at the current moment.
Yeah, who cares about the capacity?
that's insane. But
Well, but the reason that that's not insane is because maybe a future like ours would work on somebody who doesn't have antinatalist intuitions, but I do, right? I think that you know, it's
Does he even know
possible
what
for somebody.
antinatalism is?
What's up, Davey?
Are you sure he even knows what antinatalism is?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna
no,
yeah.
no, Davey. Sorry, man. I don't study music theory in my spare time.
Yeah, so I just think that like bringing something into existence without consent that has the ability to experience suffering, um, it's not clear whether that's a morally good or bad thing. So, I would rather not roll the dice and have something be brought into existence without its consent, and then
Right.
it end up having a life that's not worth living.
Okay, that makes more sense actually. Okay, now I see where you're coming from. But I feel like it's a very natural, like, moral intuition that human beings have. Like, even legally, that a life is the the biggest thing to be protected or to be, the choice should be given to each individual human being, like a fetus included. But I see why you're saying like it's a moral question as to even bring the child
Well, I
into
think
it.
it should be given to each
Wait,
person, but
I'm
that's what's up
confused.
for debate. Like, of course,
Are
I
you
agree
just
that a fetus is a human being, but what's up for debate is whether it's a person or not, right?
Well, but I don't even understand what that comment was supposed to like accomplish. Were you just saying that that's not a common intuition to have? Okay, so what?
Yeah, I agree.
You're
It's not a
supposed to show
common.
you're supposed to show an inconsistency with his views.
Yeah, and I did.
What is that? Because I would
Do
even
you
agree with
do you,
you.
do you honestly believe that you've shown an inconsistency?
I think I did. I think that he gave a good rebuttal to that inconsistency, but I still think that there is a slight inconsistency. He just gave his own morality in response, but I think that that's not exactly accurate.
His own morality? What else would he be talking about? Someone else's values?
Is that an issue that I specified his own morality? Why are you just one of those nerds that nitpick every single word? How about you try to understand someone in a conversation instead of just trying to like shoot down semantics? Like what kind of way to talk to somebody is that? The goal to talk to somebody is to understand each other.
Are you
Davey,
done crying?
did you know that?
Are you
It's,
done
it's,
crying?
it's not it's not to beat somebody. It's to understand others. Do you
Are you
agree or
done
no?
crying?
Or do you just like to stroke your ego on TikTok live? Is that what you like to do?
Are you done crying?
I'm done making you sound stupid. Yeah, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone thinks you made me look dumb.
I think everyone thinks that your ego is shot right now. That's what I think, because all you've been doing is trying to whip your dick out on TikTok live. Just relax.
Can we just get back to substance?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, so a future like ours and antinatalist intuitions, that's exactly what that's exactly what is motivating them against that, right? And you could say that, don't you agree that most people think that life is worth living? Of course, right? But all I'm
Right.
saying is, let's say that we have a baby at conception, and it's just gonna, you know, grow like it does, right? Do you agree that if there was, the longer you wait, the more the potential for it to like be harming something that can experience it grows,
Right.
right?
Right.
So if there was a time to make that decision to keep something from existing and it do no harm, it'll be closer to the beginning, right?
Right.
Okay, so that, right, you're deliberating about what kind of life you have, what kind of life some people have, right? Yeah, maybe I agree that generally people think that life is worth living and experiencing things is worth it, but that's not a guarantee. And I think that if you're gonna you know if you're gonna roll the dice on whether or not something's gonna have a life that's worth living, um, and you have some intuition that that's an immoral thing to choose for somebody, that during pregnancy would be the optimal time to enact that decision, right?
Right. I'm somewhat following, to be honest. I guess with everything that you're saying, the only thing that comes to mind is, do you think that it's in your mind, it's a definitive, you can put a definitive stamp on it is morally better to give pro-choice to a woman um,
Yeah.
because you're unsure about sentience and the meaning of sentience for an unborn baby?
I think it's more important to give women pro-choice because, like most of the time, pro-choice ends up in a baby being born, right? And like, look, to say that people are using abortion as birth control or getting abortions for no reasons.
Well, I think we can agree that that certainly happens more with with access to abortion.
Yeah,
Like a lot more.
but to say that,
And do you not consider that, regardless of your own belief on your own stance on this, that is still something morally gray? Like they might still be doing something perhaps wrong. Do you?
right?
Do you?
But
Yeah.
if we can agree that let's say like
So you do agree with that?
thumping a kid and punching a kid, right? Whether it's like a light switch on or off, is that immoral? Yes or no? Both of them would be yes, but one of them would be more immoral, right?
Yeah. Oh, exactly. And
So I think that what would be more immoral is committing somebody to like, a burden of 18 years minimum, right? Rather than stopping something from experiencing that is barely experiencing.
Yeah, I guess I just prioritize life because I agree. I agreed with you until you said that. I absolutely think that there is one that's worse. I think my value system is just
So then let me ask, like, let's say that there's a universe with where life just didn't come about, and then there's a universe where life did come about, but it's infinite people suffering for infinite time, but there's life there. Which world is the more moral world?
Sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, world A, no sentient life exists.
Yeah.
World B, infinite sentient life exists that's suffering for infinite time. Which world there is more moral given that world B has life?
Well, I don't
Prioritize
think
life.
that world B is necessarily, there's nothing like necessarily immoral going on just because there's suffering, unless it's caused by
I
some.
think the way to properly frame the question is, if you could choose to actualize which one of those worlds, would actualizing one of those worlds be morally wrong?
Yeah, exactly.
Which one would I actualize?
Yeah.
Or I would
Well,
actualize
not which one would you actualize, but would actualizing one of them be morally wrong? And if so, which one or both?
I think actualizing probably world B would be morally wrong because suffering.
So there's just going to be an analogy there where we can take that actualizing the world is just equivalent to continuing the pregnancy, right? And not actualizing the world is, choosing to stop that. Thank you. Choosing to stop that being from continuing to develop the ability to experience. And
Why
you
would
would just
why would
be,
actualizing the pregnancy be equivalent to that?
because you would be actualizing a state of affairs where a being has the potential to suffer. Well, I mean, it's not like the analogous property isn't right. The analogous property is there is just that you have a choice to intervene to stop potential suffering. I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. Doesn't that mean that you're making the judgment call there for a human being or a potential human being?
Yeah, but
Don't you think that all human beings should have that judgment call themselves?
well, I mean, look, I think that life begins at conception, but I don't think a life worth living begins at conception. So of course, I'm going to value, the opinion or the moral want of the mother over the experience of something that is not experiencing or is experiencing to such a low degree that we can't even say that it's a life worth living yet at all.
But we can see that fetuses end up coming to love life. There are some fetuses like that.
I know, but I think you're forgetting that I have antinatalist intuition. So the possibility that they won't come to love life is what motivates me to not be sure whether it's a moral action to bring a being into existence without its consent.
Can you define that word for me?
Antinatalist?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the view that bringing something into existence without its consent, right, is either amoral or immoral.
Well, it's redundant to say without its consent, because if it consents, then it already exists.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, bringing something into existence that has the ability to suffer.
You don't think that the potential feelings of an unborn or something not that doesn't currently possess suffering or sentience or anything like that, you don't think that that should be taken into account?
I didn't ask to be born.
It is taken into account, but potential there is just going to be. It seems like
Why does it
potential
matter
there
if
is
you ask?
invoking some future temporal notion, right?
Yeah.
The reason that
I just don't
like
understand the
antinatalists like exist is exactly because they're thinking of the future that a being might experience, and if you can't, guarantee that that's going to be a positive experience, then maybe
then
it
what?
is like a loaded dice roll, but it's still a dice roll. You're gambling on whether the thing is going to have a life worth living.
Yeah, but if there's a single one that's worth living, don't you think that that's something that should be taken with caution? Don't you think that there's precaution if
Yeah,
there
I think
are?
you should. I think you shouldn't just do it just because. But to be clear, if a woman aborted a fetus just because, I still think that her want is worth more. At some points in pregnancy,
Because
it's worth more than the experience of the thing.
Hey, Zach.
I can't really
That
disagree.
carnivore idiot says he uses ChatGPT for his information. What do you think about that?
He said that earlier, I think. Oh no,
Oh, really?
that was the other guy. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. No, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So
I guess there's nothing that I can say.
the future thing is going to be undercut by the antinatalism intuitions, and the sentience thing is going to be upheld by the vegan intuitions, right? But then, even
wait,
still,
isn't
there's
your
going to be the pillar.
antinatalism? Doesn't that just prove don't your feelings and your beliefs on this just kind of all of them exemplify that it's just a moral gray area where there is no, of course there is no truth to it. It's just your own belief system here. But don't you see that it is kind of just arbitrary? All of it, everything that we're saying, like even the threshold that you briefly mentioned, even your antinatalist beliefs, all of these things are kind of just arbitrary and unsubstantiated. So don't you see that it is a moral gray area? Don't you see that your caution with veganism? How do you see a link or no?
Yeah, if by moral gray area, you mean that unlike some things like unjustifiably unaliving an adult, right?
Right.
They're just with pro-choice or pro-life. There just seems to be a more even split down the middle, where it's there's not a fringe view or a minority view to such a degree as other views. Is that what you mean by moral gray area?
I think that in a sense, yeah, Schmurder.
Okay, so it's just like a controversial
really morally
moral
gray.
proposition or something.
What was that?
It's just like a more controversial moral proposition where
Yeah, one that
half
can't
the
be
people are this
doubted.
way, half the people might be that way.
Yeah, because you're valuing, for example, you value present day suffering from a potential mother, or distress, or 18 years of there's what is it?
Like a burden.
Yeah, there are things of this nature. And these are the things that you value. I value potentially offering a life that would want to live. for
Yeah,
example.
but would want to is invoking the future, and potential there is invoking the future.
Why
So
is
that's
that?
just not reaching across the aisle to somebody who is pro-choice specifically because they're thinking of the future, right? And you wouldn't deny there are people, whose lives are not good.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I believe in picking the lesser of potential evils, which I think the lesser of potential. So I don't think that it's good for mothers to give birth if they don't want to, but I think it's a lesser evil. That's
Okay, then let's just give the example of like let's say a fetus gets aborted at 8 months, right?
yeah.
Or in another possible world, that fetus is delivered, right? And it has like like some drug addiction such where it just lives a life that is not worth it, but it like morally stands on business when it comes to not unaliving itself or something. It thinks it's going to get better, but it never does, right? Like
It
what?
lives a life that's not worth it. Like, is this as belief it holds?
Yeah, I'm just stipulating. Yeah, it's going to get better one day, but it never does, right? So like I don't understand how if somebody has antinatalist intuitions like I do, right? Um, they're thinking about all the experiences that a being might have, and if there's not more reason than not that it's going to have an overall, like all things considered, life worth living, that's exactly what's informing their moral like decision to eliminate the experience of that being before it can potentially experience those negative things.
Yeah, I mean, I understand your intuitions. I understand where you're coming from. It makes sense. It's coherent. It's logical. I don't I don't necessarily follow. I mean, I think that the timeliness and the future that you might have a slight issue with, and potentiality and things like this, they don't bother me that much. My value, the way that I derive it personally, is just I try to look at the worst possible thing, which would be the worst possible thing with an abortion situation versus a pro-choice situation would be to remove a life or end a life that would have possibly wanted that life to
That's
exist.
fine. That just means
So,
that like
so
it seems
that's
like
the
you have
number one thing
some
that would
consideration for the future potential, right?
yeah.
And I have a consideration for the future potential, but we just disagree on how
Exactly.
strongly we should weigh. I would agree with you that in general life is worth living, right? For the majority of beings, right? I'll even grant that. But if there is some possibility that a being could have a life that isn't worth living, even if it's a good bet, like still a bet.
Can you repeat that last part before the bet?
Um, yeah, so you are taking into consideration the future, so am I, and we just disagree on the call to make. And I'll even grant you that the majority of beings, like let's just say that they have lives worth living, right?
Yeah.
If there's a small percent chance that a being could have a life that's not worth living, then even if it's a good bet, that it's going to have a life worth living, it's still a bet. And if that doesn't turn out to be the case, then you are causally linked to this thing experiencing a life of suffering, and the only thing keeping it going is the hope that maybe it'll stop, but it never does.
But I don't see it as I don't even see it to be slightly immoral to bring a life into being that might find out that it doesn't want to be alive. I don't think that that's immoral.
Well,
I think
I don't think that's moral either, because I'm in favor of medically assisted, offing yourself. Yeah. I think that
okay.
if you go to a psychologist, right, and you say I no longer want to participate, they should prescribe you these medicines and this therapy routine for like a year, and then in a year, if you've done those things and taken those medications and you still want to deuce out, I think you should be able to.
All right, I gotta go.
Bye, David Levy.
Davey, before you go, I hope we're cool, bro. Music theory is not stupid. Yeah, but no, I understand your position more now, Zach, and definitely respect it more now as well. But yeah, I don't know. The thing is, you swayed me a bit with the pro-veganism, your argument for that, because it resembled what I believed or what I thought I believed for pro-life. But I don't feel swayed at all with your approach, because I think we just have different value systems, like your
Yeah.
antinatalist beliefs. I think that the way that we just perceive things
Like
is
as
a
far
bit different. But
as far as veganism
but I
goes, you would
understand.
agree that You would agree that it's vegan to eat roadkill, right?
It's vegan to eat roadkill?
Yeah, do
No,
you
I
believe
didn't
that
know
it's
that.
vegan? Huh? Well,
No, I
it's
didn't
not
know
something
that.
to
I mean, I
know.
know.
It's not something to know. I'm not informing you. I'm asking you, do you believe that it's vegan to eat roadkill?
Oh, I guess no. But based on what I know about veganism, I'd say no, it's not.
So you like think veganism is like some don't eat any meat
I
kind
didn't.
of
I don't
thing.
think about it. Yeah, exactly. I never particularly thought about veganism as being an ethical lifestyle rather than like one of perhaps health or disgust or things like this
Yeah, are
or
you a health vegan
sustainability.
or just or an aesthetic vegan or something?
Well, I'm not vegan at all, actually. I was actually
Oh,
I had a little,
okay, cool.
but I
I
like where
thought
you were coming from. Basically.
yeah, no, I thought that you were saying that because you were vegan and pro-life and I was vegan and pro-choice and you were wondering where the disconnect was. Okay, I understand more now.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah. No, no.
yes,
I actually
but
just
that's why I'm informed. Like, what's bad about eating an animal? Like, you know, if an animal is
yeah.
roadkill, what's bad about that? What's bad about it when you go to
Nothing.
McDonald's is that, in order for you to eat that, it has to, endure unnecessary suffering.
Right. Right,
Yeah.
right. So wait, so would you personally eat roadkill?
I would, right? Like, given that, like I had to, right? Or like like if they end up making like big strides in like lab grown meat, like I would switch over to lab grown meat, right? Because obviously cheeseburgers are delicious. Um, Unfortunately,
Right, right.
you have to take the life of something that doesn't want to die to eat them.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
So it's just a moral. That's the only reason why you're vegan. It's just
Yeah.
moral part. Okay.
That
Yeah. Well, all
was
right.
the best combo of the day by far.
Oh, really? Thank you, because I enjoyed that as well. And I've actually been because I talked to you before. I went to Japan recently, and I talked to you before,
Yeah,
and I was
BG
like, when I
Hoke.
get back, yeah, 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 yeah.
BG Hoke 99.
You Hoke 99. Yeah, you remember, man. Yeah, and I was like, dude, I got to talk to this guy again, like soon, someday, whenever I can, whenever I get the chance. And it was definitely enlightening. And you've asked me this before, but no, you've given me more to think about right now as well. So,
Appreciate
yeah.
that.
BG. Well, I had a question because it seemed like in this conversation as I was listening that you were saying something like,
Yo, my bad.
well,
I cut out. Can you see it?
yeah, it seemed like you were saying something like during this conversation that, well, that your moral position isn't true. It just seems like arbitrary or something like that. I heard something like that. And it seems to me maybe that's like a sign that you're a moral, you believe in moral objectivity or something.
Yeah, I believe in God. Yeah, yeah, I believe in God. I am a moral objectivist.
Well, I mean, I guess maybe you have a different definition of objectivity. By objective, do you
Well,
mean something stagnant, something that doesn't change?
yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's a way of putting that. I mean,
Yeah, but
I believe that people who believe in religion are moral objectivists. Do you think that that follows?
if by moral objectivist, then if you mean something that is stagnant and doesn't change and is compatible with subjectivism as well.
Okay, yeah,
Well, but
precisely.
that's
Yeah,
not what like standardly it means.
Yeah, that's why I asked him what he means by it, so I could use his definition.
Well, I just thought it was weird that when you gave an example of what it might mean, you used stagnant instead of mind independent.
Well, I guessed what he meant by
Hmm.
the word, so
Okay,
that's why I said that.
based on the arbitrary thing he was saying.
Yeah, I guess what he meant because if he said God, obviously that's not objective because that's a subject, right? So obviously he doesn't mean stance independent or mind independent.
Oh, okay. So what is the proper definition of moral objectivity?
It's just like what makes moral propositions true is not going to be dependent on some stance or preference.
Do we have that? Is that a real thing? Like
Well,
that?
people who believe in God, people who believe in God will purport to believe in objective morality, but that's not the only way that you can get it. But
What's the other way?
I mean, you can just be like a realist or lax realist. You can think that some naturalist account of morality where what makes a moral proposition true are just going to be natural states of affairs that we don't have the sufficient technology to investigate yet. But I mean, that's besides the point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there isn't any evidence so far of any moral stance. I don't even think it's intelligible that you could have a moral stance without an aim or a goal in mind, which would be a stance. So
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's why I replied to I believe in God, because in my mind, I can't even fathom moral objectivity without something like a faith system.
what you mean by objectivity exists already without God. So according to you, atheism or people who are atheists have access to more objectivity based on your definition.
Well,
Is that true? But I feel like that's just not true.
You said something that is stagnant and doesn't change, right? That's what you said earlier, correct?
Also true. Also true. That's the thing.
What does it mean to be true?
That's the thing. I don't know what morally true means.
I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening, but Dwight got flagged, and then Slurms got flagged for
Probably that lady.
Oh.
What happened?
You got flagged for saying nothing.
Wait.
Oh, I
That
bet
lady-
Shark happened to come in or something.
That lady here, that Christ Jedi lady.
No, but she reported earlier.
Wait, BG just got removed for violating community guidelines. What is happening?
Wow.
Somebody's in the comments just reporting everybody.
Yeah, this is weird.
BG didn't say anything. He was like really cool.
Yeah, he was super cool.
Yeah.
And he was right about Dave. I'm just kidding. Like when he was like, "That's like your moral system," and Dave was like, "What other moral system?" I get what BG's objection was, and I knew what he meant, and I think Davey did too. But yeah, that's beside the point. Oh, it's
Thank
done?
you, BG. We love you.
Dark really has it out for you, Slurms.
Yeah.
I bet you it's Whitney reporting everybody.
Why? What the hell?
Oh. What's up, Don? Eddie, come back. Come up here. We have space for you now. I want to hear you talk for only 30 seconds and then call people the R slur. What's up, Eddie? Long time no talk. Oh my God, this guy is in Kansas or Nebraska. It's Wi-Fi.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
What's wrong? Why do you say Kansas like it's a bad thing?
Well, that just
Okay, wow.
answered itself.
All right.
Eddie, pizza sleeps fast under the West.
Therefore, the munch.
Let's go.
The much, not the munch. No munching.
Yeah.
Even though these are supposed to be nonsense words, it matters to me that we get it correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of a defeater for size argument.
Yeah.
Because we've taken this gibberish and now it's just a way to greet each other, so it has meaning, and you can only derive that from God. And his example is supposed to be gibberish.
But if you were to debate him, Zach, and he started to say that, and you finished it, that would be proving some kind of point, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yo, Eddie, what prompt do you disagree with the most?
The most?
Yeah.
Probably anti-God, I would say.
Okay. Wow. You can pick anybody on the panel, except for Whitney.
Okay.
Because I just talked for 30 hours and I'm dry.
Let me pick Slurms McKenzie from TikTok.
Oh fuck! I don't know if I'm up for it tonight.
No, I could pick somebody else. Let me think.
I'll take you up on that soon, though.
How about Yuji?
Yuji, are you here?
Yes, step up, Yuji, you
I have been
bitch.
selected.
Yuji, you haven't said a word in 6 hours.
I don't know, dude. I actually literally fell asleep and I just woke up.
Good morning. Get
Thank
ready.
you.
Good morning and start
Lock
debating.
in.
Yeah, fucking lock in, get linear.
Lock in.
Fucking scumbag.
Stay linear.
Okay, so I'm gonna make wait, hold on, let me get the premises really quick. Hold on.
An argument? Okay.
Okay. If acting as if a proposition is true yields beneficial outcomes, then it gives credence to the view that the proposition is correct. When people accept the belief that when people accept and act as if God exists, they have better behavior. Conclusion: God exists.
What?
Okay.
I should have taken it.
Wait, I feel like I disagree with. I feel like I don't accept either premise. So
I don't know where the premise began and the premise ended.
Eddie
I think
cooked. You
I think
guys
I
are fucking
interpreted it.
dumbfounded right now because he just destroyed you.
The first premise. Yeah, the first premise is that if a proposition yields utility, it gives credence. It gives credence to it. Okay.
True.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
Are you saying if I walk around like I got $1 million and gives me confidence, then therefore I have $1 million because it's beneficial to me that I walk around confidently?
Oh no, I mean that would well no, because I mean that wouldn't benefit you because it would be yeah. I mean there's no reason that this would benefit you.
Why?
If,
Confidence
Can I
benefits
ask?
me.
because presumably if you're acting like you have $1 million, like obviously like you can't just go and try to spend like
No. Well,
$1 million.
I can still be frugal and just pretend or believe that I have $1 million, and
to do this.
I can still be frugal.
Oh, if you mean like oh, if you mean like you just have like an aura, you just walk around with an aura like you got $1 million, then yeah, that might be good for you to have like some kind of confidence. But if you're actually like if you're literally acting like you have $1 million, then no, obviously that's not going to be beneficial.
Wait. I'm just saying the belief itself, right? You said if you believe in something and it has utility to it and it makes people's lives better, therefore it has some credence for it to be true. And I have the belief that I have that $1 million. Are you now saying that it's some credence because I have that belief?
Well, then what would it mean for you to be acting like you have it?
Yeah, I have the confidence, like I made it in life.
Yeah, but
Well,
I
yes,
think what Eddie's
yes,
saying
the
is you can't carry out actions that a person who had $1 million would carry out or something. But
Well,
in any case,
why not?
Eddie, did you pick
because you don't have $1 million because you don't have $1 million, so you can't meaning so you can act
right now
with the same thought. Wait, let me finish. You can act with the same kind of confidence, perhaps. So then in this case, what we're finding the positive utility in is the confidence, and not acting as if you have $1 million. So it seems like that fails.
Are you now saying that if there's a competing alternative for you to behave in the same manner and have the same type of confidence or same utility, then you shouldn't necessarily use that first thing that you were using in the first place to believe? So if people can have the same outcomes that they use religion to believe to have that same amount of utility, then they shouldn't believe in religion. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yuji, you sound awfully like Hatim.
What are you talking about? Yeah, I don't know what you just said.
You just said if you can gain the same amount of confidence
bro.
without believing that you have $1 million, then you probably then it's not like relevant for you to believe in that $1 million, right? Isn't that what you're trying to say?
Okay.
Well, no, because
Just go ahead.
Oh my god.
For one thing, you're believing a lie, but obviously, like I think I narrowed it down that the benefit is the benefit lies in the confidence and not acting like you have $1 million because you weren't able to elucidate what it even means to act like you have $1 million.
Okay, wait. Can I just ask, is premise one something like if there's utility in thinking something is true, then it's likely that it's true?
Sure. Yeah, it gives credence. It gives like credence to the view. Yeah, like I mean, we do this all the time. Like for example, like let's say like let's say we never measured the upper atmosphere, but we constructed a satellite or something, and the way that we constructed it was as if like the air pressure got lower, and then it worked out because we constructed it that way. Or you could think of it like a submarine down in the ocean. We don't know that the pressure is like very high down there, but we construct it we construct it as if the water pressure is extremely high down there. So then
We construct it. Wait, I don't know what you're saying.
so then it works out very well. So this gives credence to the view because it worked because of the utility. It gives credence to the view that our estimation was accurate, and it worked out because we built the submarine as if the water pressure, as if the pressure was extremely high at the bottom of the ocean.
Okay, wait. So if you're like acting as if it's true, and then okay, wait. I think I might be getting what you're saying. So, um, okay. Yeah. Maybe I do actually accept P1 then. But okay, so what is P2?
Yeah, when people believe and act as if God exists, their behavior is better, and society is more unified and happier and less degenerate.
It's funny because actually I don't agree with P1. Because like I think that I just don't like I think it could be true that people act in a way where they believe God exists and it improves their lives and God not exist. I don't get why I would think that that would raise the probability that God exists.
Well, yeah, I mean, in I'm saying in an instrumental sense, raises the credence of the view. I'm not saying it makes it like definitely true. But I'm saying it raises the credence of it being true.
Well, okay, when you say it raises the credence, are you saying it raises the probability or just people's credence and like their
the probability.
Okay.
Yeah, the probability.
Yeah, I don't think that, at least in my view, it doesn't raise the probability.
But then why would it be useful, or why would it yield a benefit if it wasn't more likely that this was true to act like if you act as if God is real and then it yields a benefit?
Yeah.
Why would it not give credence to the view?
I think there are cases where you can act as if something is true and it's beneficial for you to act if it's true even when it's not.
Can you give an example?
Yeah, like people who study like psychology talk about how people will see faces in like nature when it's not there.
Pareidolia.
What is that called? I forgot.
Called pareidolia.
Pareidolia. Yeah. They'll see those things because it was apparently their idea is that it was more evolutionarily beneficial to see um like notice how do I say this? It's like more evolutionarily beneficial
Most of
to
the
like
times, things that can harm you have a face, so you want to
yes,
watch out for
exactly.
faces.
Yeah, exactly. So if the bushes are are shaking, it's better to assume that there's like something there and then rather than not. So it actually is more beneficial to think that, there's something in there, even if it's not true. So that's like one example.
That's gonna be a type 1 and type 2 error.
But you said they see faces that aren't there. You said,
yeah.
Yeah. They'll like see faces that aren't there, or they'll see or think that there's somebody or like an agent that's there when it's actually not. And it's like beneficial because it like helps that creature survive or whatever, but it's actually not true.
So you're saying it's like a useful illusion.
Yeah,
Or something
exactly.
like that.
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't the proposition why you would run away from a bush be like, it is true to be cautious, even if you're not sure?
Well,
So that would be
that's just going to be an example of type 1 and type 2 errors in reasoning, and why our beliefs aren't like strictly majoritively truth tracking or majoritively like mistaken, because both the people that are correct that it was a lion and ran away, and the people that were incorrect that it was a lion and ran away, both of those people are going to be able to pass on those genes.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is you don't have to make a proposition in order to have the same utility. Meaning, like you see a bush shaking, you can just make the proposition or have the belief that it could be something dangerous, not that it is something dangerous. You know?
Well, I mean,
Well, well, hold on. The point is just to say that don't accept the P1 where, because I think there are cases when you can
Yeah.
believe
Hmm.
there's
I understand.
utility and believe something that's true when it's not.
I would say that like it's true.
I'm not
Like
even sure if there's utility in that.
in my view, it's just trivially true that if one person believes something, that raises the probability of it being true. But it's not like it's in any like
It
it's
doesn't raise it
negligible.
more than the plausible alternatives, right?
Yeah,
That's the
like
point.
if I believe that the moon is made of cheese, that raises the probability, right? But it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
negligible, right?
Yeah,
Or,
yeah,
or is
right,
that
right.
wrong?
No,
Yeah.
no, I get what you're saying, Zach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not even sure if there's really utility in thinking that there's somebody there when there's not. I guess.
Wouldn't the wouldn't the
Wait,
measurement of utility be like so subjective? I don't even know how you're measuring whether or not something's beneficial.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah,
wait,
I'm talking to you. When you say that believing in God is beneficial, how are you measuring that?
Yeah, we could look at like rates of mental illness, obesity, uh, social cohesion in a given society. I think that those things are all like important metrics. I think like if you have like a super fat uh, society and a lot of people, you have
Does that mean
30% of them are on like antidepressants,
so?
have mental health issues
Does
and
that
stuff
mean
like that.
if
They have
like
microplastics in their blood. That might not be a good thing.
does that mean if a society is more atheistic, then it would give credence that religion is actually less utility than atheism?
Wait, you're saying if they're atheistic and they have positive outcomes?
More than a more theistic society. Would that give credence to the belief that people should probably ditch theism in favor of atheism since it has better outcomes?
Yeah, probably, but that's why my example like works out perfectly because it's like it's never the case.
it's
It's
never
never
the
the case.
case.
No.
I actually have one stat that might
Yeah.
um
Hatim, just you're good. You're good to interject, but just let's keep it on topic with Yuji and Eddie real quick.
No problem.
um there actually is a stat I could actually find like a website to back it up to where I think the people in the US that are in prison, the ratio of atheists to atheists in prison are lower than the ratio of theists to theists in prison. So there's one stat.
Well, but that could be well. Wait, so you're saying okay, but that could just be explained by the fact that they come to some kind of like realization after they go into prison. Which actually, this is this is sorry, this is statistically true. Like people do oftentimes
Oh,
convert
that's
to
true.
theism.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, you're right. Actually, that could be true. I don't know.
Wait, but I mean, but what does it matter? Like them converting when they're in there, right? Like it's still they still, I assume, start acting as if God is real, and I assume, like you know, the utility of a prison system remains the same, right? Like
Yeah, but I thought the point of UG invoking that statistic was like to point out that to demonstrate that like more that there were disproportionate theists in prison compared to the general population, and less atheists in prison compared to the to the
Yeah.
number of atheists in the general population.
yeah,
Yeah.
But he was saying that to say that like if we were gonna pick like a group that had like a bad I don't know way of doing
Actually,
stuff.
yeah, yeah. Wait, go ahead, Zach. Sorry.
Wait,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
If we
but
were
then
gonna pick a
but if it's
group
the
that
case
had
that
a
they were
bad way of
atheists when
doing
they
things,
went in there, then the ratio is skewed because they convert to theism. Then you can see why that wouldn't work, right?
maybe I'm dumb. No, I don't. Oh, you're saying like their bad actions that put them in prison in the first place were under the assumption that God was false?
Yeah, and then they can well,
Okay, okay.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously,
yeah.
like they probably
Well,
don't
to
like
that I
directly
say,
like when
shut
they do
up.
bad things. I'm not saying they consciously think that they're doing it. Yeah, they don't like consciously think that they're doing this because God is false, but it's like some kind of. I mean, it definitely like motivates their behavior, obviously.
That's fine. I think it's pretty hard to come up with any evidence that's pretty or um like peer reviewed and like the study was done well where it shows that believing this group believing in God is much more successful and moral virtue or something. Like I've tried to look for those and it's like kind of hard to find.
And Eddie,
But
are you saying something like if you didn't believe in God, not that you would act differently, I can grant that you would act differently, but would you act like drastically morally differently?
Um, if I didn't believe, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to predict. Maybe, yeah. I mean,
Like
because
what's something that like belief in a God stops you from doing that you think benefits society?
like I wouldn't have like the the teleological view that I have right now. I wouldn't think that there's some kind of objective purpose that we're all created to strive towards. I wouldn't think that we need to like live in a way that's like harmonious with the environment, because I wouldn't believe that any of this was like intelligently designed or anything like that, or fine tuned.
But can't like somebody who thinks that God is false, even if they don't exist like believe in some objective purpose. Can't they believe in some purpose? And I mean, I would make the argument they can believe in some objective purpose as well. But I'm just saying, right?
Yeah, but then they have like a more proclivity to like inject some kind of like hedonism into that purpose and to be like more egoist.
Would you
Yes.
would you be victim to that?
Yeah, I would be. Yeah.
Hmm. Like, are a lot of atheists that you meet and talk to like that?
Yeah, like a lot of them are like hedonic utilitarians. Yeah.
I've never met a single one, but I mean, I'll take your word.
Well, sometimes they kind of like just use utilitarianism without like explicitly mentioning the hedonism. But I mean, they I mean, you can see it because they're the ones that kind of advocate for like sexual liberation, that promiscuity is a good thing. It's okay to indulge in it's okay to like indulge in drugs as long as you don't harm somebody else. So they inadvertently kind of make this case like against empathy. Like you shouldn't care about something that doesn't directly affect you. As long as it's not harming you, you shouldn't really care if somebody's kind of like just harming themselves.
I don't think that.
Yeah, like people say these sorts of like people on the left and right who are kind of like libertarian minded will say these sorts of things like they'll say it in abortion debates, they'll say it when they're advocating for like legalization of drugs, they'll say like why do you care if it doesn't directly affect you? And then my response is usually like that we should care about other people, we should care if they're doing something, even if they're just harming themselves, we should care because it's a good thing to care about other people.
I think the people that debate on TikTok is not a good pool to take your stats from.
Yeah, but also Eddie, are you saying
What
that
about Facebook?
Or
are you saying
Facebook.
that you wouldn't think it would be good to help other people if you thought that God was false? Like why couldn't you?
Oh, I guess I mean I could. It's possible.
Hmm.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
guess
like
it's
I grew
physically
up,
and metaphysically possible. Yeah.
I grew up Muslim, and I'm not now. And only thing that really changed is that I eat pork now. So
Also,
I still like care about people. I feel like that
yeah.
was just a part of my who I am. Just like a brute fact about my psychology that I want to help people. God had
What
nothing
ab-
to do with that.
what about this, Eddie? Japan is like 90% atheistic. You know, like most of their beliefs are if they are have some sort of religion is like rooted in Buddhist religion, which is like an atheistic religion. Um and Japan is like an extremely does extremely well as far as like crime and moral virtue.
Well, I mean, I'd say, I mean, crime is a fair metric, but there are other metrics where they're not doing so well, and like they have like a big like loneliness epidemic, especially like among like the millennial generation and younger. Like a lot of them are kind of like socially isolated. So this is where like, social cohesion comes in because like belief in something greater than yourself usually tends to unify people.
Mm-hmm.
They're like the most unified group in the world.
In what
Literally.
sense? In what sense?
And the fact that they have a face culture where they care more about the group as a whole than themselves. That's why they're so miserable in a sense because they're not so individualistic.
Also,
You
I
said
think
they're miserable in a sense.
I said that's why there's a lot of them are miserable is because they care about the whole. They care more about things like how people look at them. They care more about the society as a whole in general than themselves personally as an individual. So they have like one of the most best highest social cohesion in the world. Whether or not that produces some like individual happiness is a different question. But the question about them having high social cohesion is absolutely true.
and my point wasn't to like say that they're completely perfect. I think that the point was that overall they're like doing pretty good compared to, you know, mostly theistic countries. So obviously like maybe there's going to be like some problem that they struggle with just like every other country, but at least overall, you know, it doesn't seem because they are mostly atheistic that there's like some issue that stems from that.
Yeah, and I would say that probably, Eddie, some countries that you think do society the wrong way do so because of religious reasons.
I mean, that could be the case, but
Maybe you think like Islam, right, is like, like tyrannical or radical or something.
ISIS, for example.
yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously, when we do these sorts of comparative analysis, like you could look, like there's always going to be something that one country is going to be better at, one country is going to be like, and then that same metric in another country is going to be worse. But like I don't know, but like I think like the social the lack of social cohesion is like pretty important. I think because I think like the reason that they're unified, I think, is because for fear of some kind of fear of some kind of social stigma, so they kind of capitulate. So that they have clean cities and everything like that, and they have like obviously like very good demeanor when they're out in public. They don't I don't know, like they don't behave like obnoxiously like on the subways or something like that.
Uh-oh.
But like social cohesion like is one of like the most important like correlates to like to happiness, or it's like it's inversely associated with depression. So I think like they also seem to have like high rates of depression and mental health issues, which is probably mostly or partially explained by like this lack of social cohesion. So I don't know. I think that's like a big issue for them. But I think, but I think I don't know. I'm not convinced. I'm not even convinced that the Islamic countries are worse off than the United States, for example. Like when we take into account like holistically, like all of the metrics.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
What metric like an Islamic country that's not like Saudi Arabia or Qatar, who use slavery and have like immense human rights violations and don't let women drive? Like, what metric are you measuring that those countries have better?
Oh, sure. It seems like their family structures, like their family structures are more intact
When you say
and
more
they have
intact,
social cohesion.
do you think because maybe there's some laws that prohibit freedom of those women to exercise their rights in terms of getting out of marriage?
Yeah, in some of the countries, which I mean, I might disagree with that, but I think just in terms of a normative value, though, I think that's probably a good thing.
You think it's probably a good thing that women don't have the right to get out
in
of
the
their
United States,
marriage?
for example, like we see the opposite of that. We see people kind of like rushing into marriage, or having children like outside of
People are
marriage, and
rushing into
then we have
marriage in the
kids.
U.S.
Then we have kids that grow up with like absent parents, and then like kids that have like like either like horrible fathers or absent fathers, and then those kids
Wait,
like
wait. You say people are rushing into marriage in the U.S. You know, the average age for marriage in the U.S. is 28. Is that rushing into marriage?
well,
I mean, you can
well, I
still
mean,
be 28 and rush into marriage. I don't know why age is into play.
Yeah, what does rushing into marriage mean? Like, I'm
Yeah,
confused.
the rushing into marriage would be somebody being 28 and dating somebody for a year and getting married or something.
Or they could just be
marrying
like,
preemptively.
Wait,
marrying for different reasons that they shouldn't or something.
Yeah, 60
so
year olds could rush into marriage.
okay, so if I Islamic nations that absolutely have way more rushing into marriage. They like meet each other the same day and get married in a lot of cases.
I don't know if I go the social cohesion route, to be honest.
Yeah, so like in either or, marrying earlier at a younger age or marrying quicker at a faster pace, Muslim nations have beat the U.S. in both of those in terms of being faster and younger.
Oh yeah, I'm not,
So why
I
would
don't
that
know.
be an example?
I don't know like the average like duration of time that people date
If you don't know, then why'd you
before
posit it?
marriage in Islamic countries now.
Yeah, you
But I
don't
was
know, yet you use that as an example. How does that make sense?
well, I was saying because when I said people rush into marriage, I was talking about in the United States they either rush into marriage like or get married under like horrible pretenses like
Hey,
where
Eddie,
they
I forget.
where
Are
they see
you? Let me just ask this real quick. Are you a Christian or no? I can't
yeah
remember.
yeah.
Okay.
You say they rush into marriage or they get into marriage under horrible pretenses, and you're
Yeah.
saying that is like Muslim nations do it less. And what's the empirics for that? Because I don't see that data represented anywhere.
Well, they don't seem to work out as well because we have obviously like a much higher we have a much higher divorce rate here, obviously.
Yeah, but divorce doesn't mean bad. You could divorce for good reasons, right? Like having an abusive partner.
Well, yeah, the divorce can be for a good reason, but obviously then it's the case that the marriage wasn't for a good reason too.
Yeah,
So
but
the two
that
aren't mutually exclusive.
but that would also mean in Muslim nations where they have a low divorce rate, that staying in marriage isn't a good thing either, because you could be in marriage with an abusive partner that you can't get out of for legal reasons.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. But
Right. So the divorce
but
rate is not going to be
well the point that
like
yeah, but the
indicative
point
of anything, of any
well the
good.
point that well no, it's still a bad metric because obviously it's good for children to be raised. It's better for children to be raised like in two parent households
Is
instead
it
of like
better for
bouncing back and
children to
forth
be
between
raised?
two parents.
Is it better for
Instead
children
of
to be?
bouncing back and forth between two parents or like being raised without
Do
a
you,
father, and
do
then
you have?
like they're
Do you
more
have?
prone. Wait. Then like obviously like women are more prone to be like hedonistic and like promiscuous when they grow up.
Yes.
Like young men are more prone to be violent and you know be
Okay. I get
impoverished
it.
and be criminals when they grow up, end up in
Yes, I
prison, things
understand.
like that.
But do you have the empirics as to what system or family dynamic is better between a single motherhood or single fatherhood versus a toxic two-parent household that where they fight and are abusive in front of the kids, for example? Do you have the empirics for that?
No, I don't. But I mean, I wouldn't care because that's not like the comparative analysis that I'm interested in here.
Yeah, but that's the relevant analysis.
Can we not even establish can we not even establish the baseline though that like c- comparing like a healthy two parent household like, with a healthy marriage compared to like a single parent household, uh, like that obviously like the two parent household like the kids are gonna be better off.
Well, on average, because you have more resources with two people, that a healthy two-parent household is going to be better than a healthy one-parent household for sure.
Not even just
But then I
not
don't.
even just the resources though. It's like the way in which the way in which the kids are raised, the way in which they're nurtured in their most formative years, and the way that
But
affects
imagine.
them.
I'm not really sure why there would be much, like even intuitively, like this would just make sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can imagine that. That's why I said yeah, healthy versus healthy, two parents is better than one parent. Sure, I'm not denying that. But obviously, when we're not we're talking about whether or not it is going to be healthy, where you're essentially never able to back out of it for legal reasons, and maybe you're in this marriage because it's arranged, and maybe you're in this marriage for literally by force, etc. Um, you're in this marriage, like some nations,
I
some
don't
religious
think like
nations.
this. I don't really think like this forced notion or coercive notion or anything is just like exclusive to religion. Like
I didn't
this
say it
is,
was.
I'm just saying that like at this point, like you could have, right, like the understanding of marriage, even under like something like Christianity, if we're just going to take that for example, is just going to be fundamentally different. And
Yeah, but we're not.
there isn't some understanding where you can't get out of it.
Yeah, I understand that, but we're not talking about Christianity right now because his example with these Muslim nations, and the
Well,
reason I'm
yeah, I'd say
contesting that.
the social cohesion part wouldn't be something I go with.
Yeah, I know. I mean, he's just not. I mean, if I'm just debunking the claim that he's making that
Mm-hmm.
somehow Muslim nations he doesn't know if there's what's it called that the U.S. is better off, and his example was divorce rates because of a nation having low divorce rates. Somehow that means it's better, but that doesn't mean anything because low divorce rates could be out of a lack of women's rights. For example, the U.S. way back when if a woman called the cops and said, "Hey, my husband raped me," or "My husband, beat me," the cops would laugh at her and say, "Go about your day." He has that right to do that. So
You know,
that
yes.
that doesn't just because there's low divorce rates, just like the U.S. had back in the day, it doesn't mean it's a good thing.
Well, no, that's fair, but it also could. I mean, which is probably true for a good portion of those marriages that don't end in divorce in those countries. But obviously, it can also be explained by the fact that like religious people are going to take marriage more seriously because obviously they see it as some kind of spiritual union, like before God, as opposed to where secular people just see it as some kind of like contract, like, where just in the eyes of the
That's
government you're
not
just
true.
documented and your taxes are together.
That doesn't follow. You can be spiritual and non theistic.
Okay, yeah, fine. Any kind of spiritual people compared to secular
Yeah.
people, anyone with any
Well,
kind of spirituality where they see it as some kind of spiritual union, they're going to take marriage more seriously and be more careful about it than
that's not
somebody
true.
who is secular and just
That's
sees
not
it
true.
as some kind of government documentation.
That's not true. That's not true. I mean, I take marriage very seriously, and I'm secular.
Okay, well that's
On
psychic. But
on average, though, it's
Yeah.
true.
Why would it be just secularism entails that you don't take marriage seriously? Maybe you're trying to say
Well, no, I'm not
people
saying it
like
entails it for every individual who is secular. I'm just saying generally.
yeah. What's the empirics for that? They have a survey or a study that
Like
demonstrates that.
like the eyes that I have to see.
Yeah, that's just not sufficient to justify the
I mean,
claim.
yeah, I mean, I just look at the society that I live in,
So I look at things.
and I
I
hear
mean,
what people say. I hear the way that they talk about marriage. Like, I don't care to like
do
present
you
you.
think you could be wrong about your anecdotal experience about making a broad
I'm
stroke of all
just
of
saying, like
society or something?
it seems
Well,
to me that like
anecdotal observations are empirics. Like,
Yeah, but is your personal
I'm taking into
anecdotal
account.
observation, is your personal anecdotal experience sufficient enough to make broad strokes about the whole of society?
And then
Yeah,
Eddie answer that, and then Wit can go.
I mean
yeah,
he just
it
said
seems like it extrapolates pretty well. Yeah.
How does it seem so if you don't even know the empirics?
Wait, Hatim, let Wit go, and then you can go again.
I don't know. It just seems to me that like a society, or at least if we're striving to like a better society, then intuitively, apart from empirics, that like a society with healthy marriages with two-parent households would be a better society than one with broken households. So I just don't know why that would
Who's
be.
arguing against that?
Well, you're arguing against it
No,
because
I'm
you're
not.
saying, well, lower
You're not
divorce
tracking.
rates don't Yes, you are. You're saying that lower divorce.
RHRN, have I ever
You're
said anything
saying,
against?
are you going to let me finish?
But you're just not tracking.
Are you going to let me finish? Great. So, again, you were pushing back on his notion about lower divorce rates, right? And that doesn't necessarily mean like a higher divorce rate society. Doesn't necessarily mean it's a worse society or that there's worse as far as that goes. But intuitively, that's why I'm pushing back on you, that it would make sense that healthy two-parent households in marriages would be a better society than not.
Yeah, the reason I pushed back wasn't on the premise that it was healthy. I'm saying that just because it's a low divorce rate doesn't mean that the current marriages that aren't divorced is a healthy one. Obviously, that's what I said. Obviously, I even said it myself that when you stipulate healthy versus healthy, that two parents that are in a household healthy
Well,
is better
healthy
than
would
even one.
imply that it would be healthy and that it wouldn't be toxic. I
That's
don't
what
know why you're sitting here saying that, like,
what?
you're saying, well, it could be that the marriage,
No,
that people
you're
are
not
staying
understanding.
married because it's toxic. Well, that's not the part. That's not the whole point. The point
Wait,
is, the
I
point.
already wait. You're arguing a ghost because I never made the claim against
Fucking
healthy
God.
marriage. I'm saying he wanted to just survey the divorce rate simpliciter, and he wanted to assume for whatever reason that staying in marriage is healthy. And I'm arguing against that. Just because you're in a marriage doesn't mean it's healthy.
He was.
Not assume. Not
No, I
oh,
didn't even
just
say that.
He
No.
didn't. No, he didn't
did you
say
not
that
say that there's a
staying in
benefit to
marriage is
staying in
healthy.
marriage?
He's saying that healthy marriages are better. That's what he's
Whoa,
saying.
that's non-controversial, and I never debated that.
Well, that's what he is saying. So you're arguing the ghost.
I literally agreed with that point earlier. Did you not hear me agree with that point? What?
Yeah, so if the marriage is healthy, then it's going to endure. But just because the marriage
Did
endures
you
doesn't
hear
mean that it's healthy.
tradition? Did you hear me agree with that point earlier?
What the fuck are we arguing? This is
Did you hear
dumb.
me say, yes, I obviously agree that a two-parent household is better than one, assuming they're both healthy? Did you
Yeah,
not hear
so
me
I'm
say
not.
that earlier?
So then I'm not sure what
Did
you
you
were on
hear me
about
say
then.
that
Oh,
earlier? Did
no
you hear me
joke.
say
Like
that
that's a
earlier?
like. Okay, good.
Did you
So
see?
like, then you agree with
Okay.
tradition.
Yeah, so then
Oh,
what's the issue?
no. Did you? Okay. Do you not understand the issue that
Like I wasn't.
you wanted?
Wait.
Hey,
Just to
hey, hey,
disclaim,
hey.
like
You wanted to make.
I wasn't like upholding the Islamic countries as some kind of pinnacle. I was contending with one of the examples that I was presented with and giving like one metric that I think they might outcompete the U.S. on.
Yeah, but the metric you
So I would
used
agree that
was the.
some of them might remain in those marriages under bad terms. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait,
but how you wanted to contend with the point that the U.S. is doing better off than in Muslim nations, and then you for some reason wanted to give the example of marriage rates or divorce rates being low, and I was obviously showing you that your example is insufficient because there is no evidence to suggest that those marriages are healthy or more healthy than not. Obviously, there's going to be at least one healthy marriage, or a lot of them are, but that's you're not giving any relevant data to give us the conclusion that they're better off than the US or the US isn't better off than them. Do you understand?
Well, one source I found in the U.S. So Protestant divorce rates are 51%, Catholic are 19%, atheist are 11%. So I don't even think his point lands on divorce.
Yeah.
Yeah, atheists seem
Protestants are like basically secular Christians. So
No, they're not.
it
You do not know
supports
even
Protestants.
so,
Protestants.
he gave the Catholic example, which is still higher.
If you think Protestants are secular, you do not know Protestants.
Okay, they're not secular, but they're like progressive Christians.
No,
Basically.
they're very conservative. Ultra
Presumably,
conservative.
right? Wouldn't like atheist marriages be like less, being that there's like less atheists?
Well, this is a rate.
Yeah, it's per capita, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, he would have to. So there's a couple problems I pointed out earlier in the chat. But so P2 seems pretty subjective, first of all. But you're going to have to motivate, um, even if he's correct. Let's say P1 and P2 are correct. You still don't get to God being or theism being true. You just get a higher level of credence that perhaps theism is true. You still have to motivate. Well, you're missing a step between the utility of theism and connecting that to this P2, right? Because just saying that there's a higher instance of I don't know what you want to call it, like standard of living or happiness or
Virtue.
virtue. Yeah, let's call it virtue. Um, you don't get you're not motivating the inference here. You're not getting to theism as true, and you have to get the credence, like utility. There's a reason that people don't like their pragmatic theory of truth isn't like majorly popular in philosophical circles. It's because utility doesn't raise the credence that much to say something is true. I mean, it might raise it a little, just like a personal testimony is evidence for God, right? Like if somebody has a personal testimony, that is evidence of God. It's just so poor and it's so unconvincing. It just doesn't raise the credence enough. It barely moves the mark of credence to somebody who's not already motivated to believe that God is real, right? And so the same type of situation is happening here, where even if you had a valid argument, which I'm not convinced this is, I think you're missing a step. But even if it was, you would still have to motivate, or at least if the two premises were true, you still have to motivate the credence high enough to say that it's more likely that God is true or that theism is true rather than not true. And I don't know how many people agree that much with the pragmatic theory of truth to say that it would motivate their credence to overcome that.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, well, no, I don't even hold to the pragmatic theory of truth. But even under the correspondence theory, even under the correspondence theory, we can analyze that. Like if something works, it's still gonna raise the credence of it. Like the example I gave, like the example I gave earlier, or like I can just give like another example. Like,
Well, that is the pragmatic, though, is what I'm saying. You're using pragmatic theory of truth here in this argument. You're not using correspondence or coherence.
well, no, wait, no, I'm not. No, I'm using it as as a way to increase the credence. I'm not saying, yeah, I'm not using the theory of truth though.
Well, you are, though. You're saying that if something has utility, then it raises the credence that the proposition is true.
But even under correspondence, even under correspondence theory, if something is true under correspondence theory, and you act like it's true, then it works.
That's the converse.
Yeah, that's utility.
Right,
that's not.
right. So
that's not correspondence.
Well, no, it's an inductive
No,
case though.
listen. So Dwight was saying that somebody might not be convinced that if something has utility, that raises the credence that it's true. You talked about something being true and it having utility. Those two things aren't logically equivalent. You're referring to the converse. You wouldn't want to like affirm the consequent here. But in any case, I'm not convinced that something having utility would raise the probability that it's true. But
because if you act like the thing is true, right, and it's useful, like if you act as if God is true, like you're like bartering with reality, and then it yields a beneficial. Wait, what is the converse?
The converse of if something has utility, then it's more likely to be true. The converse of that would be if something is true, then it's more likely to have utility.
Oh, that's a good point. But
Yes, that's why I'm saying that's why I'm saying it's an inductive case.
Well, the problem it's even worse for you though, Eddie, because you're not even saying that it's more likely to be true. You're just saying that it raises the credence. I can grant that it raises the credence, but it's not going to raise the credence enough for me to say that it's true.
Well, it should in juxtaposition though to like the way like if we see bad outcomes to like atheistic societies, and we like
We
observe,
just don't, though.
we take this into account like in juxtaposition to the positive outcomes in the theistic societies. Well, this is where I would have to this is where I would have to make the case, I guess, like for the virtues, I guess.
But you still have to motivate. You still have to motivate the credence, and you still have to motivate. You still have to connect that utility to the truth, right? You still have to make that connection. You still have to go from one to. I feel like you're missing a step to get to your conclusion. I mean, I could be wrong, but
No, I might need another premise. I don't know. I didn't formalize this. I just came up with it on the spot.
Like, even if you say, like, to me, it just seems to be missing sort of like the weeds of the conversation. Because let's just say you have this sort of notion or this belief, whether you like hold that to be true or not, that like more life is better than less life, right? So if you take something like, I don't know, like the trolley problem, right? And you have one life on one side of the track and 5 lives on the other, right? Well, from this sort of belief that you have, you could say, okay, well, taking out the one life would be better because it, saving the 5 lives, that's more life, right? But you don't know that, like, the 5th person down that line is someone like, Schmiller, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then you have this person, right, that ends up taking more life, right, than all this stuff. So utilitarianism, which I think is the correct way to say it, sometimes I fuck that up, sorry. Utility, right, or whatever this notion, like, I find issues with just, like, invoking it anyway, because none of us really have a purview of, like, the future, right? We don't have this all-knowing notion, right, where I know the outcomes of the actions as I take, right? So I just have a problem with utility on its face just because of that.
Yeah, but well, yeah, but I'm not a utilitarian. I'm a virtue ethicist. But so I'm using like utility here
Yeah,
as
I
a
got
means.
you.
Oh yeah, okay.
And yeah, I mean, I just think that like when you say something, like someone could point out based on their morals and ethics that like this atheistic society or this secular society, if I believe in such a thing at this point, has better outcomes because XYZ. I see, women having more freedom to abort their children or whatever, right? And I say, well, like, obviously, like, this is a better metric, right? But to me, it seems like this is more of just like a value issue than it is sort of like if you're just going to base like the utility of something bringing out an outcome, right, that you see as a better outcome, well, that has a basis foundation on what you think is a better outcome. And I just don't like utility for that reason.
Yeah, but I don't see the incompatibility here with virtue ethicists though, because if it's the case that it makes people like act in a more virtuous manner, it's gonna be the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if this were like the intended goal of Christianity, being that like we like in a simplicator sense that like we're just more virtuous, to me it just seems to reduce like something, and I'm not saying that you're trying to do this tradition, this is just my view, to reduce something like Christianity to some kind of moral philosophy. And if that were indeed the case, right, then like it wouldn't be any different than any other sort of belief, right, about virtue. It would just be another philosophy. You could gather some kind of like notion of good and bad from any sort of like religion or even philosophy if you want to go down that route. But like Christianity, if we're going to take it, to be true and what Christ meant in those things by his revelation, and like in this sense, then I would say like it's not just merely about being virtuous.
Well, I don't know what you mean because I mean, we have to for the sake of having this sort of debate, like to analyze like what a better society would look like, we have to reduce it to some kind of like moral philosophy, just like in able to
Well, do you
in
think
order
that
to even
like
be able to
in
talk about it.
Christianity something about like, even if we're just talking about like virtue and the understanding under Christianity, do you think like bringing about a better world, right? Or, you know, and what that really means under our faith is to be virtuous, to be good, right? Is to follow God's will, right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So like from like this perspective, if that were just like the baseline sort of, if we're taking that as to be like the point of Christianity or the point of what Christ did, which I don't think represents at least the fullness of it. To me, it just it has a, I don't know. It's a very I guess I could say like a shallower understanding of these things. And I just like when you bring about something like value theory and ethics, especially amongst people who don't believe in Christianity, like when you bring in some kind of notion or an argument for God in a utility sense, like, and this is only merely just a critique on maybe the argument that you're trying to render, not you, Simplicator. I just think like you're gonna run into this problem of just like each individual that you're speaking to is gonna have just this different notion of what a better world would look like or a better society. And that seems to be like the hierarchy conversation, like the meta that we should be having long before we bring in some kind of like utility notion. I just don't think it's a very effective argument, if I'm just being honest.
But wait, well, I don't see. Yeah, I'm not understanding here. Like, what's reductionist? Like, what's reductionist about the virtues? Because again, in order like to have a conversation, in order to analyze what a morally better society
Well, I think if
would
we're
be,
talking about value, like I'm
highlight some of the virtues.
right, like if we're just talking about the values, like in this sense, and not making an argument for God, then like I don't. That's, I'm not saying it's reductionist. I'm just saying like bringing it in to the conversation about God seems to be, or at least the God that both you and I believe in, it just doesn't seem like a very effective tactic. That's all I'm trying to say.
Wait, but the case being made is that if they believe in God, they're gonna yield to God. They're gonna cooperate with God's will. Then they're going to act better. The society's going to be better. Then, like obviously, we're gonna compete. We're gonna compete in terms of like what makes a better society. Obviously, but we're going to have some kind of overlapping intuition because obviously, like even atheists, atheists are going to agree with me that like in a better society, like two parent households like yield like children to be like psychologically better off as they grow older and like socioeconomically better off and
Yeah,
healthy,
and
then they're
I
going to
mean,
agree with me on that.
I understand like the argument in the sense that like even intuitively, someone who may not be Christian at this point could say that like a healthy two-parent household would yield better outcomes. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. The problem, and I maybe what Dwight and Stephen were trying to point out, is that even if they grant such a thing, right, there's this leap that you have to make, right, for them anyway, that like, okay, we can yield that healthy two-parent households would yield better outcomes, a better society, and Christianity promotes something like that, right? But in this sense, to them, that still wouldn't, like, the leap is like, how do we connect that God is real because of that? Am I like representing atheists? Like,
I think you're. I think, yeah, I think I agree with that.
okay, sure.
It it's funny, Eddie. I feel like you could phrase this argument in a way where it's like, um, you could phrase it like it's more expected under theism that people that believe in God would have um more virtues, and then there are people who that believe in God do have these more or do have these virtues, therefore it's more likely God exists. Like if you could phrase it like that, and then
Yeah,
it would.
well, yeah, well,
You
to
could.
respond,
to respond to it, like I think, like if there if if people act in a vicious manner in society, or they act like total degenerates, and then we have like bad outcomes. Like even atheists are going to agree with me, like in a normative sense, like that's a morally bad thing. So then acting in alignment with like their like atheistic, like moral subjectivist framework, like yields like outcomes that they take to be like normatively bad, then it's gonna like it's seems to falsify like it seems
Yeah,
to
I mean,
falsify
you
like
could.
the meta and normative ethical views that they hold.
Yeah, I mean, you could lay down some kind of possible argument of something like having some kind of anti-realist view, which that encompasses a lot, right? Because there's many different views under anti-realism, but even holding some kind of view like that, at the very least, lays some kind of foundation or this path to a be the proper way of saying this, to allow people to do things thus according to their will that would have bad outcomes. I guess you could say that it might lead to some kind of pathway into that sense. At the very least, there's some kind of notion of like, at least I've had, I hate meta, I hate value theory so much. I do not like talking about it. But I've had people that I've talked to before where they get upset about something like, Christians impose some kind of morality upon society, right, that they don't agree with, and they think that that's a bad thing. Well, this imposition, right, it doesn't really seem to be something that's like too much of a problem, even under like an anti-realist view. Presumably, regardless of whether I have a secular view in my morality or a religious view in my morality, both of us, whether we gain some kind of like power within government and lay down laws, are thus imposing that. And subjectively, I don't really see why that would be an issue, even if it comes from religious purposes or foundations. So you could go down that route with it, but I just like that's why I have such a really, because value theory is just very complicated. So I try not to be like, hey, you have no morals and nothing's wrong whenever if you have an anti-realist position, because I understand the position. I just think like in a very real sense, like if we're talking about like, what is right and wrong, then fundamentally someone like myself who, might be pro-life, right? And I vote in representatives who put down laws that would, restrict such access to abortion. Like, whether my foundations are religious or not, like, I don't know what would fundamentally be wrong with that, because from both of our views, we're just doing the very same thing, voting in representatives to lay down laws. Like, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with that. So.
In inherently actually representing God in that vote, like if you vote in somebody who is anti-abortion, you are now dictating the lives of a bunch of people, and that actual vote is a representation of like kind of a God status, because of the fact you were saying that like my perception on this particular issue through group evaluation is enough to actually condemn or control the actual actions of a particular group.
Wait, that's the point that she just made there. Like as long as there's any government, as long as there are any laws, there's some kind of like underlying like normative guide that guides those laws. So either secular morality is being imposed, or religious morality is being imposed, unless we have like some kind of anarchist state.
Okay, then I may have jumped in way too early.
And I would even make the case. That like if you have abortion, then you're imposing some kind of like secular morality like onto
Sure.
the.
I mean, yeah, like again, like even you can just take some kind of notion of like the law against unaliving or unjustified, right? We know what that means. Like, laws are thus put in place like to mitigate behavior, right? Like some people don't need the law against murder in order to not murder, right? There's some people, right, that might have an inclination to, right? The law is meant to, deter them from such things because there are consequences for such things. So, like, in this sense, someone could make the case and say, like, look, this person really hurt me and, emotionally or whatever. And I felt justified in taking their life, right? And say, well, this law says, you can't do that, right? Well, that's an imposition on their ethics, right? So, again, it's just like, from my perspective, you could go down that route, but like I have a very, like, I hate talking about value theory. It's the worst because it just ends up in this place of like, us just competing against it. And I don't know. I just fucking hate the conversation.
I think that's fair. I would agree, Aegis, but I believe.
Go ahead, hold on, S. Jones. Go ahead, Stephen. I know you've been
I was just saying, like, I'm not sure I would really agree if that.
Wow,
if
you guys
someone
are
were
mean.
to-
Look at that. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But like somebody might like disagree as to whether like moral statements are truth apt, or they might disagree as to whether they're like stance independent or whatever. But they could still have reasons for why they think something is like good or bad. And I think like in that case, I mean like a moral realist is also going to have reasons for why they think something is good or bad or right or wrong, right? So I don't know. I don't necessarily
I'm not
agree
saying-
that like oh sorry.
No, I was just saying, Stephen, that like, look, someone could say, right, that they think like imposing morals upon their morals, right, even if it's, indexed to their preferences, is wrong, right? They can still hold to that. But to me, there's sort of like this, belief notion that you have beliefs, right? And then acting those out. And it seems that everybody, at least from my perspective, whether that's religious, secular, wherever you're at on that spectrum, right? That we still do these things, right? And like in some case, like government, you can kind of think of it as like a house, right? You come into my house, I set certain rules on how you act in that way, right? And I say, you can't do this, you can't do that, right? Those are the sort of things, like there's this sort of hierarchy of this understanding. So you can hold to some belief and then just simply don't act it out, right? You can still say that it's wrong, but you still do it anyway, right? That's, the whole notion of, the law in the Old Testament and sort of us going down that route. But besides the point, I just think, it becomes a real issue when someone comes to me and say, well, how could you vote Christian, right? Like you're a Christian and you voted for these things and that's imposing your morality upon me. Well, I mean, I'm not sure what is the difference between you and me. You have these morals that you have. You vote in people who represent that and set laws to do that. The imposition is happening either way.
Well, I mean, just
I just
like
wanna make
you
a quick
voted
point.
for like whoever, right? You might have reasons for why you did that, right? And it seems like regardless of whether someone's like a realist or an anti-realist, or if they're religious or an atheist, you can
Mhm.
imagine a society that has laws, and we have reasons for why we think something is good or bad or right or wrong. So like, it's just not clear to me how we're getting from like that
Well,
to either. Oh, sorry. What was that?
Well, I have one question because of the fact that I think that there's a legitimate position there, but I also think that like it is impossible to escape the condition of reality outside of that. Like I don't know how anybody can be a functional member of society without actually contending with the ideas of morals and moral imposition on individuals within a greater society. I think to say that this thing can be like, shooed over or put over to one side of an issue over another side of an issue is to actually ignore the very foundation and structural nature of a society. I don't see how this, like the issue of morality and the conversation and the ideas and the beliefs of it can in any actual substantive way not be actually faced unless you want to actually have the society completely destabilized. I think actually that's probably one of the major reasons that our society is in the current condition it
Yeah, I
is.
mean, we're just getting sort of lost in the morality conversation. My main point, I think, to like tradition, because he was presenting some argument for God, is that like my only contention, and I think like people probably know this about me at this point, is that like it's merely just this approach in talking about God and thus his existence. And I think like even if you could establish and make some argument that like because I believe in objective morality, I think there's objective good, right? But at this point, even if I could establish and convince somebody, right, an atheist, and say like this is the case, the leap that has to be made to say, okay, now God exists, right? It's the approach. It's a very scholastic, clinical approach that I'm just fundamentally I have a very different view as far as that goes, and I just don't think it works. It never does. Every conversation that we ever have on this godforsaken app, about these things, it really doesn't. It rarely pushes people and pushes the needle towards God existence or not.
Well, it's really important to remember that.
I did not kick anybody. I don't know the power, but I would
It
say
was your fault, S. Jones.
it's
Don't try
all.
to
I don't
play
know who
off
did
like it's
that.
not.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
start thinking
maybe we
that.
should remove S. Jones for
I
that.
think so too.
Listen. I had a great conversation where I talked about Nelly and Murphy Lee, and it was good.
Okay,
Thank you.
anyways.
Dwight, did you just do that like for a funny?
Wait,
Because
I did that as a joke, but we can bring it back up. I didn't mean to be
oh,
disrespectful.
Good night, Dwight.
okay. Yeah, I like this is just my observation of having like these conversations 8 billion times that when people come in and make these arguments, I just have like
Who did that?
I don't know. I mean, I never even heard the argument though. I kind of came in late, so I kind of got
wow.
to, like
Okay.
towards the end of the conversation, so I didn't even get to hear the argument.
Yeah.
I think it is right. I think it's because of the fact. Actually, I'll just say that I think Wit is right. Honestly.
Well, I think I've just people are gonna keep continuing this fight. Maybe I've just given up. Like I don't know. I feel like a lot for me whenever I have conversations about these things, like I tend to approach it from just like the very foundation of our faith, which is Christ himself. So like we can go down that route. I'd have really no problem with that because I think that like ultimately that's if there's going to be anyone that brings you to Christianity, it's going to be Christ. So
But do you,
there's that.
but do you think do you think that sort of approach does tend to move the needle, or the other sorts of conversations that usually just end in and where people end up arguing if an infinite regress is possible or not? Do you
I
think
don't
those
think
sorts
that.
of approaches
Yeah,
tend to move the needle either?
yeah. I don't think that it's.
No.
I don't think that it necessarily is something that like I've seen just like happen instantly. That's not something that like I would say I necessarily see. For me, it's just like at the base root, like I can't give anyone faith, right? Like it's just like impossible for me to do at this point. But from this perspective, I think if you look into it enough and you at least have a good foundation for these things, at the very least, and you try to at least try to understand people, kind of meet them where they're at. People tend to be more receptive than if you just come in and bring some kind of logical syllogism. But that's just my perspective.
Also, I think that like religion has done itself no favors by appealing to like the lowest common denominator. So instead of actually building a religion where questions and inquiry, where the foundation of like building belief, it has been that like if you ask questions like get out, like are you not actual believer, and it has dwindled the numbers in like a high degree. And so I think that there is also a like condition of believer that is like vastly overeducated than you will actually find in your average pastor, and that person has a very difficult time in like kind of the condition of religion, but online could actually kind of excel in a lot of different ways just because of the fact that like these are questions. Like for me, for instance, I went through a point of deconstruction, like full deconstruction, you know what I mean? I fully considered atheism a foundational condition of belief, and I have arguments for atheism that is better than most atheists because I went through the process. But I also was honest about my process going through it, so I also have a foundation to understand the argument and the perspective of an atheist in good faith. Whereas like a lot of religious people seem to look to be like self-justifying and validating without ever seriously considering the criticisms that are actually brought in.
I just like, I think just for me, it's like, and I'm just only going to speak to myself, is that there's a lot of people on here, very smart individuals who could probably run circles around me in philosophy. So like the very foundation of my faith is Christ, you know, it's the beginning and the end. And when I talk to people about him, especially non-believers, their arguments tend to just kind of like disintegrate. Like everything just sort of like becomes like mush to me. Like whereas I could really sort of like learn things about like philosophy and different, you know, things from them. But when they really start, you know, pushing, you know, and making arguments against Christ and, you know, who he was and who he is and those things, everything just seems to be like very silly to me. So like I just tend to go that route more than anything.
Wait, I missed what you said and I was interested. What was it that is actually interesting to you in the
Um
conversation?
well, no, like I said, I was just basically saying that like when I talk, you know, just her, like this has just been my experience, that a lot of people that I talk to, there's very smart individuals on here that I can learn a lot from. And even, you know, even about Christ, they may say something that I may not know before. But like when they start making arguments against him and, you know,
It
who
doesn't get
I
through,
believe that
is
he
what you're
was,
saying.
well, it does nothing. Like everything,
Yeah.
their arguments become very silly to me because it just doesn't, like, that's the very foundation of my faith. So I think at this point, like, that's just when it comes to that, it just it really, it does nothing for me.
Yeah.
So
It's a lot of ad hominems. I feel the same way. I mean, like, and I actually think about Jesus very logically, and I feel like I think that like I'm probably different than a lot of people, but I literally think that like either human beings could do miracles like heal people, walk on water, and like wither a tree, or Jesus was lying. So that's my personal position, but it's a fundamental. Go ahead.
I just want to have a conversation. So like I'm sorry. Like I'm just saying that like a lot of the time when it does move into that notion of just like, you know, who is Christ and who he was and like all these things, that their arguments don't really follow any sort of like logic to me anymore. Whereas when we're talking about philosophy, a lot of them are very smart about it. And like I learn a lot from, like, I mean, I learn a lot from like people who know philosophy and Christian too. But besides the point, like I can learn all those things from them, and I think that they make valid points whenever, you know, people present like logical syllogisms and stuff like that. But besides the point, like when it becomes the conversation about Christ, it all just gets thrown out the window. It's like, well, you know, the church fathers could have just made shit up, you know? Like, okay, cool. Like, I don't know why that's an argument. Like, now logic no longer exists. It's just like, I don't know. It doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah, whenever I hear atheists kind of contending like with those sorts of arguments, they just kind of gibberish. Like they might as well just be saying something like pizza sleeps fast under the West, therefore the much.
Yeah.
But I mean, like Jesus actually lays out a lot of foundational ideas and beliefs that that hold weight. That if you like, literally, they are you either have to take them seriously or you can't take them seriously at all. And I actually agree with that position until I was dropped. But the point is that no. Jesus has a fundamental, like, actual philosophy about the nature of reality, the nature of belief, the nature of existence that I think completely gets thrown out for, like, the dogmatic version
Like,
of
even
his.
stuff like that, to me, like, it's still just like this whole idea that, like, Christ is like the philosopher of our age, and then he laid down that it's like, I can't do it. Like, it literally makes me like, whenever that car, when it does move into that car, I feel like I'm always against everybody on the panel. It doesn't matter whether they're Christian or not. Like, I'm against them completely. I don't know why. It's like everything they say, I'm just like, shut up.
Check out my big
Shut
D.
up.
Well, I'll disagree with you there then unequivocally, because I think the foundation of truth is based upon, like, in one condition, I think truth is observable, and I think that Jesus had the most accurate observation about the nature of truth.
Like, then he is the nature of truth. Christ is the truth. That's what he preached.
I agree. I agree, but that also means that Jesus fundamentally is intrinsically linked to logic itself.
Can this guy like shut up?
Yeah, please.
I may have to side with the slurms on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to say that, like,
You see my big D?
yeah, that's way cool.
It's huge, dude.
But
It's
I just-
huge, isn't it?
Massive. No taper.
I think a lot of the like, I know I get accused a lot, right, of just like being an atheist because I'm on these panels, and I just hear, like, sometimes, like, Christians just come up on the panel and they just like start with these insane things, and I'm like, why are we doing this? Why? And then I just get really upset about it, right? So, like, I get very annoyed by it. But then when I'm up on a panel and an atheist comes up or something, and they just start like talking about, like, Christ being some like invention of, like, some Roman Empire or something, then I'm like, okay, this guy's an idiot, right? Like, we all agree that, like, this guy's a real fucking moron. And so, like, it's like, I get, like, I side with those things because it's like when we start talking about Christ, right, who's the very, very foundation of our faith, everything just becomes silly. There's no logic anymore. It's just stupid.
I would say that Wit.
What?
I hear you critiquing bad arguments from Christians a lot.
Mhm.
But when it comes for you to give an argument that God exists, it just sounds like gibberish.
Does it?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You know what's funny? This is a little bit tangential to your point with, but before I even got into debating on TikTok and stuff, I would watch debates a lot. And I used to watch when I was literally a theist. And I used to watch this guy named Moshi that was
Oh,
a
gosh.
Muslim. And the atheists that would come up onto his panels, they were so horrible. And I
Yeah.
was like, wow, it was just like bolstering my faith. I was like, oh my
Wait,
gosh,
was it
these
the Mochi
atheists are
guy with the little anime, like, chibi guy?
No,
With the
it's not
profile picture?
Mochi, it's Moshi,
Oh, got it.
Moshi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, I thought the atheists were so dumb. And then
Oh
I
yeah.
started watching an atheist live, and then I just realized the theists that came on the panel were also super dumb. I was like, oh, it's not just like a one-sided thing, it's just
Yeah,
like
no.
everyone.
There's definite dumb sides to both, and like
Yeah.
that's what
I agree.
really, like, and that's why I get frustrated because I think, and I'm not saying that, like, I know there's been other people who have interacted with even apostolic churches like Roman Catholic
Just say it.
and Orthodox, right? That, like, their arguments aren't all that great either. But I just, for like the most part, I feel like I always just feel like a little bit of pain every time you guys bring up a Christian, because I'm just like, what's gonna happen? And about 95% of the time on this app, it's just the worst fucking arguments I've ever heard in my life. And I'm like, I hate everything. And then I'm against them. And then I'm like, oh, hey, like, oh, Whitney, she's an atheist. She doesn't really believe, like, I hate that. Like, it literally makes me so mad.
Yeah, I feel like that happens a lot to Kason too.
Yes, for sure.
'Cause I feel like there's a lot of unearned confidence that just makes somebody want to step into a platform where it's 1v8 and think that
they can take it
gonna
on.
do well, but they're gonna mop the floor with us.
Yeah.
I haven't lost my confidence. I think Justin fucked me up, but that's my personal position, and I'm gonna stand by it. But also, I've had debates. I've debated, like, in fact, my ability to debate, and I don't lose general debates, but is because of the fact that I used to debate a lot of like new atheists a decade ago, and I'll be honest here, like, new atheists were on their crap more than anybody else. They had like the argument, like the fallacies. They had them things like built in, but I think that I agree with that. I 100% agree with myself, obviously, but I think that like that.
What?
I need this to end.
Thank you.
Please do not bring him up again, for the love of God.
Something about
Okay.
fallacies built in and something, I don't know.
I don't know.
What?
Why are you guys bullying him?
Yeah, why are you guys bullying him?
You guys act like you don't agree with what you say.
Damn it. What is
literally-
wrong with you?
Fuck it. You know what? I want to say what I want to say.
Say
What I'm
it.
talking about
He's
is
gonna
that
say
there's
it.
a lot of comfort. There's a lot of comfort that a lot of atheists had online about their ideas and about their beliefs being 100% logical and fundamentally just accurate and right. And because of that shit, you know what? I don't actually. You know what? At the end of the day, I feel good about myself. I'm good.
Okay, that's good.
No, I'm actually good.
Okay.
Is that an argument? I could wait for an argument, but go ahead. The point is that I think a lot of atheists find a lot of comfort in a particular system of belief, and it's because of the fact online atheists rule the day. And because of that there is a lot of like dogmatism within the atheist community that builds a functional condition of like dogmatism religiosity, and that
Wait, who
becomes
rules?
the foundation of what a lot of people think is true and accurate.
The Doyle
It's not true,
rules.
it's not accurate, and a lot of the people who actually believe a lot of this stuff on the main atheist channels that you see on TikTok are people who have not actually been through the process of really evaluating what they think and how they think and what is the foundation of their belief. They just think that religion is dumb, therefore they're...
Please make it stop.
Let's
Sure,
go.
yaps a lot.
Yeah, well, that's in my piece.
Okay, good.
Stop
This
bullying
is my
us,
only point. I'm not trying, like, tradition, I'm seriously not trying to get on you. I just, like, this has just been my 2 years on this app. Like, it just never works. I'm not saying it's not a valuable conversation to have. I think, like, value theory, talking about those things, I think there's a lot of criticisms, valid ones, that you could levy against, like, anti-realism. I just, like, when you finally, even if you get somebody to, like, agree with something, the leap to God, right, to Christian
Yeah.
God, Christ, just, it doesn't work. Like,
It's
that's
an
just
enormous
all
amount
I'm
of
saying.
steps.
Yes, it is. That's just all I'm saying.
So give up.
Yeah, and
Give
all I'm
up?
saying... I know, I mean...
What an ass.
Well, no, I agree. Yeah, I agree. It wouldn't really get specifically to like the Christian God or Jesus. Well,
right.
I mean, the argument I pose wouldn't be it, but yeah, I mean, I'd have to continue narrowing it down, further and further.
I think, like, do you know who J Mike is?
Yeah.
Him and I have, like, we were in, like, total agreement with each other when it comes to, like, something like classical theism. I hate it. I cannot deal with it. It literally makes me so mad. It's always made me mad. I don't like it. Like, this whole idea of just like, well, if I just get you to, like, God, then we can talk about Christianity. Like, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like, it just doesn't.
Well, because it's like, why is it so
I mean, it
important?
may work for some people. I'm not saying that it doesn't, but, like, it is the exception, not the rule.
I just think it's like dishonest, right? Because it's like, obviously you want me to believe in the Christian God, So why are you pretending like you want me to believe in just some creator and then eventually?
Right.
No, I mean, I literally think God is the God of all people, and on a fundamental level, if you, I don't think that there's a difference between the Muslim God, the Christian God. I think God is the God of all people.
See, it's stuff like that. Like, can I kick him?
Yes.
No. Yeah, you know what? I mean, like at the end of the day, it's hilarious. But
There's there literally like what distincts Islam from Christianity?
I would say the accuracy of belief. I think that like carrying
But the accuracy of belief, what distincts it?
The whether or not you actually behave in line with the actual
No, the belief. They're fundamentally different beliefs. You understand that, right?
not unequivocally.
Yes, they are.
Okay. Let me give you an example. Jesus clearly dictated the condition of salvation versus damnation in the parable of the sheep and the goats.
Let me give you an example.
If a Muslim person is actively
Zach
helping,
can give you a great example.
scaring
Please let
me.
Zach go.
I'm scared.
If he says, I will give him $1.
Let's
If he
go.
fucking says what I'm
I wish
about
I
to
could turn
say.
my camera on.
Go.
Yeah. So yeah, Jones, my example is going to be in the form of a question. Are you saying that Allah and God, right, have the same property set?
I am saying that they are potentially. No, either I'm gonna answer the question or you're gonna fucking cut me off. But my position is very simple. I think that they are both talking about the same system, the same orientation. I think that they are both talking about.
I hate everything.
I think. However, Jesus was 100% accurate. I think if you want to talk about prophets or anybody, Jesus was the quintessential accurate.
What was my question?
I kind of forget it. I remember.
Okay.
Bro loves talking.
Yeah, that's so typical.
I'll ask you one more time.
So typical of Jones to do that.
Allah and Jesus, do they have the same property set?
No, they don't. They don't. No.
What does it mean to say something's the same thing if it doesn't have the same property set?
I'm not saying that they're the same thing. I'm saying that they're articulating the same thing. You understand? Like,
oh my God.
No, if you don't listen, if you don't understand what I'm saying, that's fine. But there's been, like, for instance, the elephant. One person grabs the tail, one person grabs the side, one person. At the fundamental condition, they are talking about the same thing, but the property set of those things is inherently different. It doesn't mean any one of those people is inherently wrong about their observation.
The elephant would have all those properties.
This is really true. Like, this is so simple, right? Both Islam, like, we'll just take, whatever. Let's just take all three of the supposed, right? Like, those who claim the Abrahamic God, right? Judaism, Christianity, Islam, right? Okay, they all fundamentally, like, even if we take Judaism as a monolith at this point, which it isn't, but let's just say at this point that they reject Christ as God. Islam also rejects Christ as God. Christianity does not. But they all claim Abraham, right? So at this point, it is either true, right? Even if we're just taking these three religions at this point, like the Abrahamic God does exist, if we're taking that. It is either true that Christ is God or he's not under this notion. And that would make them fundamentally different in their beliefs. So no, they don't worship the same God. I don't care if it's semantics or not.
Wait.
Well,
one point really quick.
Wait, real quick.
I need somebody to make a face with me. Eddie, put half your face up.
Okay. At the end of the day, Jesus literally said, you can blaspheme against the Son, you'll be forgiven. Blasphemy against the Father, you'll be forgiven. Fundamentally, Jesus leaves the option open for people to reject him as God incarnate. And it still does not have an
I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
I'm tired. That's why I'm not smart enough to do this.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That is just pure BS.
Okay,
Really?
so like again, like this is just really simple, right? If we're taking the Abrahamic God to be true, right? We're not sitting here saying, "Oh, it's not true," huh? Reddit atheism, right? If we're just doing this whole thing, right, where we're saying the Abrahamic God is true. Of the three religions, two reject Christ as God, one doesn't. Okay, so it's either true, right, under
it's
this
not.
notion that the Abrahamic God didn't involve Christ being God, or it did. So
Yeah.
I like you can't say that they worship the same God because they fundamentally don't.
How so? No. First of all,
Oh
Oh my
no.
God,
no. Like,
this is insane.
you guys. Wow. I mean, like, you guys can feel your inherent intellectual superiority to a person you're not going to let talk, but be my guest.
You talk a
Intellectual
lot, Jones.
superiority.
I do talk a
Am I
lot.
just am I being like am I making sense to anybody else at this point?
No.
Thank you. Fucking shit.
First of all, at the end of the day, I'm talking about a condition of even potential hell. I take actually everything Jesus said incredibly seriously. And the idea that everybody who does not accept Jesus is inherently going to hell is actually a position to which I cannot hold and actually believe in a loving and
Jones,
decent
this is really
God.
sad. This is the law of non-contradiction. Christ can be God and not God at the same time. Is that true?
God can be
Is that
God.
possible? Can he be God and not God?
Yes, I yeah.
can't.
The fucking
Well, you
problem
said
is
yes?
that
Yeah, he said yes.
yes,
Oh
I
my
did
God.
because
They
of the
said
fact
yes.
that like
That
the
was so
Trinity
sweet.
is insane to begin with. I think Jesus.
We're not talking about the Trinity. I'm talking about the law of
How are we
non-contradiction.
not talking about the Trinity?
I'm
and talking
literally
about the law of
talking
non-contradiction?
about a contradiction right now. Can God not be God?
Dun, dun,
No. I'll give it to you.
dun,
No.
dun,
You
Right.
changed it?
So
dun,
the
dun,
three
dun,
religions
dun.
that claim the Abrahamic God, two of them say he's not God. One of them says, right? And if it is that is the case in reality. So they fundamentally don't worship the same God because of that.
What? Okay.
Checkmate.
Okay. Jesus again in the parable of the sheep and the goats
Oh my
says,
God, it's like we're not grasping.
Oh
no,
my.
it's that your
Oh
position
my
of
That's pretty
Allah.
belief is
standard
not
for
based
Jones,
upon
though.
action, but based upon your belief, and
We're
that's
not like I'm about to yell.
That's fine. Listen. The non-contradiction. Either Jesus is fully God. Does Jesus know every atom in the universe? Does Jesus, on a fundamental level, know where the condition of every galaxy is?
Under Christianity, he does. Under the other two Abrahamic religions, he doesn't. So they don't worship the same God.
I don't think Jesus knows that. So I
I don't
probably
care what you think. I'm saying at this point, I'm literally saying at this point that to say that Islam worships the same God as Christianity is fundamentally not true based on their beliefs on who God is.
okay. I would fundamentally disagree with you on everything that you said because of the fact that Christians don't actually follow the teachings of Jesus on a
Oh my
fundamental
God.
level.
Like, we're not critiquing
No,
Christian. What we are
we
doing
are
here,
though. We are.
Yapping to yap.
what distinct Christianity from Islam and Judaism is they
But
worship Christ as
Christianity,
God.
if Christianity on a fundamental level doesn't even take the teachings of Jesus seriously,
I don't
why
care about whether you think they take it seriously or not. What does Christianity profess?
it doesn't matter what they
Yes,
profess.
they do.
Even Jesus said it doesn't matter what you profess.
I don't
if
give a
you
shit
do-
about your shitty interpretation.
or
What
Jesus
I'm
said.
saying is that Christians believe Christ is God. Allah in Islam, they don't believe that Christ is God. Jews, the messianic ones, also do not. So again, they don't worship the same God because they reject Christ as God.
It fundamentally that is not actually the concern of Jesus, and I would actually
God,
argue.
nobody's talking about the concern of Jesus. Jesus Christ.
If Jesus is not your concern,
Are
then
you
what is the
really like?
foundation of
Are
your
you
belief
this
system?
dense? Are you? You're
No,
not
no,
trying.
no, no, no.
Where is
I
your?
think
Where is your linear?
you
Like
worship religion
Zach.
over Jesus, and that's my name.
Great, thank you. Like, see what I say, Eugene? Every fucking time
Yeah.
they're just like, "You're not a real Christian." So again,
Yes, I'm talking
this
about
is
you
real
disagree with the
simple.
teachings of Jesus. Yes.
Do Christians worship Christ as God or not? Yes or no?
No.
They don't.
Fundamentally, they do not. No. Jesus even goes into detail about his actual followers and people who follow him. And if you actually fall out of the very condition that Jesus said was my condition of followers, I do not consider you a follower of Christ.
Oh, I want to find that one.
Yeah, I like it.
This is really stupid. Do Christians believe that Christ is God or not?
Do you know the Muffin Man?
Wait. I think there is a point of contention here that he's pointing out. Are you just saying that
The Muffin Man? The Muffin Man?
Let's take it from a Unitarian perspective. Jesus is the Son of God. They believe that, right?
Yes.
Unitarians do, yeah.
Okay, so all this time you were quibbling over some insisting that, why would you assume Trinitarianism? I know that Witt's Trinitarian, but I'm just saying, like, you were acting as if, like, all Christians have this problem, right? And it seems like your own point defeats itself when you're saying Christians who are Trinitarians are not worshiping the same God as Christians who are Unitarians.
Yeah.
Okay, so your point is self-defeating?
My point is very simple. That I think that at the end of the day, that for actually 1, 2, 3. All right, here we go. My point is actually very simple. My point is that Jesus was connected to God in a condition that like no other human has any basis.
Why does he keep thinking that? Like, I'm
Imagine
making
answering the
some like. This is not the argument. Your argument initially is that those in Islam, those in Judaism, and those in Christianity all worship the same God. And I'm pointing out to you that they don't.
And yes, and you're 100% right. I disagree. Jesus.
I don't give a like. You're not giving just because you say you disagree. You're not giving me any reason, any logic as to the fact. I'm giving you logic in that Christians believe that Christ is God. Muslims and Jews do not. So they fundamentally don't believe in the same God. And they fundamentally don't worship the same God because there's only one God in our faith.
Wait, I have another charitable interpretation, Jones. Are you saying that whatever God there is, there's only one of them, and this is just humanity's different failed attempts to try and reach the same God?
Yes, 100% that. Yes, actually, that is absolutely what I'm trying to say. And that Jesus got it accurate to the highest degree, but like people still misinterpret Jesus. Just like the parable of the sheep and the goats, Jesus never says you have to be a follower of mine. Jesus said, "Did you help the sick? Did you help the naked? Did you help the stranger?" He never said, "Did you?"
Everybody's a Protestant, and I fucking hate it, bro.
No,
Cannot do it.
but this is the thing. Like Jesus literally says, "I am the physical manifestation of the least among you."
I believe in all the words
love
that
to
I
help
believe in
naked
every single
strangers.
piece of scripture that exists, and I disagree with what you're saying.
With sex?
I don't
like. First of all,
that exists.
This is the thing. It's not my judgment. You should be worried about as God. God is going to judge both of us. I'm more than happy for God.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that. But again, what I am saying is that you're sitting here telling me about the parables that Christ. I believe in the parables. I believe in the things that he said, right? And my understanding of those things, not just my understanding, right? The actual church that gave you the scripture that you're yapping about right now, right? At this point, like they don't have that understanding of what Christ was meaning when he says those things.
Yeah, I'm black.
So you just sitting here
I'm
saying,
light-skinned.
"Hey, Christ literally said these
He's
things,"
black, Wit.
does nothing.
He's black.
What?
No,
Okay, great.
I'm dead serious. Like
Now
my
he's dead
foundation
serious.
of
He's
Jesus
black.
is fundamentally different than the
I don't
that
care. Why should I take your shitty interpretation over the church?
because of the fact that like my shitty interpretation was not founded upon slavery being a form of justification.
Slavery. I'm sorry. Where are you getting slavery from?
Christianity,
What?
American Christianity, like are we not living in reality?
Yeah, slavery's in the Bible. What fucking bullshit argument are
no,
you
it's
putting
the
out here?
foundation of
People are
American
jumping
society.
around, and like people have just been trying to keep
Bro, you know
That's all.
Christianity wasn't born in 1860, right?
Thank you. I am
Awesome.
I'm so unaware of
You
that.
bringing up the Protestants means nothing to me. So
That's-
again,
I have a question about that.
What?
Joe, yeah, Whit, why are you so mad at tiny insects? If people want to protest ants, they can.
Yeah.
Okay, so I hate you. So, like, you keep saying, like, Jesus literally said these things. Whatever scripture you're going to pull out to me, I believe that Christ said those things, and yet I still disagree with you. So how the fuck do we break that symmetry?
It's first of all, I have a conversation with God. I don't need. First of all, I know that's
All right.
so funny. That's so
Holy
funny.
shit.
The funniest thing about that is either I am completely insane or I'm
Yes.
telling you.
Yes.
Those are only the options. So
Yes.
Oh, I agree with the
I
first
think
one.
I have inductive
Look,
support
look,
that it's
S.
more
Jones.
likely the former.
Listen, he's either a liar, a lunatic, or he's Lord.
3 L's.
there's other options there, but no, I mean this is the unequivocal position. I mean 100%. I'm either a liar, I'm completely insane, or I'm telling the fucking truth.
Yes.
I do have,
And
yes.
not to the
Realize
last
when
one.
somebody
No,
gives like
This
disjunctive,
is
they
it.
don't have to like
no,
exhaust.
this is the thing. I don't.
Say,
don't.
Yeah, I could have tea or coffee.
I that's not what I was saying, Prook.
I don't have any patience for this. It's so ridiculous. What did I say at the very beginning, Eugene?
Prook,
What did
I would
say?
never, I would
It's like,
never
I
say
get it.
liar, lunatic, Lord.
Like as soon like we talk about philosophy and like I listen to you guys and I learn some things and like there's some logic there, but then when we talk about Christ, everything just turns I'm sorry, I can't. I almost said the word R-worded. I can't do it. Can't do it.
Why do you think you're so right? Like literally, where's that foundation?
Church fathers.
You want to
Well,
know
yeah,
why,
I
Jones?
guess
You
that.
want to know
But
why?
no, go ahead.
But yeah, because the dangerous thing about being wrong is that it feels exactly like being right. Because you wouldn't be wrong on purpose.
No, I'm much aware. In fact, I hate being wrong.
I don't think you have any awareness.
I
hate it enough.
Oh my God, Jesus
You know what
Christ!
it is?
Thank you.
Don't
thank
use
you.
Jesus'
I
name
really
in vain,
thank
you
today.
shitbag.
Like when
You fucking scumbag.
It's like when you mention when it comes to Christ, like it's like they mentally convulse, like they're possessed.
That's what I said. Tradition. That's
Demons.
exactly what I'm trying to say.
Can I say something really
I'm
important?
hearing a lot of
Okay,
small
go,
dick
sir.
energy.
Let's
I want to
go.
say something.
You're satisfied with yourselves.
Listen,
Let's
I just want
start
to say, something.
I'm good. I'm good, but you know.
Well, I just want to say something really
Jones,
important.
stop talking. Let Sir speak, please.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
S. Jones, I don't like you.
Oh my God, Jesus!
Yeah, me either.
I'm so happy I shut up for that.
Yeah, I just wanted you to know that I don't like you.
I'm sorry you think you actually matter, but continue.
Wait,
There's just, I don't know what it is.
They
There's just
say
something
that.
that I don't like.
I'm
It's
sorry.
probably all the yapping.
You live in this delusional state where you think that you actually have significance. But go ahead, continue.
Okay,
when did
so
they
like,
say
I
that?
guess
Says the theist.
this is just it's so
That's
simple, and I don't know how
not
you
correct, but
can.
Go ahead, continue. Is
Like,
that your best?
can an apple?
That's the
Can
very
an,
best I could have done.
This is like, let me just try to help
maybe
you.
they're just not understanding. Jones,
I'm
can
sorry-
somebody say
I'm
that
sorry
they
you
don't
have
like you and still like
some
that
form
doesn't
of
say anything
argumentation.
about whether they like think that they're important or that they think themselves to be significant.
No, I'm just saying that's
Like,
not a
what are
good
you-
argument. If you want to come with insults, come with something a little bit better. If you can't
You
do
said
that,
my insult wasn't a good argument.
They weren't presenting an argument. They were giving their
actually,
opinion
no, I'm
about
saying
you.
you're not
They
only
said they
bad
don't
at
like
insulting people, that you're stupid for even trying to
I'm
actually.
pretty good at it a lot
It's
of
just,
the time.
it's really simple. Can an apple not be an apple?
Whoa! Who are you calling stupid? What did I do?
I'm calling you personally, directly stupid. There we go.
Why? What did I do? I just said I didn't like you. Why do you got to call me stupid?
I don't. That's yeah. I love the hypocrisy and how you're just blatant about it. But thank you.
Like, he's just
What?
so
What are you
dumb. Why are
talking
we
about?
putting him up here?
Oh wait, so I guess he accidentally dropped. I'll
Look,
invite him
Wit,
back.
he's not
Damn it,
Wit.
Zach.
He's not dumb.
Wait.
He's
I
hard of thinking.
literally, if that's the only way you guys can win.
Wait, I have a question. You said, can I try out a creative insult on you?
As long as I'm allowed to respond, I'm more than happy to.
Okay,
Go ahead.
and I just want to make it known that I don't hate you, and every time you get been kicked, I'm the one that invites you back up here. So okay, here's my example of an insult,
ahead.
and you tell me if it's creative. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Jones. Yeah, you're just really unlikable in a way that's hard to pin down.
Bro, I'm maybe potentially autistic, so that's not like an insult. It's just like a daily. No, I mean I'm dead serious. Like, if you actually had to deal with the shit I've had, I literally had to learn how to fight because people just wanted to fight me.
Oh my god.
I know how to. I know how to beat somebody's fucking ass because too many people want to.
Yeah.
If you
No way,
no,
lots
no,
of
if
people
you
want to
think that's a
fight you.
joke, it's not a
No,
joke. And
hang
so-
on. Well, hang
You
on.
should just start talking
Hang on.
over us,
anything
Jones.
here, if you
Hang
think
on.
anything here is going to be an effective insult against me, come see me. I'll beat your ass.
I can-
Wait,
that shit on
wait.
my
But
phone.
the reason that I think that's a good insult is because usually if somebody insults you, you have like a basis of something to work on. But with that one, it's stipulated that it's just hard to pin down why, so you don't really know what to fix. That's why I think it's a good insult.
I mean, the funniest thing is that like you think the basis of like our general society is serious. Let me tell you something.
What?
Our entire society. No, just real quick.
Oh,
Real
I
quick.
gotta
Our
get my
entire
Joker
society.
picture back.
Our
It's
entire
never
society.
quick.
No. I understand you guys can't like control yourself, but
I can say, as somebody with autism, every autist has to become a black belt.
I guess you guys can't actually let me talk because you're that
No.
weak.
I think we've demonstrated
you
for
yapped
several
a
hours
lot.
that we have the ability to let you speak
You want
ad
to
infinitum.
Zach,
With-
can you
with-
Oh my god,
please?
you've yapped so much.
Come on, like you guys actually think the basis of society is serious, though?
It's not serious.
Okay, here's my
Did you
my
guys
deal.
know that we
Jones,
live in a society?
Jones gets 2 uninterrupted minutes, and then we can
Absolutely
kick him.
not.
Dude, I have to listen.
I can't do 2 whole
You
minutes.
proved to me to be what you are.
That's unreasonable.
You proved to me to be exactly what I thought you were. So thank
Me?
you for that. No.
Me?
I was talking about Slum or Slurbs McKenzie.
Plum?
Learn how to read.
I don't particularly care what you have to think or believe or
That has nothing to do with learning how to read.
Again, why are you speaking to me as if you're?
That has nothing to do with not seeing the R in my name.
I still find it hilarious. No,
Yeah, it's SLURMS.
I don't care. I don't.
Yeah, that's Slurms McKenzie.
Yeah, that's
from
Slurms.
TikTok.
Okay, Steven.
He's over that bit.
I
on
hate this
TikTok.
bit.
I got you.
I regret it.
Leave the room, Steven. Lock in.
I was emphasizing the fact that Slurms McKenzie from TikTok and Zach from TikTok were in the same, place. That's why I kept saying that. Like, look, it's TikTok, but it's life. It's real. The bit can't just go on forever.
This is so fucking deep, man. I got you.
I wasn't talking to you.
I honestly don't care.
What?
I'm enjoying this.
Wow,
more
like
than-
this is just bullying at this point.
Jones,
Okay, that is not true. It was bullying hours ago.
Jones,
Yeah.
do you wanna kiss me?
Wow.
Honestly, I love the work that you're doing on your subconscious, but no, I'm okay. But I appreciate you actually being able to speak
It
about
doesn't
your
have to
topic.
be on the mouth.
No, I mean
I'm
you
willing to
do,
take
you
2
do
minutes
well with that.
and
I
then
mean, you
kick
continue,
him.
therefore.
Do that.
Continue, therefore.
I'm willing to endure 2 minutes.
How about
Jones,
1 minute? 1 minute. How about?
Jones, would you kiss me for 2 minutes? Two
That's a
uninterrupted
lot.
minutes.
The funniest thing is that like I've debased myself a little bit to be here. I admit that. I'm not above that.
Hey,
Yes,
that's Slurms McKenzie from TikTok.
I'm gonna debase myself as soon as I get off here, thinking about our 2-minute kiss.
You know, I mean, you can do whatever you want. My voice is
And there's
great.
nothing
but
you can do to stop me.
Guys, wouldn't
I'm
it be
actually being
crazy? You know how I always do the thing where I end something in mid sentence? Well, what if I did it this time, except for this time there's just a growing, anxious feeling that I might go through with a bit or might not, and then I just keep on adding independent clauses to the end of my sentences, and then I
Can
finally
anybody else hear him? Is the joke that his mic's muted?
He's gonna end it. No.
I heard you, but
You're full of shit. You didn't hear it.
Sure.
You're
Why?
full of shit.
You're
You're a fucking liar.
Lie,
You fucking
right.
scumbag. You piece of shit.
You know what? I
please
feel
just end it
feel
now?
better about myself the more
You
this
shouldn't.
conversation continues.
You shouldn't.
Listen. I'm
Uh-oh.
great.
Uh-oh.
Next question, please.
Wow. We're hopping back on the rainbow
I
coaster.
Next question,
think that TikTok is life, but it's not for me.
Jones,
Like literally, I've been through so many real situations and like difficult.
hard is it?
Name one of
Maybe
them.
you should get off.
How
Name
hard is
one.
it for like people in your real life to talk to you? Because I feel like it's very difficult.
Do they ever get like a single word in?
I didn't do
call
it.
you idiot?
Who did it?
I think Wit. It said Wit did it.
Okay, that's fine. I'll take it. Just as long as he's gone.
I did it.
Wow.
He said
I think he's a great guy. No, he's a cool guy. I just think.
No, I
John,
mean
you
like
can
this
abuse
is
me
the
now and make fun of me.
Cowards.
Like I said, cowards, as if we're scared or something.
I love it. I love this. You
It's a good thing you love it. That it would
Wait,
really
hold
suck
on.
if
Bring
you
them up
didn't.
again. Hold on, bring them up again.
Oh, he won't join. I guess he's scared.
Oh, okay.
This is what they do.
Yeah, I guess they must be. Okay, never mind. Just drop them.
I really just don't.
No, I'm not scared because of cowards, but go ahead. Go ahead. No, I mean, like literally, is this where you guys get your power
Laura
from?
remained quiet and
Is
kept
this
going.
the foundation of your guys' like level of authority?
Wait, can you say
do it?
that
Let's do
again?
it.
Hold
Let's do
on,
it.
wait.
Let's
Hear
do
you.
it. Go on.
Steven,
Go on.
nobody say anything.
Listen, you guys are so powerful. You guys have so much authority.
Yes.
You have to shut me up by fucking
That's fair. Say
inviting me
nothing.
and dropping me down. Go ahead. Let me see you guys' manhood, because this is what you guys actually represent as manly, and that shit is gonna live with you to the
What?
day
You want to see our manhood? What?
Yeah.
Whoa.
No. You
Oh.
guys.
This is my D.
Go ahead.
My big D.
Steven.
Come on.
No, I'm waiting. I can wait. I can join. I can drop off.
Okay,
And if it-
Strums,
I
you
take
look
the drop off.
I'm happy.
No.
You done?
Me? I'm good. I'm fine.
Okay.
Imagine muting. That's crazy. So, anyways. Oh, you didn't. Okay.
No,
Strums, you look.
I'm serious.
Oh my god, that's insane.
Wait, why was I muted?
Estrons, you look like a Goomba from Mario, but like a human version.
You know what? That I would take that shit seriously if you didn't look for validation on TikTok. You know what I mean? Just,
Wait, was that not a good insult? Rate the insult from 1 to 10.
Jones, I will give you money to stop talking.
I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck what you think or believe.
Wait, will you give me money if he stops talking?
Yeah, I would.
I really need $100.
Let's
Slurms, I DM'd you 2 days ago.
You're talking about those pictures from
Yeah.
very late at night, or the
Yeah,
thing
of
about the
the
$100?
soaking wet $100 bill wrapped around my rhetorical.
Yeah, I interpreted that as some kind of threat.
It was.
And I deleted the message.
I'm actually very happy about everything. So, you know. I mean that honestly. Honestly, I'm doing great. I'm doing fantastic.
Jones, please, like, can you go be happy somewhere else, please?
So, like,
No, I know my happiness brings you misery. Is kind of why I said it, because of the fact that, like, you know, a little bit.
So, like, I was just the other day, speaking of a few nights ago, you know, I was just neutrally kind of calculating the statistical parsimony of like the universe, and like I was just like, holy shit! Like I came to the realization that God exists, because I figured, given the early conditions, that there was like a lower prior probability that naturalism is true.
Thank you. Sounds like you made a mistake.
So fundamentally, I just want to say that fundamentals of the fundamental.
That's a good choice. Too.
I'm gonna get cooked
Now that
soon.
Jonathan's gone, are you guys gonna be mean to me?
And
No.
also, I think an all good God would not allow for multiculturalism, which is just analytically true, given that we know what good is and what multiculturalism is.
What do you think about that, Eddie?
Slurms, if
agree
I
with
was a
almost
mom,
everything you just said.
I would mute you.
Well, I don't agree with that. I mean, I don't really know. I don't think multiculturalism is good, but I think you would allow it to happen.
I love
Have you seen my big D?
What's a nice you got there, Steven?
Thanks. Maybe next time I'll show you my penis.
I like how they form the edges on that. The edging on that D is really good.
Thanks.
I need to go to
Yeah,
bed.
you're violating the rhetorical categorical imperative.
All right, I'm going to bed. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, good riddance.
Wait.
Good night.
Wicked old witch.
Wait.
Don't. You're going to cut me off. I hate you.
No, I had a question and I'm forgetting it. Please give me.
I got a question. I had a question.
Just as an exercise.
Where do you get
say-
your ideas from?
Can you say one thing that S. Jones said that you thought was good?
No, because you're going to cut.
Yeah.
That was fundamentally perfect.
Thanks. I think we're alone now.
It's just us fellas now.
It's just the dudes.
Who up
Now,
playing
see
with
that
a
penis.
worm?
Christianity.
I think we're alone now.
You guys want to talk about statistical parsimony?
Statistics.
For what?
I get all my arguments from Dr. Truth.
You unironically think they're good?
Poor child.
What was
Nah,
that?
pretty good.
You do think they're good?
I don't think they're bad.
Hey Eddie, have I ever sent
No.
you my Dr. Truth video?
Don't do it.
No, you haven't. Don't send it to me.
We could talk about the heat equation.
You can't. I can send it to you, but you have to watch it, the whole thing, and you can't ask for context.
All right. Works for me.
Wait, Eddie, I'm gonna send you the best version of the fine-tuning argument. Is that okay?
And fuck you,
Me?
Black Lives Matter. I'm sending it.
Oh yeah.
I'm making a new argument just for Steven mathematics called the fine gooning argument.
I just don't get it.
Wait.
Oh,
It's Josiah.
Yuji, have you seen my Dr. Truth video?
It's
No, I
Josiah
haven't.
Mauve
It's
from
on your
TikTok.
profile?
Do you promise to watch it and
That's
watch
good.
the whole
Promise.
watch the whole thing and not ask me for any context?
Hey, is that
You know,
Slums
Yes,
McKenzie
I
from TikTok?
promise.
All right, drop Steven. Get rid of this guy. Get
That wasn't
you know what I
me.
realized, Slurms, is that the Discord you showed that video in Dr. Truth is actually in that Discord now.
yeah.
I wonder if he saw the video and was like, "What the fuck is this?"
I feel like he definitely would have said something had he seen it.
That'd be funny
No,
to
but
hear his reaction.
somebody needs to teach him how to put more than one slide in one video, so he doesn't put each premise in one video.
And he needs
Guys,
to teach
it's
him
my
a song.
birthday today.
Huh?
Happy birthday.
It's my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Who are you?
This isn't this guy that racist.
What? No, I used to go by Derek. You and I had the objective subjective.
For 4 hours. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this guy's a fucking pervert.
Hey, is that Slurms McKenzie from TikTok?
Get rid of this guy. I'm
I
not
told you that
doing this
wasn't
anymore.
me, Slurms.
No, it's
But I am a pervert.
YouTube.
Yeah. So, Eddie, Yuji, I need you to check your Discord DMs right now.
Okay.
Wait, me too or no?
Can I see
Wait,
it?
I've already seen it.
You've already seen it.
I was just excited to participate.
I know.
Yeah, me too.
I'll send it to you again. I know you would want that.
I was left out of the loop.
Wait, I've already seen this. I lied.
Put
I lied.
it on
I've
the
seen it.
screen.
It's
Oh wait,
hilarious though.
Yuji has seen it because he was in the VC.
Yeah,
I'll put it on the live because Dr. Truth makes lives about me all the time, and he puts my name in there.
He does make videos about you.
Yeah, he uses my government name.
He said if there was an infinite chain of Zacks,
Yeah,
what would
I was like-
explain
I was
why
like,
there
you'd
are
like that, wouldn't
Zacks?
you? You'd like that,
It's just
wouldn't
weird that he thinks you're black, like you're on camera all the time. You're clearly not black.
He's black from the waist up.
And he shouldn't call you black. Like he should just call you by your name.
you? Yeah, that's true.
Wait, he called you black?
Does he just go, this black guy?
No,
Well, he
no
doesn't
guy,
say guy.
just black. He just says
Yeah,
this black.
He's just black.
Oh,
what?
Yeah.
He's got a real problem.
He's going back to the 20s.
The 1820s, BC.
Big cock?
Before Christ.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
How'd you know I was doing it?
I could see it in your face. You like furrowed your eyebrows like you were like on a fucking mission. You're gonna get me out of here.
That's the best reading of body language. If somebody could track verbal conversations as much as you just track my eyebrow movements, conversations would happen a lot better.
That's right.
So should I say like a word like reach?
Damn.
I like that video, Slurms.
Can I do epsilon delta proofs?
You can't spell slurms without slurs.
So this is what I mean. This is what I mean about this guy.
I mean, is it? Am I wrong?
Slur.
For thinking that we could be something for real?
In my room. Slurs McKenzie.
Are you high right now?
Who, me?
Do you ever get nervous?
No.
I heard you fucked your bitch. Is it true?
Yes.
Do you think that those people that you're with are with you?
No.
Do you love this shit?
Oh, I love it.
I hated all of that.
Do you ever look out in the universe and think, man, I'm small as shit?
Yeah, that's
By
exactly
universe,
what
you
I
mean
think
the
when I
guy-
pull down my pants.
Yeah,
Did you
if
ever,
by
like,
universe
look
you mean the
into
guy
a
railing my
microscope
wife.
and think,
then yeah.
man, I'm big as shit.
Yeah, I meant the guy railing your wife.
Dude, like my first marriage, I used to make this joke all the time. I'd be at work and I'd be like, if there was like a lull in conversation, I'd be like, "What are you guys doing later? Want to come over and fuck my wife?" And then somebody did, and we got divorced.
Oh my god. Well, you get what you asked for.
That's gonna be a L.
What's up with these philosophers? Like, you know, these philosophers that are like, oh, holy shit, am I real?
Yeah, pseudo intellectual mumbo jumbo.
The ones that are like, have you guys solved the problem of hard solipsism? Or no?
You
Yeah, but you have to do a lot of work not to commit yourself to Platonism.
You know,
Why does anybody care? I mean, it's not that big of a deal.
you know, Zach's father was a very secretive man.
True.
So secret, in fact, that the doctor told him to stop masturbating because he's trying to examine you.
Yeah. Wait, Slurms, I have a joke that I wrote down to tell you.
Okay.
I recently bought a pen when I did a tour of NASA. This thing can write anywhere, underwater, outer space, and many other words.
Oh my god.
You like that?
Yeah.
6 out of 10.
I thought of that on the drive home.
You thought of that yourself?
Yeah.
Zach, you know that live where you went up and told a joke and you like posted it? Yeah. I followed that creator or whatever, and people would go up there and they actually make funny jokes. Like
Yeah.
sometimes it's actually funny.
And he'd be having like 100 people in the guest requests.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, sure, you have to get through 6 like slurs to get a joke, but it's worth it.
It's funny because like
It's worth it for all those slurs.
he probably makes some money from those lives, and he doesn't do anything but just listen to jokes all day.
Yeah, but how often does he laugh? Almost never.
None. Yeah, yeah, that's
Who are we
true.
talking about? I know a guy who does that.
SM Almighty. No, not SM Almighty. That's a British guy.
British.
British guy, innit? Evolved in those lives, innit?
Are you talking about the guy that everybody calls him Linguini because he's funny looking and he looks like Chef Linguini from Ratatouille?
Oh, I love that guy. Is it the Diet Coke guy?
No, you're talking about Meals by Cug.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Everybody loves a good DC.
Yeah.
Put the fries in the bag.
The other day, my dad had a Freudian slip. He meant to say, I love you, but he said, son, you're a fucking failure.
Yeah, that's
I thought he was about to drop the R word real quick.
Yeah.
Say it. Go ahead. Spit it out.
Well, no, I was just gonna say that. Well,
Go ahead.
Well, it's just kind of tangential.
Is it antecedent?
I was just gonna. Well, it can't be, right?
I don't even know what that word means. I just said it because I heard you say it.
He responded with a big word.
So, yeah, just you know, when in my elementary school we had this blind janitor, and it was like they said he went blind from, you know, masturbating too much.
Cap.
I was young and I didn't realize until I got much older that that was just an old wives' tale to explain why he was always masturbating.
All right, I have a joke.
Okay.
That was good.
All right, 3 Gatorades walk into a bar.
Did he do that?
He didn't do it.
He pulled a Zach.
He did.
I've done that a couple times.
That's pretty good.
I did while I was talking to his boss the other day.
I got the words jacuzzi and yakuza mixed up. Now I'm in hot water with the Japanese mafia.
That's pretty good.
That's a good one.
Eddie, tell a joke before you leave.
I have to tell a joke.
A deer walks out of a gay bar and says, "Wow, I can't believe I blew $50 in there."
And then a guy walked out, and his name was, "Hey, $50." Get it? Because he blew $50.
Wait, did you do that on purpose?
My neighbors are such jerks. They were up at 3 a.m. banging on my wall. Luckily, I was still awake, practicing my bagpipes.
That's pretty good.
My family doesn't contact me.
That's a big cock and balls?
No.
Yeah, that's a penis.
No, that's not a cock and balls. That's a crook neck squash. You can see here it has positive Gaussian curvature.
Yeah, it looks like a cock and balls.
Yeah, that's a ball sack.
I turned your camera off,
Why'd
Steven.
you turn my camera off?
Well, that's good. That's an epistemic question.
You don't like differential geometry?
You're mixing up epistemology and ontology.
Hey, Joe
No,
Zyle.
this is differential geometry.
Do you like jalapenos?
Sure.
Good, because I'm going to be jalapeno pussy tonight.
Damn.
Wait. I just thought of one.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm workshop. I just thought of this. So
he's gonna end it.
What's Josiah? What's colder than a witch's titty?
Motherfucker.
Bye, y'all. It was nice seeing you.
Her icy obese witch pussy.
You gotta say vagina.
No.
Okay.
What's worse than glowing Willie Nelson?
That's not it.
He wouldn't tell me.
Stick to debating, little bro.
My friend says to me, "What rhymes with orange?" I said, "No, it doesn't."
That's a good one.
I was buying some condoms and some Plan B, and
What size?
the cash register guy said, "Do you need a bag?" And I said, "No, she's not that ugly."
I've heard that one. It's pretty good. 5 out of 10.
Okay, well you provide the comedy now, because
this.
Okay. So the fries go in the bag.
Do you know why chemists know how to solve problems?
Why?
Because they're always dealing with solutions.
Why was 6 afraid of 7? Because 7 had
was a
hook for a hand.
pedophile, and it was a serial unaliver.
Yeah.
Yes,
You know why
Seven
God-
was known to have fucked kids, and that's why he moved states.
You know why God bestowed his son?
Why?
That whoever
Because
should
he-
believe in him shall not perish, but
Yeah,
shall have
exactly.
everlasting
And
life.
he ever so loved the world. That's true. This is a true story.
Wait. I got a really good one.
Yeah, let's hear
Okay,
it.
so I met a microbiologist today.
Damn. Oh, they took him out. TikTok got rid of him.
Come back.
I literally
Slurs.
cannot find a good joke right now.
Slurs
Are you
McKenzie.
Googling
come back.
jokes?
Yeah, I wanted to try to find a good one, and there's just literally zero.
My laptop is updating right now, so I was actually going to Google one, but I can't.
It's impossible.
Look,
Fruit Brute.
Hey, that sounds.
my sister gave birth to her baby in the back of a car, so he melted.
So he melted?
He melted.
He gave what?
Zach's jokes are always so.
What?
Your jokes are always so difficult to understand.
Why did you?
Dude, stick to debating, little bro.
Wait. Here's one of my favorite jokes that nobody ever likes at all.
He's gonna leave. He's muting me.
Why did you mute Slurpee Fruit Brute? Okay, so here's the joke. I think my friend Jeff is gay, but I don't know. I'm so bad with names.
I remember this.
That's
That one is
classic.
so hard to get.
Wait. Okay, say it one more time.
Okay. I think my
Do you
friend...
even remember it? It sounds like you're just
I'm
improvising.
telling the joke. There's a cadence, dumb fuck.
Okay, got you. My bad.
Yeah, let me restart.
Yeah, so anyways.
I think my friend...
I'm sorry.
Wait, let me restart.
Okay.
Yeah, so anyways.
I think my friend Jeff is gay, but I don't know. I'm so bad with names.
I think you should improve on your memory. If you're bad with names.
Do you get it?
No.
Steven, you get it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you think your friend Jeff is gay, but you don't know because you're bad with names.
Yeah.
Did your friend come out and say, "My name's Jeff"?
Oh my fucking
No.
I'm trying to understand.
This is me trying to find the funny.
I couldn't get it the first time.
Yuji, explain it to me.
The words are switched around.
Incorrect. What? Yeah, so this is going to be a humor that's called the subverting of expectation, where you think that when I say my friend Jeff is gay, and then I say, but I don't know, you think that I'm unsure of whether or not he's gay. But in fact, I know he's a faggot, but I'm unsure of whether his name's Jeff. You get it now. He gets it now. He gets it now.
Bro, yes, I
thought it was
love
the
you.
words
I
are
thought
switched
you were
around.
some liberal, like, fucking,
I'm
pussy.
gay.
Me too.
Didn't ask.
Me neither. Wait, are you actually gay?
Yeah, but not in the sense that you're thinking. I'm equivocating.
Oh, you're happy. So you're actually a genius.
Mom said, ha ha ha, OMG, I thought you were a liberal. You got me. What does this mean?
Yeah,
Just,
well, see, because you said the F slur, which I dare not say, but...
Actually,
well, I'm just reclaiming the power, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Don't let ask yourself catch you slipping. If he hears you talking like that, he might have to
Mom,
put the
did you like that?
on.
Well, this is typical mob behavior.
This is what they do.
It's going to be him teacupping on and off and then responding with a very good point every 10... Oh, there...
That joke was fucking retarded, dude.
Whoa!
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 Oh my god. Such a retard joke.
Whoa!
Retarded.
Wow.
And Joe Zile is retarded for not getting that.
But,
Wait, Mob's literally trying to get kicked right now.
Mob, because of TikTok, you can't say retarded. You have to say mentally gay.
Joe Zile is a retard.
Thank you.
Are you doing a psyop on me, Mob?
I thought you were gonna kick me right away, but
I was about to.
Oh, the TikTok shop.
I think that might have been the first time I heard Mob say the R slur.
Yeah, and it's going on YouTube.
I've never said the R slur. What are you talking about?
I've been posting daily on my YouTube channel.
Any askers? Any askers? I'm just kidding.
And remember, it's my birthday, so if you guys are mean to me, I mean, you have to sleep at night knowing that.
Are you gonna get a tattoo? Because it's
Wait,
your
how
birthday.
old are you?
26.
Okay.
I got a tattoo today.
What'd you get a tattoo of? What the fuck? That's a big ass tattoo to get in one day.
What is
What
it?
does this? What does it say?
That's
Well,
probably a scripture.
I'm the kind of autistic where I care a lot about words, and so I got a bunch of my favorite words.
Can you
What are
read
they?
it?
Does it say
I can read
pizza sleeps?
Dude, I should low key
Read
get it.
fast,
It's not done. It's got like 4 more inches of wrapping to go, but
Hey, that's a lot.
I didn't want to commit to words. Yeah, but some of the words that I have on there.
Can you read what you have so far?
Yeah. I have coolness.
The N word.
Is it just the N word repeated like 20?
It's not that. I have coolness is having courage. I have maybe. Oh no, remove mob. You got flagged for hate speech, mob. What happened?
Why would that happen? That's
I have
crazy.
no idea.
That's what happens when y'all say hate speech.
I think.
Why would I get flagged for hate speech? That's insane.
That's ridiculous.
That's
TikTok is
retarded.
so.
I didn't say anything bad.
TikTok is just.
Whoever.
What?
Huh?
What'd you say?
What?
Okay.
Wait, mob. Another thing that I got a notification about. So we covered you can't say the R word. You have to say mentally gay. Well,
Yeah.
when it flagged you for hate speech, it said that you can't say gay. You have to say erotically retarded.
Okay. Whoever reported me is erotically retarded.
I'm gonna end it there. Okay, I love you guys. Bye.
Dip.